I lived in the Great Xian Dynasty, a land so vast it held billions of souls. Everyone here shared a single dream: to step onto the path of cultivation and become an immortal. In the eastern regions near the Xuanlong Mountains, this obsession was even stronger. The great sects in those mountains shared basic body tempering techniques with the local noble families. Because of this, children born into high society were far more likely to awaken a spiritual root than commoners. I was a servant in the Lin family, one of the great clans of the Donglin prefecture. On the clan's massive training grounds, dozens of children sat in neat rows. They were only about 10 years old, boys and girls who usually spent their days being pampered by slaves. But here, they sat in silence, eyes closed, palms facing the sky. The only sound was the rhythmic beat of their breathing. A man stood before them, 8 feet tall with the build of a bear. He was the head instructor, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. "Maintain your rhythm," he barked. His voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated in my chest like a heavy bell. "Inhale the pure qi, exhale the impurities. This is the key. Qi strengthens your flesh, nourishes your soul, and wakes your spiritual root. If you don't take this step by 14, you are nothing. The gap between immortal and mortal is the gap between heaven and earth." I stood at the edge of the field, 13 years old, kneeling on the hard floor with a rag in my hand. I was supposed to be cleaning, but my eyes were fixed on the instructor. I wore a simple, ancient-looking gray ring on my finger, my only possession. As I scrubbed, I realized my own breathing had shifted. I was perfectly mimicking the children. "Yiling, are you trying to get killed?" a pockmarked servant whispered, nudging my arm. The instructor caught a slave trying to learn martial arts last month. He gouged the man's eyes out on the spot. Once a slave, always a slave. Only the young masters can cultivate. If you overstep, you're finished. I just smiled and nodded, going back to my scrubbing. But I didn't change my breathing. The young masters practiced for 1 hour every morning. I had been doing it for 8 hours a day for the last 6 months. Ever since I figured out the rhythm, I never stopped, except when I was asleep. My grandfather was a Lin family slave. My father was a slave. I was born a slave. Unless something changed, I would marry a maid and my children would serve the Lin family forever. I still remembered my grandfather, too old to work, being starved to death by the overseer. I remembered my parents begging for mercy, only to be beaten so badly they died of grief and sickness soon after. My father's final words haunted me: "Better to be a beggar than a slave." I wanted to change my fate. That night, under a silver moon, the air was thick with the sound of frogs and insects. Most slaves collapsed into bed after a day of labor, but the breathing technique kept my energy high. I made an excuse to go to the river to bathe, finding a secluded spot to start my real training. I stripped off my shirt, revealing a lean, muscular frame that didn't look like a lowly servant's. I found a massive rock, hoisted it up, and sank into a low horse stance. The Lin family didn't mind if slaves watched the breathing lessons because the technique was too complex for most to master anyway. But actual body tempering movements? If a manager caught me doing those, they'd beat me to death. So, I used the basics: squats, stances, and weighted runs. Sweat poured off me, but my breathing remained steady. I had to push harder. My father once risked his life to ask a wandering cultivator about the basics of the path. That man told him the human body is like soil, and the spiritual root is a seedling. Everyone has seedlings, but most are too weak to grow. To make this soil fertile, you have to temper the body until your blood and energy are overflowing. The overseer mentioned that in 2 months, immortals from the Taishan sect would arrive at the Lin Manor to test for spiritual roots. That was my only chance. Suddenly, ripples broke the glassy surface of the river. A white shadow, 10 feet long, glided toward me. A head popped out of the water, a massive snake with snow-white scales. I didn't flinch. I just smiled. "Little White, long time no see," I whispered. "You've grown again. You're getting bigger faster than the pigs in the manor." I had saved this snake from a predator a year ago. I've always felt a strange connection to animals, and they seemed to like me back. Even now, in the heat of summer, not a single mosquito dared to bite me, while anyone else would be covered in itchy bumps within minutes. Little White slithered out of the water, and nudged my forehead with its massive head. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a pearl that glowed with a soft, silver light. I gasped. I had never seen anything so beautiful. Even the jewelry worn by the Lin family daughters couldn't compare. "This must be worth a fortune," I muttered. But then again, you're a snake. What do you need money for? I'm not much better off. If a slave is caught with something this valuable, they'll just say I stole it. Little White shook its head. It used its flicking tongue to pick up the pearl and pressed it against my lips, trying to force it into my mouth. I was confused, spitting out a bit of river silt that was stuck to the gem. You want me to swallow this?" I asked. The snake nodded eagerly. I didn't stop to overthink it. I swallowed the pearl whole. I didn't hesitate. My throat moved, and with a heavy gulp, the pearl slid down into my stomach. I had raised Little White myself. If he wanted me to swallow it, it had to be for my own good. Little White watched me, then slithered over to a nearby rock and curled up quietly. He stayed there, his eyes fixed on me as I continued my training. At first, I felt nothing. But as the minutes ticked by, a warmth began to bloom in my gut. It started as a spark, then grew into a flowing river of heat. The warmth surged through my veins and meridians, spreading to every limb. Suddenly, the exhaustion that had been weighing me down vanished. My muscles felt recharged. I felt like I could hold my horse stance for another hour. No, maybe 2. The comfort didn't last long. The energy inside me began to boil. It felt like a furnace had been lit in my chest. Thick beads of sweat erupted across my skin, and thin wisps of white steam began to rise from my forehead. My vision blurred. I was burning up from the inside out. Just as I felt like I might pass out, I felt something cool and scaly wrap around my waist. Little White dragged me into the river. I hit the water and began to drink frantically, trying to quench the fire in my blood. The cold water helped. My mind cleared just enough to see Little White swimming in circles around me. The surface of the river began to hiss and steam around my body. Dark, foul-smelling impurities were being pushed out of my pores, turning the water murky before being washed away by the current. After half an hour, the heat finally subsided. I felt lighter than I ever had in my life. It was as if every pore on my body was breathing the fresh morning air for the first time. I looked at the snake. "Good boy, Little White," I whispered. "That pearl was a real treasure, wasn't it? What do the legends call them? Heavenly treasures." I grabbed Little White and gave him a rough, playful rub. He nudged me back, clearly excited. I decided to try my breathing technique again. When I had lost consciousness earlier, my rhythm had broken. I took a deep breath. In that moment, the world changed. I saw faint, silver specks of light floating in the air. As I inhaled, those silver specks flowed into me. When I exhaled, a cloud of gray, murky air left my lungs. I remembered what the instructors told the young masters of the Lin family. Inhale the pure chi, exhale the turbid. I was actually seeing the spiritual energy. My spiritual root had awakened. Little White nodded eagerly, his eyes shining with joy. I almost jumped out of the water to hug him, but I realized he was too heavy. Even though he was only 10 feet long, he felt as solid as a bar of iron. Every year, the Lin family tested hundreds of children, but only 2 or 3 were ever found to have spiritual roots. By taking this step, I was no longer just a slave. I had the potential to become an immortal. I could look down on the world of mortals. I was free. I knelt in the shallow water and let out a low, shaky sob. "Father, Mother, Grandpa, are you watching? Your son is going to be someone. I'm going to be an immortal. I won't be a slave anymore." I didn't let the emotion last. I forced myself to calm down. Until the official examiners arrived, I had to keep this a secret. If the Lin family found out, I didn't know how they would treat me. I wasn't an immortal yet. In the Lin family, slaves weren't humans. My grandfather starved to death. My parents were beaten to death. I had seen slaves get their eyes gouged out just for glancing at a cultivation manual. The masters believed slaves should serve them for generations. If they thought I might become powerful enough to seek revenge, they would kill me in my sleep. Suddenly, the tall grass rustled. A black shadow blurred toward me. I didn't move, and neither did Little White. We were used to this. A black cockroach, the size of a human palm, scurried up and clung to my chest. It had 2 massive, crab-like pincers. In those pincers, it held a steaming, fragrant roasted chicken. It nudged my chest affectionately and offered me the prize. "Good job, Xiao Chong," I said, tearing into the chicken. Xiao Chong was a master thief. He stole this from the Lin family's main kitchen. Even with all their guards and traps, they couldn't catch him. He was too fast, sometimes moving so quickly I couldn't even see him. Without the high-quality food he brought me every night, I never would have had the strength to build this much muscle. The kitchen staff had tried everything to catch the great oil stealer. They even hired low-level cultivators to stand guard. But Xiao Chong was smart. He'd wait until the cultivators left and only steal when the regular servants were on duty. He only took 1 or 2 items a night, so they wouldn't get too suspicious. Eventually, the kitchen manager just gave up and let it happen. Xiao Chong was also a natural digger. He could chew through wood and granite in seconds. He was getting stronger every day. I finished the chicken and felt satisfied. I walked onto the bank with my 2 companions. I reached into a crack in a large rock and pulled out a small knife made from a sharpened iron scrap. I sliced a small cut into 2 of my fingers. I held them out. Little White took 1 finger into his mouth, his eyes turning misty with pleasure. Xiao Chong climbed onto my other hand and began to drink greedily. My blood was special. Any creature that drank it grew faster and became more intelligent. Little White and Xiao Chong were living proof. I couldn't give too much, or I'd become too weak to cultivate. For years, these 2 were the only ones I fed. As they finished, Little White licked my wound with his flickering tongue. The cut on my finger began to tingle. The cuts on my fingers healed and scabbed over right before my eyes. I looked at the 2 of them, a bit confused. I asked if my blood didn't taste good anymore now that I had awakened my spirit root. Why had they taken so little? Little White and Xiao Chong both shook their heads. Then, they let out a synchronized burp. Xiao Chong even used his pincers to pat his belly, showing me he was stuffed. I finally realized what was happening. Since my spirit root woke up, my blood had become much more potent. It filled them up faster. I smiled, thinking that once I joined an immortal sect, I'd be able to raise even more of these little guys. They both rubbed against me affectionately. Then, with a sudden rustle, Xiao Chong vanished into the tall grass. Little White turned to slither back into the river. I called out to him, remembering something important. I told him that legendary treasures were always guarded by fierce beasts. I warned him not to take risks and to stay safe. Little White looked back and nodded obediently before diving into the water and disappearing. I sighed. I knew why Little White had risked his life for that pearl. He felt my desperation to awaken my spirit root. Luckily, he won that fight. It was a shame Xiao Chong couldn't help much underwater, or they would have been a terrifying team. Back at the Ling estate, I acted like nothing had changed. I remained the same hard-working servant, following every order from the manager. When I faced the masters of the house, I bowed my head and accepted their insults and blows. I made myself look numb and pathetic. To be safe, I stopped practicing my breathing technique during work hours. I was terrified that someone might sense the tiny threads of spiritual energy I was absorbing. But inside, everything was different. My energy was overflowing. My physical strength grew visibly every single day. I only needed 4 hours of sleep to feel completely refreshed. The downside was my appetite. I was starving. Xiao Chong had to steal 5 chickens every night just to keep me full. The kitchen manager was losing his mind. Losing 1 chicken a night was annoying, but 5? That was over 1,000 chickens a year. These weren't ordinary farm birds, either. They were high-grade medicinal chickens, raised on expensive herbs. They were worth a fortune. After a week of this, the Ling family hired a professional. They brought in a wandering cultivator at the first level of chi refining to guard the kitchen with nets and traps. That night, not only did the chickens disappear, but the cultivator lost his clothes and pants too. After drinking my post-awakening blood, Little White and Xiao Chong had become terrifying. The entire estate was shaken. They realized this thief was something dangerous. From then on, they stopped posting guards at night. They even built a small shrine in the kitchen and laid out 5 roasted chickens every evening as an offering. The servants whispered that as long as the thief only took chickens and not people, they shouldn't provoke him. They said only an immortal could stop such a bold monster. The problem was, the Great Xian Empire was vast. The immortals of the Taishian sect were busy hunting actual demons. No high-level cultivator was going to waste time on a rich man's stolen poultry. Soon, the thief started taking more than just food. Xiao Chong began stealing the books used to teach the young masters and ladies. I needed to learn to read the common script of the empire within 2 months. As a lowly slave, I wasn't allowed an education. I used to volunteer for chores near the study hall just to overhear lessons, but it wasn't enough. So, I had Xiao Chong fetch the books. While I trained my body, I studied. Little White and Xiao Chong would sit beside me, tilting their heads as I read aloud. Sometimes, I'd hear Little White trying to mimic my pronunciation. Xiao Chong, however, could still only make clicking noises. I figured it was a species thing. Every few weeks, Little White would bring me another pearl. Every time I swallowed one, black filth would pour out of my pores. My body felt stronger and lighter after every purge. The threads of spiritual energy I drew in became thicker and thicker. My spirit root was growing robust. Without realizing it, I had gained the strength of an ox and the agility of a mountain monkey. I was no longer someone a common guard could push around. 2 months flew by in a blur of study and sweat. Then, I got the news from the manager. Tomorrow, the immortals from the Taishan sect would arrive. The entire estate was scrubbed until it sparkled. Everyone was buzzing with an excitement greater than the new year. People believed that meeting an immortal could bring a lifetime of good luck. After finishing my chores and waiting for the masters to sleep, I returned to the filthy servants' quarters. My roommate, Wang Er, was a man covered in pockmarks who acted even more cowardly than I did. Tonight, his hands were shaking. He grabbed my arm and asked what he should do if the immortals realized he was a hidden genius. He was worried they'd force him to leave and save the world. He started rambling about how he was too stupid and didn't even know how to read. I looked up at the stars. I told him that maybe in the immortal sects, chopping wood and mopping floors was a form of cultivation too. I joked that maybe they chopped gold wood and mopped floors made of jade. His eyes lit up. He asked if I wanted to go bathe with him, but then changed his mind. He reminded me that last time, the mosquitoes nearly ate him alive while they didn't touch me at all. The manager always said I was so lowly that even bugs found me distasteful. Wang Er went to bed, dreaming of marrying a fairy. Sure, anything is possible in your dreams, I thought to myself. Once I saw him go inside, I slipped into the shadows. I reached the high wall of the estate and cleared it in a single leap. Not a single guard noticed. I headed to my secret spot by the river. Xiao Chong was already there with 5 fragrant roasted chickens. Little White was lounging on a large rock with a book open in front of him, the pages turning in the breeze. In 2 months, Xiao Chong had grown from the size of a palm to the size of a small watermelon. His shell looked like reinforced armor. As for Little White, he wasn't just talking now, he was reading. He was actually learning faster than I was. I looked at the snake and felt a pang of realization. I was being outperformed by my own pet. I stepped out from the shadows, ready for my final night of preparation. Xiao Chong moved like a blur, wrapping his tiny legs around my calf. He let out a series of happy chirps. "Master," a soft, delicate voice called out. It sounded like a girl in her early teens. It was Little White. She had finally learned to speak, though her speech was still a bit choppy. She mostly used simple keywords, and she had taught herself the word master. I had told her to just call me by my name, Yiling, since I saw them as my closest friends. But she seemed terrified at the idea of being so informal. I nodded and reached down, patting Xiao Chong's shell and stroking Little White's head. Tomorrow, the immortals from the Taishan sect will arrive at the Ling estate to test for spirit roots, I whispered. This is my only chance to change my fate. If I succeed, they'll take me back to the sect. But what about you two? I felt a heavy pang of sadness. Xiao Chong and Little White were massive now. If I tried to bring them along, the sect elders would spot them instantly and kill them as monsters. These two were the reason I had achieved anything at all. I couldn't just abandon them here to go enjoy a life of immortality. It was an impossible choice. Little White nudged my hand gently. "Master, ring blood," she hissed softly. I froze for a second. I looked down at the dull, gray ring I had worn on my finger for years. It was an old family heirloom, a cheap-looking thing covered in messy, worm-like carvings. It was ugly and seemingly worthless. That was the only reason the Ling family hadn't stolen it from me. My father and grandfather had worn it for decades without anything ever happening. You want me to soak the ring in blood? I asked. Little White nodded eagerly. Ring, take us, go. I laughed, feeling a bit hopeless. I don't think that'll work. My father and grandfather were laborers. They were constantly cut, bruised, and beaten by managers. This ring must have been soaked in their blood 1,000 times. Nothing ever happened. Master, Insect Emperor, Little White insisted. I blinked. Insect Emperor? What is that? She didn't explain further, but she looked certain. 10,000 ring Insect Emperor. I didn't fully understand, but it sounded powerful. All right, I'll try. I hope you're right. Xiao Chong scurried over, pulling a sharp blade from a crack in the rocks. I took it and expertly sliced my finger. I let the blood drip, one drop at a time, onto the cold metal. To my shock, the blood didn't slide off. The ring absorbed it instantly. The dull gray metal began to glow, turning a deep, vibrant crimson. Suddenly, a strange spiritual connection snapped into place in my mind. My vision blurred. An old man with snow-white hair appeared before me. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, but his eyes were terrifying. They were slit like a snake's, piercing right into my soul. He smiled kindly and reached out, patting my head. Child, his voice echoed in my mind. This is the ancient Insect Emperor ring. It is the ultimate treasure of our Yi family, the ancient insect tamer clan. You have activated it, which means you have awakened the Insect Emperor bloodline. You are a talent rarely seen in 1,000 years. The old man explained that the ring had 3 powers. First, it contained a massive internal space that could hold 1 trillion spirit insects. Second, any insect raised inside would have a much higher chance of mutating and awakening ancient bloodlines. Third, they would grow at an incredible speed, though it would come at a cost to me. As he spoke, his image began to crumble. Child, for the sake of our ancestors, you must survive the cruelty of the cultivation world at all costs. Restore the glory of the Yi family. Then he was gone. I stood there, pale and breathless. My heart was hammered against my ribs. After a long silence, I whispered, we weren't just slaves for the Ling family. We were an ancient clan of tamers. My ancestors couldn't trigger the ring because they never awakened the bloodline. I focused my mind. With a single thought, the crimson ring vanished from my finger. With another thought, it reappeared. Suddenly, Xiao Chong turned into a black streak and shrank, vanishing into the ring. Little White followed, turning into a white blur. Inside my mind, I saw a vast desert, about 30 feet wide. There was no wind, no water, and no life. But my 2 companions were there, curled up in a deep sleep. I pulled them back out with another thought. They reappeared instantly, but I suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. My head throbbed, and my stomach twisted with pain. It felt like I had worked 24 hours straight without a wink of sleep. I rubbed my temples, trying to stay upright. Incredible. There are probably more secrets in there, but we'll explore them once we get to the sect. The 2 of them nodded like little kids. I sliced another finger to feed them one last time, then tucked them safely back into the ring. Storing them cost nothing, but summoning them took a massive toll on my energy. I hurried back to the servant quarters and collapsed onto my bed. I was out the moment my head hit the pillow. When I woke up, the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon. Wang Er was already up, buzzing with excitement as he put on his cleanest servant robes. I got up feeling refreshed and did the same. After a quick wash, the manager rounded us all up. We spent the morning serving breakfast to the young masters and ladies of the house. The entire estate was electric with nervous energy. Finally, everyone gathered at the martial arts arena, staring at the sky, waiting for the immortals to descend. The Ling family had made their fortune in the textile business. Their fabrics were famous across the province. Even the regional king ordered from them. The head of the family, Old Man Ling, stood at the front of the crowd. He was nearly 70, with white hair and a gentle gaze. He looked radiant today, dressed in his finest silks. The head instructor stepped forward and bowed to the old man. Master, we have 3 children who have already sensed spiritual energy and awakened their roots. Miss Ling Xiaoyu, Master Ling Yuan, and Master Ling Xiang. Old Man Ling stroked his beard, nodding with pride. Good. Very good. If even one of you becomes a Foundation Establishment immortal, our business will expand to every province in the land." He looked at the rest of the children. "The rest of you, don't lose heart. The immortal said that sensing energy early means you have strong roots, but some of you might have awakened without knowing how to breathe correctly yet. We won't know for sure until the immortal tests everyone." I kept my head down, my eyes fixed on the three prodigies at the front. My journey was about to begin. The children who had already sensed their spiritual roots stood at the front. Ling Xiaoyu was the daughter of the main family line. She was exquisite, dressed in beautiful silks that shimmered in the sun. After receiving praise from Old Man Ling, she looked smug. She promised her great-grandfather that she wouldn't let him down. She vowed to reach the Foundation Establishment stage and expand the family business. Lin Yuan was quick to follow. He promised they would help each other in the sect and seek the path of immortality together. He even talked about finding a divine elixir to restore the old man's youth. Then there was Ling Xiang. He seemed dull and clumsy. He tried to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat. I could tell he came from a neglected branch of the family. His clothes weren't nearly as bright or expensive as the others. Old Man Ling just laughed. He called them all good children. He ordered the butler to bring out 3 swords forged from profound iron. The other children watched with envy. I did too. A single profound iron sword was worth 1,000 gold taels. I'd heard that once an immortal refined them, they became soul-bound weapons. With enough spiritual energy, you could kill demons with a single thought. The butler pulled one from its sheath. The blade reflected a cold, biting light. It made my skin crawl just looking at it. I was strong enough to fight tigers now, but I had no doubt that sword could slice me in half. The butler warned them to be careful. Each blade weighed 36 pounds and took 49 days to forge. Even though the 3 chosen ones were only 12, their training and awakened roots gave them strength. They took the swords and thanked the old man in unison. Suddenly, a massive, flat-flying boat descended from the clouds. The words Taishian sect were carved into its side. My heart hammered against my ribs. Old Man Ling shouted for everyone to welcome the immortals. We all dropped to our knees. It felt like the emperor himself had arrived. The boat hovered 60 feet up. A middle-aged man in ornate purple robes leapt from the bow. He had long, flowing hair and 2 swords strapped to his back. He landed as light as a feather. This was the envoy. He was the one who would decide our fates. "Rise," he said. His voice was kind, but it echoed directly in my mind. It was impossible to resist. We all stood up. Old Man Ling stepped forward with a small jade box. He called it a humble gift. The envoy nodded, and as soon as the box touched his hand, it vanished into a small pouch at his waist. That was a Qianshu bag, a storage treasure. I'd heard they could hold entire mountains. I wondered if my myriad emperor world was similar. Actually, mine was probably better. I heard those bags couldn't hold living things, but mine could. I felt a small spark of pride. I had been a servant my whole life and only started reading 2 months ago, so my knowledge was limited. I didn't realize my treasure was a top-tier artifact of the cultivation world. But I was cautious. I kept it hidden. The butler announced there were 45 children to be tested. 3 had already sensed their roots. The envoy tapped his storage bag. A golden light flashed, and a bronze compass appeared in his hand. It was engraved with the 5 elements. He pinched a secret seal, and a light shot from the compass toward Ling Xiaoyu. The compass glowed. The words for fire and water lit up. The envoy declared she had a mid-grade fire root and a low-grade water root. Her talent was excellent. She was invited to join the sect. She knelt in thanks and stepped behind him. From that moment on, she wasn't just a rich girl anymore. She was a disciple. She had escaped a mortal fate. The compass moved to Lin Yuan. He had a low-grade metal root. He was in. Then came Ling Xiang. He had low-grade wood and water roots. He was accepted too. The envoy tested the other 42 children, but none of them had the spark. The young masters and ladies looked devastated. They watched the chosen 3 with pure jealousy. Yesterday they were equals. Tomorrow, they would have to kneel to them. This was my moment. I stepped out from the crowd. My voice rang out across the arena, loud and clear. I told the envoy I had sensed spiritual energy and wanted to be tested. The crowd gasped. Old Man Ling's eyes narrowed. But he didn't stop me. Here, the immortal's word was law. Besides, the more talented disciples the envoy brought back, the better his own rewards would be. That was why I dared to speak up. The envoy looked at me. His gaze felt like it was stripping me bare, peering into my very soul. He called me brave. He said if I had roots, I would make a fine demon slayer. He waved his hand, and the bronze compass flew over my head. The light wrapped around me. I felt the spiritual energy inside my body start to churn. It began to move through my veins all on its own. Would you like the summary of the next chapter? I looked up. The 5 characters for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were all glowing with a blinding brilliance. The envoy's expression shifted. He looked stunned. Mid-grade gold root, he muttered, his voice trailing off. Mid-grade wood. Mid-grade water. Mid-grade fire. Mid-grade earth. He stared at me for a long time, frozen in silence. Finally, he spoke the words that changed my destiny forever. Very good, he said. You may enter the Taishan sect and pursue the immortal path. I collapsed to my knees. I kowtowed so hard my forehead hit the stone with a dull thud, over and over, until blood smeared the ground. This was the chance of a lifetime. I thanked him with every ounce of my soul. With a wave of his hand, a soft, cool breeze lifted me off the floor. The envoy looked at me with genuine wonder. He told me that in all his years of testing thousands of children, he had never seen someone with all 5 elements at the exact same grade, especially at mid-grade. It was incredibly rare. Child, what is your name? He asked. My name is Yi Ling. I replied, my voice trembling. Good. Yi Ling, from this moment on, you are no longer a lowly servant. You are a cultivator of the Taishan sect. He struck the flying boat with a burst of spiritual energy. A hatch opened at the bottom of the massive vessel, and a powerful suction pulled me upward. I felt my body lift off the ground, flying toward the opening alongside the 3 Ling family children. Below us, the crowd was paralyzed. They couldn't believe it. The servant who had spent years bowing and taking their abuse was now an immortal. In an instant, I had risen above them all. Even old man Ling would have to kneel to me if I ever returned. As I floated higher, I looked down at the Ling estate. I felt no hatred, but I felt no joy either. I was simply leaving. I looked up at the sky, at the boat that would take me away. I had done it. I had reached the heavens in a single step. The boat was massive, carved from a single piece of ancient wood without a single seam. Once I stepped onto the deck, I felt tiny. This was the power of a true sect. In the center of the deck, 2 women sat in meditation. They wore light blue robes, their long hair dancing in the wind. They looked young, but in this world, appearances meant nothing. They opened their eyes and scanned us. When their gaze landed on my faded, tattered servant clothes, they looked confused. This boat usually only picked up the children of great clans. We all bowed deeply. The envoy, whose name was Senior Brother Wang, explained who I was. He told them I was a servant with rare talent, all 5 elements at mid-grade. The 2 women, Senior Sister Zhou and Senior Sister Wu, looked surprised. They told us to relax. They were outer sect disciples, while Wang was from the inner sect. The boat began to move, accelerating toward the clouds. The wind howled past our ears. I gripped the railing, watching the Ling estate shrink until it was nothing but a speck. Ling Xiaoyu started to cry. She sobbed for her parents and her grandfather, promising to return once she achieved success. I watched her, but my heart remained cold. I knew the truth. Most people who left for the sect never came back. You had to reach the foundation building stage to earn any real freedom, and the gap between where we were and that level was like the distance between the earth and the stars. Ling Yuan and Ling Xiang stood nearby, their fists clenched and eyes red, fighting back tears. I just stared at the clouds. This place had been my cage, the graveyard of my parents and ancestors. I wasn't sad to see it go. Eventually, the estate vanished behind a wall of white mist. We were officially in the sea of clouds. Ling Xiaoyu turned to me. She looked hesitant, biting her lip before she found the courage to speak. She told me she knew her family hadn't treated me well. She promised to look after me and compensate me for my suffering. She said she didn't expect me to be her friend, but she hoped I wouldn't hate her siblings. If you must hate someone, hate me, she said. We aren't masters and servants anymore. We are equals now. She was smart. She knew that in the sect, my talent might one day make me more powerful than all of them. I don't hate you, I said calmly. I wasn't lying. My father taught me to be clear about my debts and my grudges. I didn't care about these three. They were never the ones who beat me. But the manager who let my grandfather starve? The guards who killed my parents? The elders who allowed it? I hadn't forgotten them. I just knew that a massacre wasn't the way of a righteous sect. Ling Xiaoyu gave me a sweet, relieved smile. She thought the past was buried. I let her believe it. For now, I had a new world to conquer. Thank you for understanding, Ling Xiaoyu said. She didn't hesitate for a second. She reached out and handed me a heavy, black iron sword. This is a black iron sword. Consider it a small token of compensation. I stared at her, a bit surprised. This sword was worth 1,000 gold pieces back in the mortal world. Even Lin Yuan and Lin Xiang looked shocked that she was giving it away so easily. Don't be polite with me, Ling Xiaoyu continued, her voice soft but firm. I have an older brother and sister already in the sect. My sister is a genius and an inner court disciple. We've always been close, so I'm sure she'll give me a proper immortal weapon once we arrive. I won't need this. She leaned in a little closer. Besides, you might not know this, but every servant disciple gets a black iron sword upon joining. But those are mass-produced junk. This one was custom forged by the finest blacksmiths at the Ling estate. The quality isn't even comparable. I looked at the sword, but I didn't take it. I didn't want to be beholden to her. A person shouldn't accept rewards they haven't earned, I said coldly. I told you I don't hate you, but I won't take your gifts. If I need a sword, I'll save my own money and buy one. To be honest, I wanted that sword. I wanted it badly. I dreamed of owning a blade that could cut through iron like butter. In my mind, heroes, wandering cultivators, and great generals all carried swords. To have one was to have dignity. It was a symbol of the respect I'd craved my whole life as a lowly servant. But I had my principles. Now that I was free, my mindset had shifted. I wasn't a beggar anymore. If I took her gift, I'd owe her. And if the day ever came where I needed to settle the score for my grandfather and parents, that debt would stay my hand. I couldn't let that happen. Ling Xiaoyu gave a reflected, awkward smile and pulled the sword back. I didn't feel like talking anymore. I walked away, found a quiet corner on the deck, and sat down cross-legged to practice my breathing techniques. Look at her, Lin Yuan hissed quietly, though I could still hear him. She's a nobody, yet she acts so high and mighty. If we were back home, I'd have the servants break her legs. Sister Xiaoyu, you don't need to suck up to her. I'll reach the mid-grade level soon enough and leave her in the dust. Lin Xiang whispered back, don't be angry, brother Lin Yuan. I heard her parents were beaten by the guards and died when she was 10. She's had a hard life. Lin Yuan glared at him so fiercely that Lin Xiang shut his mouth instantly. Ling Xiaoyu just sighed, looking at me with a complicated expression. She'd have to find another way to pay me back later. The deck was filled with about 30 other children from various noble families across Luoyang Prefecture. They wore silk robes and carried expensive weapons, their faces flushed with excitement. They gathered in groups, chatting about their bright futures as immortals. A few of them tried to approach me. They knew the envoy had praised my talent, and they wanted to get on my good side. Normally, people like them wouldn't even look at a servant, but now they were smiling and acting friendly. I turned them all down. I told them I needed to focus on my cultivation. The truth was, I didn't know how to talk to people. After my parents died, the only person I ever really spoke to was my roommate, pockmarked Wang Air. I was a loner. I found it much easier to communicate with the insects in my hidden world than with these pampered kids. Half a day passed. The flying boat stopped 6 more times at different great estates, picking up more disciples. By the time we officially turned toward the Taishan sect, there were 37 of us on board. But the heavens weren't kind. As we left the borders of Luoyang Prefecture and soared over a desolate mountain range, the sky turned black. Thunder rumbled like a growling beast, and a torrential downpour slammed into the boat. We were all soaked to the bone in seconds. I watched the Taishan sect cultivators. They had a faint glow around their bodies that repelled the rain entirely. I envied that power. Despite the storm, the other kids were still shouting over the wind. sharing stories they'd heard about the cultivation world. Usually, the boat's formations protected it from lightning, but to be safe, Senior Brother Wong lowered our altitude to 100 meters above the ground. Our speed dropped. I was sitting in the rain, eyes closed, when I felt a sudden jolt. My internal connection to the insects told me they were terrified. Something was wrong. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It didn't just strike near us. It aimed directly for the boat. Senior Brother Wong's face went pale. The boat was sturdy, but lightning was a force of nature that even cultivators feared. He slammed his palm onto the deck, channeling his spiritual energy. A translucent shield shimmered into existence, covering the entire vessel. Crack! The world turned blindingly white. My eyes burned, and for a moment, I couldn't see anything. Electric snakes danced across the hull, and the boat buckled and groaned. A few seconds later, the vibration settled. Senior Brother Wong exhaled, but the two female outer court disciples were shaking. The noble kids were screaming, huddled together in terror. That shouldn't have happened, Senior Brother Wong muttered. The lightning-repelling formation is active. Even in a storm, we shouldn't be targeted like that. Maybe we're just unlucky, Sister Wu said, forcing a shaky smile. The words had barely left her mouth when a second bolt of lightning hissed down from the clouds. It was heading straight for us again. Something's wrong. Fire the distress signal, Wong roared. He poured every ounce of his energy into the shield. I squeezed my eyes shut just before the impact. Even through my eyelids, the light was agonizing. I heard Sister Wu slap a storage bag at her waist. A golden paper charm soared into the sky. Taishin signal number 5. Receiving boat under unknown attack. Nearby righteous cultivators, come to our aid. The charm turned into a streak of golden light and vanished into the storm. Then, the lightning hit. The boat didn't just shake this time. It spun out of control, plunging toward the jagged rocks below. Then came the explosions. One after another, the formations at the bottom of the ship blew apart. CRRAC. The sound was deafening. The massive flying boat snapped right down the middle, breaking into 7 or 8 jagged pieces as we fell into the abyss. My face was deathly pale. I gripped the railing of the broken hull with everything I had as I plummeted toward the ground. The flying boat hadn't been cruising at a massive altitude, and with my current physical strength, a 100-meter fall into a dense forest wasn't necessarily a death sentence. Boom. The wreckage I was clinging to slammed into a massive banyan tree. The trunk couldn't handle the impact and exploded, toppling over as we hit the forest floor. My head was ringing. Pain flared through every inch of my body, my skin torn by branches and my bones feeling like they had been rattled apart. I lay there for 10 long breaths before I finally managed to crawl out from the gaps of the shattered debris. What the hell is happening? I whispered, my voice trembling. Then I heard it. A piercing, manic laughter echoed through the rain. Haha, look at these fine little brats. Hurry up and grab every single one that's still breathing. They'll make perfect corpse puppets, furnace slaves, or menial laborers. We really have to thank the Taishan sect for this generous gift. Those hypocrites have been comfortable for too long. To think they'd send out a recruitment boat without a single Foundation establishment protector. Did they really think we wouldn't notice? Maybe they wanted to, but the Taishan sect has been weakening for centuries. Do they even have enough cultivators to go around? If they send too many out, they're probably afraid we'll just go and sack their headquarters. Ooh, look at these outer court girls. 4th level chi refinement, and they think they're ready for the world? Don't even try to kill yourselves, ladies. We knew you righteous cultivators liked that trick. You're coming with us. The scene was pure chaos. The screams of terrified children, the frantic weeping, the arrogant roars of the demonic cultivators, and the crashing thunder all merged into a nightmare. My heart hammered against my ribs. These were people from the demonic path. Even a 3-year-old knew that demonic cultivators were cold-blooded monsters who committed every atrocity imaginable. I had to run. It was clear the 3 Taishan sect cultivators had been defeated. Under this ambush, they didn't stand a chance. As for the dozens of children, they weren't even true cultivators yet. Even with spirit swords in their hands, they were less than chickens to these killers. I had no intention of becoming a corpse puppet or a human furnace. I ducked low, darting into a thick patch of bushes and pulling the leaves over me to hide my body. I held my breath, trying to calm my heart, which felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. Seconds felt like hours. After about 20 breaths, an ugly, middle-aged woman in blood-red robes stepped into my line of sight. A massive bat perched on her shoulder, screeching and twitching its ears. "Is there a little brat hiding here?" she cooed, her voice dripping with malice. "Come out, little one. Let's play hide and seek. If I find you, I'm taking you home to be my personal furnace." She licked her lips and walked right past my thicket. I waited until she was a good distance away before I finally let out a jagged breath. But the moment I exhaled, a hand clamped firmly onto my left ankle. "Found you." I nearly jumped out of my skin. A handsome little lad, too. I reflexively kicked out with my right foot, but it did nothing. She caught my other leg effortlessly and hoisted me up by my ankles like a slaughtered chicken. I lunged upward, clawing at her face, but she just leaned back with a mocking grin. "Feisty. I like that. Come home with me, boy." She burst into a crazed laugh. In that exact moment, a black blur the size of a palm flashed through the air. Thud! A massive hole appeared right in the middle of the woman's forehead. Her laughter froze. She stared at me, her eyes wide with shock, but the light was already fading. She didn't even realize that a giant cockroach was now perched on top of her head, a strange creature equipped with two massive, jagged pincers. "Demonic filth, die!" I hissed. The cockroach raised its sharp pincers and twisted them inside her skull. A spray of red and white burst outward. In that life-or-death moment, I couldn't afford to hide my secrets anymore. I had released Xiao Chong. At such close range, and with her guard completely down, her skull was no match for pincers that could burrow through solid steel. She didn't even have time to scream before she was dead. I didn't waste a second. Xiao Chong turned back into a black streak and vanished into the heavy yellow bone ring on my finger. I didn't know how Xiao Chong's power compared to hers in a fair fight, but I knew that if she had been prepared, the sneak attack wouldn't have been so easy. I didn't panic. I shot a cold look at her corpse and then crept silently into another patch of woods dozens of meters away. The area was too chaotic to make a blind run for it. If I ran now, I'd just stumble into another demonic cultivator's line of sight. I had to wait. If I could just hold out until Taishin sect reinforcements arrived, the demons would scatter and I'd be safe. As for how the woman died, I'd just play dumb. No one had seen Xiao Chong, and no one could sense the bone ring. I looked at the storage bag hanging from her waist. It was tempting. A cultivator's bag was bound to have treasures, but taking it was too risky. If the Taishin sect found it on me, it would expose everything. Greed kills. I left the bag where it was. Another minute passed. Two more figures approached quickly. These were men, both wearing the same blood-red robes. "The smell of blood is strong here," one muttered, frowning. "Is it a dead student, or did one of the Taishin idiots die in the crash?" "I saw the old hag coming this way earlier," the other replied, his voice tense. "Why can't I sense her aura anymore?" They became instantly alert, moving cautiously toward the spot where the woman's body lay. They pushed aside the branches and stopped dead. Damn it, the old hag is dead. She was at the 5th level of chi refinement. How could she die here without a sound? Look at this wound. It looks like her skull was crushed by a blunt force magic tool. A sneak attack. There must be another cultivator hiding in the wreckage. Someone weak, probably, or they would have fled by now. We need to find them. This rain is masking the scents, or our man-eating bats would have pinned them down already. I froze. I pulled my limbs in tight, my heart rate slowing to a crawl. I was buried deep in the foliage, watching them through the gaps in the leaves. They were only 6 feet away now. The smell of blood on me was thick. Xiao Chong had splattered me when he crushed her head. I gripped my jaw shut, refusing to let even my teeth chatter. I prepared myself. If they got any closer, I would release both Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong for a desperate double ambush. But I didn't know if I could pull it off. My mental energy was already drained from the first strike. The two demonic cultivators stepped closer, their eyes scanning the shadows right where I was hiding. A sudden streak of light split the sky above me. I felt a terrifying pressure descend, heavy enough to crush the lungs. "Demons of the Blood Shadow Sect," a voice boomed from the clouds, vibrating with cold fury. You have a lot of nerve to ambush a transport boat from my Taishin sect. Almost instantly, a pillar of bloody light shot up from the forest to meet the newcomer. A raspy, mocking laugh followed. Umph, why wouldn't we dare? Retreat now? I'll hold this Taoist Xianling back. The two cultivators who had been inches from finding me stiffened. They looked up, their faces pale as they realized a foundation establishment expert from the Taishin sect had arrived. Following the order, one of them snatched up the woman's corpse while the other cast a final, suspicious glance at the bushes where I lay trembling. They leaped onto their flying swords and vanished into the dense jungle like streaks of red lightning. I finally let out a breath, gasping for air. My face was deathly white. I had held my breath for so long I nearly passed out right there in the dirt. High above, two figures clashed. One wore the pale blue robes of the Taishin sect, the other a blood-red cloak. To my eyes, they were nothing more than blurred afterimages of blue and red. The sound of their weapons colliding rang out like thunder. Bolts of lightning struck the red shadow, but a thick barrier of spiritual energy deflected every hit. They fought for dozens of breaths, locked in a stalemate. I could tell the Taishin cultivator had the upper hand, forcing the demon to dodge repeatedly. Once the demon realized his subordinates had all escaped, he didn't linger. Taoist Xianling, we'll meet again, the demon snarled. It won't be long before I reach the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. I'll finish you then. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, turned into a red streak, and vanished. The man called Xianling landed, his brow furrowed into deep lines of grief. He looked at the carnage around him, his jaw tight. Sinners, he hissed under his breath. One day, I will tear down your blood-shadowed temple and avenge every fallen disciple. More lights descended from the sky. These were outer disciples, all in the chi refinement stage. They landed their swords and bowed respectfully. Uncle Xianling. Xianling sighed, a long, weary sound. We were too late. I couldn't stop the demon from fleeing. Search the area. I can sense someone is still alive. And gather the bodies of our kin. Cremate them and bring their ashes to the Taishin Tower for burial. Understood. The storm finally broke. The clouds parted, allowing the red glow of the setting sun to wash over the wreckage. I waited until I was sure the danger had passed before crawling out from the undergrowth. I was shaking, my skin ghostly pale. The sight that met me was a nightmare. I saw the bodies of two female disciples, their clothes torn, their faces frozen in agony. I saw the head of Senior Brother Wang, the man who had tested our roots, lying alone on the grass. I saw the children of the noble families, kids who were full of hope just hours ago, crushed under the weight of the broken ship. Limbs were scattered everywhere. The demons had planned this perfectly. They used a Foundation establishment leader to ambush 3 chi refinement disciples. Once the boat fell, the fight was over in seconds. The men were killed instantly, and the women, they were toyed with before being discarded. Every surviving child had been snatched away. I clenched my fists. This morning, these people were immortals revered by thousands. Now, they were just ghosts who died in shame. Is this the world of cultivation? I whispered to myself. A young woman in blue robes approached me, forcing a small, pained smile. Yes, this is the cultivation world. To be alive is a blessing. She looked me over. You haven't officially joined the sect yet. By the rules, you can choose to go home. We will send you back. Are you afraid? I shook my head. Sister, I'm not afraid. I've already seen things more cruel than this. She blinked, surprised by my bluntness. You speak with a lot of weight for someone so young. What's your name? I need to register you. You might be the only survivor. Everyone else is either dead or taken by the demons. Poor children. My name is Yiling, I replied. I am Lin Xiaoxin, she said. I'm an inner disciple. I paused. Sister Lin, do you know a girl named Ling Xiaoyu? Your names are similar. She was the daughter of the Ling family from Luoyang Prefecture. Lin Xiaoxin's face went white. I know her. She's my sister. My biological sister. She didn't wait for another word. She began sprinting through the piles of bodies, frantically checking every face. After a few minutes, she slumped to her knees, her voice cracking. Xiaoyu, she's gone. She must have been taken. I remember when I left home, she was only 6. She had long pigtails. She was so smart, so sweet. She's only 12 now. Only 12. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I walked over, feeling a strange numbness. Sister, you said being alive is a blessing. She's still alive. We can save her later. Lin Xiaoxin just shook her head, her world collapsing. You don't understand. A male disciple nearby sighed and looked at me with pity. For her, dying here might have been a mercy, junior brother Yi. Do you know what a cauldron is? I shook my head. You'll understand eventually, he said darkly. In short, it's a fate worse than death. A heavy weight settled in my chest. I stayed silent as night fell and the forest was lit by the orange glow of a massive funeral pyre. All the dead, disciples and children alike, turned to ash and smoke. More cultivators arrived from different sects, shaking their heads at the tragedy before leaving. Once the fire burned out, Lin Xiaoxin gathered the ashes into a large jar and tucked it into her storage bag. She was pale and silent, the shock still visible in her eyes. It's done. Let's go. A man grabbed my shoulder and flew me up to the transport boat. I stood on the deck and bowed to Xianling, just as the others did. Xianling was a handsome man with silver hair at his temples, but no wrinkles on his face. His eyes were sharp, feeling as though they could pierce through my very soul. When he looked at me, I felt like every secret I held was about to be exposed. Rise, Xianling said calmly. Child, you are Yiling, correct? You are the only one who survived long enough for us to reach you. Answer me a few questions. I felt a surge of nerves as I stood before Xianling. Please, senior uncle, ask whatever you wish, I said, keeping my voice steady. The distress signal only mentioned an unidentified attack, Xianling said, his eyes scanning me. Tell me exactly how the flying boat fell. I took a breath and stuck to the truth. The boat was hit by 2 consecutive lightning strikes. A protective shield blocked them at first, but then something attacked us from below. The hull just disintegrated. I grabbed the railing and wedged myself into a small crevice. It was pure luck that I wasn't crushed. Xianling nodded slowly. I see. It seems the Blood Shadow cult timed this perfectly with the thunderstorm. They must have tracked our route and hidden their presence in the mountains. They used a lightning-attracting formation to drain the boat's spiritual shields before launching a surprise strike from underneath. He paused, then asked another question. How did you hide from them? The Blood Shadow disciples use man-eating bats to hunt. Those creatures can smell a living human from hundreds of meters away. After the crash, I hid in the thickets, I explained. I held my breath and stayed as still as possible. When the cultists got close, I stopped breathing entirely. I only took tiny sips of air when they moved away. Eventually, a bat did find me, but by then, you had arrived. The cultists were too busy running for their lives to finish me off. Xianling gave a slight nod of approval. Your ability to mask your presence is impressive. But you're right, it was mostly luck. The heavy rain likely dulled the bat's sense of smell. He reached into his storage bag and pulled out a bronze compass. The disciple who was supposed to test your spiritual roots has perished. I will perform the test again for your official entry record. He tapped a burst of spiritual energy into the device. The compass hummed and hovered over my head. As dozens of cultivators watched, 5 large characters, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, all began to glow with equal intensity. Xianling blinked in surprise. The crowd whispered, their faces filled with shock. Mid-grade roots for all 5 elements, Xianling murmured. Rare. You aren't exactly a supreme genius, but your potential is excellent. Child, you will be able to practice spells from every element. There are no restrictions for you. He leaned in closer, his voice turning serious. But remember, the 5 elements generate and destroy one another. If you try to cultivate conflicting techniques, like fire and water, without care, your body could literally explode. I bowed deeply. I don't fully understand the balance yet, but I will never forget your warning, senior uncle. Xianling reached back into his bag and produced a small porcelain bottle. I saw the eyes of the nearby disciples light up with envy. These are 5 chi-gathering pills, he said. They will significantly boost your efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy. Each pill lasts 3 days. Use them to increase your cultivation and reach the first level of chi refining as soon as possible. I didn't hesitate. I took the bottle with both hands. Thank you, senior uncle. You survived a situation where death was almost certain, Xianling added. Perhaps you are a man of great destiny. Work hard. Do not waste this chance. In the future, you must help the sect and eliminate demons for the sake of all living things. I obey, I said, tucking the bottle into a small pouch at my waist and bowing again. With a wave of Xianling's hand, the massive boat rose into the clouds, heading toward the Xuanlong Mountains and our final destination, the Taishan sect. Lin Xiaoxin stepped forward to give her report. Senior uncle, the losses are heavy. 1 inner disciple and 2 outer disciples are dead. 12 children died, and 24 are missing. There is only 1 survivor. Xianling stared into the distance. The demonic cults are becoming more active. A dark tide is rising in the cultivation world of the Xuanlong Mountains. Our future is uncertain. All of you must cultivate with everything you have. If your strength is lacking, you will be the next to die. I used to think the world of cultivation was all beauty, immortals flying on swords, eternal life, and seeking the great Tao. But before I had even officially joined the sect, the world had shown me its teeth. I was lucky I had been practicing my breathing in the corner of the boat before it fell. I was lucky I had the strength to hold on. And I was lucky I had the ring and my hidden strength. Without them, my journey would have ended before it truly began. Exhaustion finally hit me. I leaned against the railing and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I woke up, the orange glow of sunset was gone. We were gliding through a vast, starry night sky. The moon hung large and bright. Most of the cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the deck, and I could see faint trails of purple energy flowing into their bodies. Xianling stood alone at the bow, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like he was deep in thought. I stood up and stretched my stiff limbs. Below us, the mountains looked like jagged teeth in the dark. I could hear the distant roars of beasts echoing from the forests. This was the heart of the Xuanlong Mountains, a place where no normal hunter would dare to tread. The air after the rain was crisp and fresh. My mood started to lift. I had been a servant and a slave my whole life. I was used to hardship. My mind was tougher than most kids my age. After an hour, the terrain rose higher. I started to see pavilions and buildings carved into the mountainsides, lit by flickering lanterns. The other disciples finished their meditation and stood up, smiling like travelers finally seeing their hometown on the horizon. We were arriving at the Taishan sect. Suddenly, I found myself surrounded. A group of beautiful female senior sisters crowded around me, chirping excitedly. They were eager to introduce me to the sect. I realized then that while my looks helped, it was my talent and Xianling's interest in me that made them want to invest in a friendship early. Junior brother Yi, one sister said, pointing downward. We're over the outer perimeter now. Those are the residences for the servant disciples. See those vast fields and herb gardens? Since you're from a noble family, you probably know how it works. She looked at my tattered, dirty clothes and turned red. Oh, maybe you aren't from a noble family. Let us explain the basics then. I bowed politely. Thank you, senior sisters. I'm listening. In the Taishan sect, disciples are ranked, she explained. Most people start as servant disciples. You'll be responsible for tending the fields or gardens to earn contribution points. You can trade those points at the contribution hall for anything you want: magic tools, cultivation techniques, or rare treasures. Once a servant disciple reaches the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage, they can be promoted to the outer sect. At that point, you have to choose a specific peak to join. Each one has its own specialty. The disciples of Thundercloud Peak focus on powerful spells. Spirit Sword Peak is for those who want to master the blade. Then there's Spirit Beast Peak, where they specialize in raising immortal beasts and spirit insects. The senior sisters explaining this to me were all outer sect disciples themselves. They didn't have to toil in the fields or herb gardens anymore. They earned contribution points by completing sect missions, and each of them had their own private cave dwelling. They told me that once an outer sect disciple hits the 6th level of Qi refining, they can try out for the inner sect. But it's incredibly difficult. Many cultivators stay in the outer sect even at the 8th or 9th level. Becoming an inner disciple is the only real way to access the highest immortal arts and have a shot at building a foundation for true longevity. When I heard about Spirit Beast Peak, my eyes lit up. I knew exactly where I belonged. I had the Insect Emperor bloodline and the Bone Ring. Others might struggle, but when it came to raising insects, I was a professional. Still, the idea of spells and sword arts made my blood boil with excitement. Those were the true marks of an immortal. To call down thunder, command flames, or turn stone into gold. That was the dream. I had seen Xianling fighting that demon earlier, lightning exploding from his palms like jagged snakes. The demon didn't even dare to touch it. And the sword arts? The idea of standing on a flying blade, taking a head from 1,000 miles away, or splitting a mountain with one strike. Those were the legends I'd heard since I was a child. The sisters kept chirping, trying to cram every bit of sect knowledge into my head at once. Luckily, after eating the pearl from Little White, my mind was sharper than ever. I memorized every word they said. I was starting to understand just how massive the Taishan sect and the Xuanlong Mountains really were. This place was larger than any city in the Great Xian dynasty. We flew for another half-hour before the boat finally descended toward a massive, flat clearing where dozens of other flying vessels were parked. The sisters were still talking my ear off when a dry cough from Xianling silenced them. They gave me quick waves, smiled, and hopped off the boat, vanishing into the distance. I wasn't great at being social, so I just bowed to the empty air in thanks. For 10 years, no one had shown me kindness except my own family. Feeling that warmth here made me feel like I finally belonged. The cultivation world was cold and ruthless, sure, but it had a soft side too. Soon, only Xianling, Lin Xiaoxin, and I were left on the boat. Xianling turned to the girl. Xianling turned to the girl. Xiaoxin, take him to the servant hall. Let him go through the entry process with the other children. Yes, master, she replied respectfully. As soon as she spoke, Xianling turned into a streak of light and vanished into the night. He moved so fast I couldn't even see how he left. I bowed toward the spot where he had been. I was truly grateful for the pills he had given me. Lin Xiaoxin, however, was still drowning in the gloom of losing her sister to the demon sect. She didn't feel like talking. She grabbed my arm, lifting me as easily as if I were a small chick. We leaped off the boat and soared through the night air. The wind roared in my ears, forcing my eyes shut. I could smell a faint, intoxicating fragrance from her as she held me. My heart raced. As a lowly servant, I'd only ever smelled such expensive scents from a distance. I didn't think much of it. I just thought it smelled nice. The wind slowed down. I opened my eyes to find us in a crowded plaza filled with noise. Disciples in sect robes stood guard around the perimeter. There were hundreds of kids my age gathered there. Some wore silk and carried expensive swords. Others, like me, wore tattered clothes covered in patches. These were all the children the sect had gathered from across the kingdom. Junior brother Yi, wait here, Lin Xiaoxin said as we landed. A manager from the servant hall will come to start the induction. Before I could even thank her, she stepped onto her sword and vanished into the dark sky. I walked toward the back of the crowd. The kids at the front were mostly from noble families, while the commoners stayed in the rear. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. It looked like their trips had been much smoother than mine, no demon attacks for them. As dawn began to break, more disciples arrived, bringing the total number of kids to 600 or 700. Suddenly, a group of robed disciples descended from the sky. At the front was a white-haired old man with a kind smile. Children, he announced, his voice carrying across the plaza. I am the manager of the servant hall. Line up. Once you pass the test of the demon-revealing mirror, you will receive your identity jade and officially join the Taishan sect. The crowd scrambled to form a long line. I realized then why the noble kids had crowded the front. They wanted to get through first. I wasn't in a hurry, so I just took my place at the very end. The manager nodded and flipped his hand. A bronze mirror appeared, glowing with a silver-white light. It buzzed and hovered in the air. He pointed a finger, shooting a streak of blue energy into the glass. The mirror expanded until it was the size of a large wash basin. Reveal all shadows and hidden evils, he shouted. The mirror zoomed forward, flying just inches above the heads of the children in line. I felt a sudden jolt of nerves. This mirror was designed to sniff out demonic energy or hidden monsters trying to sneak into the sect. I had spent so much time with Little Strong and Little White. Little Strong could strip a man bare in seconds, and Little White was smart enough to read books. They weren't normal. If the mirror caught their scent on me, I was dead. The demon-revealing mirror hovered in the air, its silver light scanning every child in line. My heart hammered against my ribs. I wasn't just worried about the mirror sensing Little Strong or Little White. I was terrified it would detect the secret of the myriad emperor world hidden within me. The mirror flew directly over my head. I held my breath, bracing for a scream or a flash of red light. But it didn't stop. It didn't react at all. I had worried for nothing. I passed the test just like everyone else, blending into the crowd of commoners and nobles alike. At the front of the line, the boys and girls were already registering and collecting their gear. By the time I reached the manager's table, the sun was high in the sky. The old man stroked his beard and gave me a kind smile. "So, you're the Yi Lin that Xianling saved?" he asked. "I am, manager," I replied, bowing respectfully. He nodded and sifted through a pile of jade slips until he found one carved with my name and the title, Taishan Sect Servant Disciple. He handed it to me and told me to bind it with my blood. I bit my finger, squeezed out a drop, and watched as the jade absorbed it. A faint glow pulsed from the slip, and suddenly, I felt a strange, magical connection to it. "From this moment on, you are officially a disciple of the Taishan Sect," he announced. "Follow the rules, practice hard, and remember your duty to slay demons and uphold justice." I bowed low. "I will follow your teachings." I moved past him to the first station, where an older disciple was handing out robes. He didn't even need a measuring tape. He just looked at me and handed over 2 sets of clean, crisp Taoist robes. "These are your Dharma robes," he explained. "They repel insects, block sand, and won't burn in normal fire or get soaked in water. But you'll need to reach the first level of Qi refining to activate those powers. The stronger you get, the tougher the robes become." I took the clothes, feeling the high-quality fabric. These were easily the most expensive things I had ever touched in my life. Next, I went to a beautiful senior sister who was handing out storage bags. She handed me a small pouch embroidered with the sect's name and images of cranes and clouds. She seemed extra friendly, likely because she saw the manager treating me well. "Bind this with your blood too, junior brother," she said with a wink. "You only need a tiny bit of spiritual energy to use it. Don't lose it, though. If you do, the sect won't give you another one for free. It'll cost you 10 spirit stones." I dripped more blood onto the bag. Instantly, a mental link formed. I peeked inside and saw a small void, about the size of a 4-person dining table. I focused my mind, and the heavy robes in my arms vanished, reappearing inside the bag. With another thought, they were back in my hands. It was incredible. This was real immortal magic. "Such a clever little brother," she teased as I moved to the next station. The next disciple handed me a thick stack of books. He warned me that I had 3 months to study the sect rules before a mandatory exam. The pile included books on geography, basic herbology, spells, and the Taishan sword style. I didn't have time to read them now, so I swept the whole stack into my storage bag. Finally, I reached the last station. The disciple there handed me a heavy sword in a pale green scabbard. It was made of dark, mysterious iron. I gripped the hilt, my excitement finally bubbling over. This was my first real weapon. "Don't get too attached to it," the disciple whispered. "It's just a mundane tool for practice. Once you reach the first level of Qi refining, you'll have the strength of 1 red spirit hunter horse. That's when you can start using real magical artifacts." I thanked him and headed toward the dorms. During the boat ride, I had heard the sisters talking about how they measured power. A single hunter horse was the standard unit of strength. One horse had scales like fire and could run 1,000 miles a day. Having the power of 1 horse meant you could win a tug-of-war against one of those beasts. Foundation establishment cultivators supposedly had the strength of dozens of horses, enough to move houses or shatter boulders. Golden Core masters had the power of hundreds, capable of leveling city walls and wiping out entire mortal armies alone. I used to think of immortality as just living forever and flying. Now, I had a real scale for it. It was no wonder the emperors of the mortal world bowed to the sect. Even a king would have to kneel before a Golden Core expert. With my new gear tucked away and my heart full of ambition, I followed a senior disciple toward the servant quarters. My life as a cultivator was finally beginning. I arrived at the servant quarters, where the living areas for men and women were strictly separated. As we walked, the senior disciple shared more common knowledge about our new lives. Even though we were technically disciples of the Taishan sect now, we were only preparatory servants. Until we reached the first level of qi refining and condensed the spiritual power of 100 horse, we weren't even qualified to do the actual chores. The sect gave everyone exactly 1 year. If I failed to reach that first level within 12 months, my name would be wiped from the immortal records. I'd be stripped of my treasures and sent back to the mortal world. It finally clicked for me. Most of those rogue cultivators in the martial arts world were probably just failed servants who had been sent packing. Even if being expelled was a disgrace, they could still use their basic skills to live a life of luxury among mortals. But for them, the path to immortality was closed forever. I had been a slave since I was a child, but I didn't just want to be a master over other men. I didn't care about worldly riches. I knew that no matter how rich a mortal was, they were still under someone else's thumb. To me, even the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, the most powerful man among 1 billion people, was just a high-level house slave for the Taishan sect. I wanted eternal life. I wanted absolute freedom. I wanted a world where no one could ever press their foot down on my head again. Going back to the mortal world to enjoy a comfortable life wasn't an option for me. The senior disciple mentioned that breaking through to the first level within a year wasn't actually that hard. Most people succeeded. Since my aptitude was better than the average servant, I figured I could do it quickly. The downside was that preparatory servants didn't get a salary. Only after becoming official servants and contributing to the sect would we receive a monthly stipend of 2 spirit stones. For now, my only job was to learn the basics and grow my strength. The accommodations were humble. It didn't matter if you were a prince or a pauper back home. Here, everyone got the same 3-meter-wide cubicle. It had a bed, a thin quilt, a delicate prayer mat, a small table, and a few stools. There was a small cabinet at the head of the bed. As soon as the senior disciple left, I shut the door and finally let out a long, shaky breath. I clenched my fists, a wild, manic grin spreading across my face. I didn't dare laugh out loud, so I just punched the air, my fists whistling through the silence. I was finally in. I was halfway to being an immortal master. The disciple in charge of housing must have known that the manager and Taoist Xianling were watching me, because he gave me a room with a window. I noticed other disciples whispering as I passed. News of the Blood Shadow cult massacre had clearly spread, and as the sole survivor, I was a bit of a local celebrity. I opened my window and looked out. From the mountainside of Mount Tai, I could see a vast sea of clouds and ancient, beautiful immortal architecture. Below, there was a square where senior disciples in sect robes were practicing sword forms and boxing. I turned back and ran my hand over the silk quilt on my bed. The texture was so soft it made my soul shiver. As a slave, I had only ever worn coarse hemp. Silk was for the high and mighty, yet here it was, right under my fingers. I felt like a penniless beggar who had suddenly tripped and fallen into a pit of gold. I dived into the bed, burying my face in the soft cotton, breathing in the faint, sweet scent of flowers and herbs. I spent the next half hour checking every item in the room. Everything was high quality. The stools and table weren't made of normal wood. They were incredibly sturdy. Even though many people must have lived here before me, there wasn't a single scratch on them. The sect rules were probably strict about damaging property. Once I calmed down, I stepped out into the hallway to explore. My dormitory building was 10 stories tall, built from massive stones and timber that seemed impossible by mortal standards. I lived on the 6th floor. Across from us was another identical building, but it faced away. I could see young girls peeking out of their windows there, so I assumed that was the women's dorm. The senior disciple had told us that official servants lived much better. They usually had their own houses or even private courtyards near their workstations. Since the Taishan sect covered more land than a city of 1 million people, space wasn't an issue. It gave me something to look forward to. As I stood there, the door to my left opened. A plump boy about 13 years old stepped out. He was dressed in fine silks and had small, bright eyes. He gave me a polite bow. "I'm Wang Changsheng," he said with a smile. "My family does a bit of business. Looks like we're neighbors. I hope we can look after each other." Right then, the door to my right opened. A handsome, cold-looking boy about 11 stepped out. He wore a magnificent golden robe and carried himself with an air of arrogance. He cupped his fists toward me. Song Lingtian, he said curtly. My family is mainly involved in managing court affairs. I was a bit surprised. Both of them clearly came from wealth and power. I cupped my fists and smiled back. I'm Lin Yuan, I said. My ancestors were slaves for generations. Please don't take offense at my humble background. I didn't try to hide it. I was still wearing my tattered, coarse clothes, and there was even a hole in the seat of my pants. There was no point in pretending to be a noble. Besides, in the sect, we were all equals now. If they looked down on me for being a slave, I just wouldn't talk to them. Wang Chongxing and Song Lingtian both froze for a second. They shared a look and then stared at me intensely. There was no mockery in their eyes, only pure shock. What I didn't realize was that the housing disciple had placed me in the section reserved for elite families. I was a lowly slave standing in the middle of the most prestigious noble circle in the intake, and to them, that meant I had to have some incredibly powerful connections to get such special treatment. Wang Chongxing and Song Lingtian clearly knew each other. They didn't even bother with formal introductions between themselves. Wang Chongxing just let out a boisterous laugh and slapped his belly. He told us he would host a lunch today, so the three of us could get to know each other. He said it was important to have people to rely on within the sect. I was a bit confused. I asked him if we weren't supposed to just eat at the communal cafeteria. Wang Chongxing laughed even harder. He called me his younger brother and explained that as long as you have money, or more accurately, spirit stones, you can eat like a king at the sect's private restaurants. He flicked his wrist, and a flash of light appeared in his palm. He was holding a translucent, oval-shaped jade stone that glowed with a faint blue light. It was about the size of a fist. I could feel the thick, pure spiritual energy radiating from it. If I practiced near a stone like this, my cultivation speed would skyrocket. This was a spirit stone. It was the universal currency of the immortal world. On the flying boat, the senior disciples had taught me a hard lesson. Spirit stones weren't everything, but without them, you couldn't move an inch in the cultivation world. Getting your hands on them wasn't easy. An official labor disciple only earned 2 stones a month. I couldn't even begin to calculate how much gold or silver this one stone was worth. It was likely worth more than my black iron sword. Wang Chongxing was incredibly generous to use these for a simple lunch. He said his family did a little business, but that was clearly an understatement. Part of me felt a bit of a sting. If he wanted to be friends so badly, I wished he would just give me the stones to help my cultivation. But I kept that thought to myself. I didn't want to look like a beggar, especially since I hated being looked down upon. Song Lingtian remained calm. He simply told Wang he would see us at noon and shut his door. I stood there for a moment, processing everything. Song Lingtian had mentioned his family managed court affairs. I realized then that he wasn't just a noble. He was likely a prince of the great Xin dynasty. Wang Chongxing headed back into his room, leaving me alone. I stepped into my own small dorm, shut the windows, and bolted the door. With a flick of my finger, the ancient Myriad Emperor world ring appeared. I had come outside mainly to scout the area. I needed to know if there were any high-level cultivators nearby who could sense what I was hiding. I had made it this far thanks to Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong, and I wanted to share the good news with them. But the sect was crawling with powerful masters. If I let the 2 of them out and someone sensed their demonic energy, I was as good as dead. The ring would be exposed, and my journey would end before it even began. I stroked the surface of the ring. I felt bad that I couldn't let them out to celebrate. I wondered if they were hungry. Suddenly, a soft, sweet girl's voice echoed in my mind. Master, congratulations, you are an immortal now. It was Xiao Bai. Her speech was still a bit hesitant and slow. She told me not to worry. Inside the ring, they could enter a state of deep sleep where they consumed almost no energy. They could stay like that for 100 years without starving. Then, I heard a series of happy chirps. Xiao Chong was awake too, buzzing with excitement. I was thrilled to realize I could communicate with them through my thoughts using the ring. This truly was a legendary treasure of the Lin family. I thanked Xiao Chong for saving my life back in the forest. If he hadn't struck that demonic cultivator, I would have been a corpse. He chirped back aggressively, as if telling me it was no big deal and to let him know the next time there were heads to crack open. Xiao Bai spoke up again, telling me to be careful. She said she could sense when I was in danger, and it made her worried. Her concern warmed my heart. I promised them that once I learned enough about the sect and found a way to hide their presence, I would let them out. Xiaobai told me there was no rush. She explained that while they slept, they could travel through dreamscapes to learn secret techniques. She believed she could eventually learn a specialized concealment method to hide their auras perfectly. My eyes lit up. The Myriad Emperor world was even better than I thought. It allowed them to grow stronger while they hibernated. I encouraged them to keep at it. If I eventually joined the Spirit Beast Peak, I could probably keep them as official pets. After chatting with them for a while, I let them go back to their sleep. Then, I decided to test the ring's other functions. I picked up a ceramic teacup from the table and focused my mind. The cup vanished instantly. When I closed my eyes, I could see the teacup sitting in the middle of the vast desert inside the ring. It worked just like a spatial storage bag, but the scale was insane. A standard bag given by the sect could barely hold a small desk. This desert was 100 meters wide. I essentially had a storage space thousands of times larger than anyone else. I realized there were limits, though. Storing or retrieving items cost spiritual energy. The heavier or larger the object, the more energy it required. That explained why releasing Xiao Chong was so much more draining than moving a teacup. With another thought, the cup reappeared in my hand. I looked at the ring with newfound awe. I used to think it was just a nice magical tool. Now I knew the truth. This was a supreme artifact of the immortal world, and if the wrong person ever saw it, it would bring certain death. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The more I learned about the Myriad Emperor world, the more I realized how dangerous it was. I made a silent vow to myself, over and over. I could never, ever let anyone know about the secret of this ring. I grabbed a large water bucket and headed toward the dormitory latrines. They had rows of water vats there for the disciples to wash up. I filled my bucket and headed back. After scrubbing myself clean with a fresh towel, I pulled out the light blue Taoist robe the Taishan sect had issued me. I put it on with careful, deliberate movements. I remembered what the senior brother who handed them out had said. This wasn't just clothes, it was a dharma garment. Mortal fire couldn't burn it. Water couldn't soak it. Even dust wouldn't stick to it. Right now, I didn't have enough spiritual power to activate its full defensive properties, but it was still incredible. I walked over to an old bronze mirror in the corner. There's an old saying that clothes make the man. Back at the Ling estate, even when I wore tattered rags, the senior servant girls used to tell me I was handsome. But in this robe, everything changed. The transformation was startling. Looking at my reflection, I saw no trace of the lowly servant I used to be. My eyes were steady and sharp. My posture was firm. Thanks to the pearls Xiaobai gave me, my body had been purged of all impurities. My skin looked flawless and healthy, glowing with a vitality I'd never felt before. The moment I stepped onto that flying boat, I had left my status as a servant behind. Now, in this robe, I had finally shed the image of one too. I let out a small smile at my reflection. I took my old, coarse clothes and tossed them straight into the trash. I walked back to my room with my head held high, feeling a level of confidence I had never known. On the way, I passed several other disciples from my dormitory. They cupped their fists in greeting, and I smiled back, returning the gesture. The kindness of the people here was starting to change me. I had always been a bit of a loner, but for the first time, I actually felt like being social. Once I was back in my room, I sat down with the stack of thick books the sect had given me during registration. I had spent 3 months teaching myself to read, often eavesdropping on the lessons at the Ling family's private school. I wasn't as well read as the children from the great noble families, but I knew enough to get by. I didn't dive into the deep stuff right away. Instead, I flipped through the table of contents to get the big picture. One book caught my eye immediately, the Taishan sect rules. I flipped through the pages until I found the section on private rearing of demons and ghosts without official registration. As I read the punishment, a cold sweat broke out on my back. For a minor offense, you'd be sentenced to 6 months of solitary meditation. For a major one, they'd destroy your cultivation and kick you out of the sect forever. The book explained that these rules were strictly for anyone below the foundation establishment stage. Once you reached that level, the restrictions changed. It wasn't that the sect hated spirit beasts or demons. Plenty of righteous cultivators used them, but you had to register them. They wanted to keep things under control. There were specific warnings. You couldn't let your demons show their savage side in front of mortals because it would ruin the sect's immortal image. You weren't allowed to feed them living livestock, as that would make them too aggressive. And feeding them human flesh? That was a death sentence. They'd treat you like a demonic cultivator and kill you on the spot. Even using corpses was strictly forbidden, though the punishment was slightly lighter. The book even listed case studies. One disciple kept an outer realm heavenly demon that eventually possessed him. He hid in the sect for years until a demon-revealing mirror caught him, and he was executed. Another disciple had a flying tiger that went wild one night and slaughtered 10 defenseless servants. The tiger was killed, and the disciple was stripped of his powers and exiled. Then there was the guy who kept a lust ghost. He ended up getting his essence drained until he turned into a shriveled husk. The rules were strict, but they made sense. Every single one of them was written in the blood of someone who had messed up before. I didn't mind it. A sect with tens of thousands of people and a kingdom of over 1 billion mortals under its protection needed order. Without rules, everything would collapse. I also noticed a recurring theme: strength changed the game. The rules explicitly said Foundation establishment cultivators weren't bound by these specific regulations. They probably had their own set of higher-level laws to follow, but it proved that the stronger you were, the more freedom you earned. I felt incredibly lucky that I hadn't rushed to release Xiaobai or Xiaochong earlier. If something had gone wrong, the sect would have slaughtered them without a second thought. My goal was clear now. I had to get them legal status. An official demon was protected by the sect rules. Other disciples couldn't just kill them on a whim. I kept reading, realizing that these rulebooks were actually great for learning about the world. With all the horror stories in them, I thought the book should have been titled 108 Ways for a Taishan Disciple to Die. I still had over an hour before noon. I spent some time skimming the other books until I reached the thickest one, Records of the Dragon-Seeking Mountain Range. It was too much to read in one sitting, so I decided to save the details for later, but I scanned the maps and the sections on common demons and herbs. I flipped to the first few pages and realized the Taishan sect wasn't the only power in the mountains. In fact, we were only ranked third among the righteous sects. The top dog was the Taiji sect, which controlled the Wuji dynasty and its 3 billion people. Second was the Taicang sect, ruling over 2 billion people in the Songhai dynasty. My sect, the Taishan sect, was actually the oldest. It had stood for 5,000 years. We used to be the leaders of the righteous path, but we had taken massive losses during the last great immortal demon war. We had been declining ever since. I was surprised the sect was so honest about its decline in a book given to new disciples. But then I realized it made sense. We were expected to travel and interact with other sects. If we went out bragging about being number one when we weren't, it wouldn't bring us glory. It would just make us look like delusional fools. Even so, looking at the scale of this place, I knew the Taishan sect was still a titan. A fading giant is still a giant, and it wasn't something anyone could push around easily. I realized the Taishan sect was trying to teach us a hard lesson. They wanted us to feel the sting of our decline, so we would fight harder to restore our former glory. As for the fourth righteous sect in the dragon-seeking mountain range, there wasn't one. Only 3 held real power. The smaller sects and rogue cultivators weren't even worth a mention in the official records. They were weak. Every major sect had its own territory in the mortal world, and crossing those borders to recruit was strictly forbidden. Small rogue sects were left with the scraps. They had to wait for disciples to wander to their doors or secretly recruit those who failed the Taishan sect's entrance exams. They survived in the cracks between the giants. According to the books, a rogue sect leader might only be at the Foundation establishment stage. Not a single one of them had a golden core powerhouse. I picked up the basic breathtaking manual. I thought I had already mastered the art of breathing and absorbing qi, but the book proved me wrong. It contained a specific mental mantra. If I circulated my energy according to these thoughts while breathing, I could increase the volume of qi I took in and refine it into mana much faster. I didn't have time to practice it yet, though. My stomach was growling. I hadn't eaten all day, and after nearly being caught by that demonic cultivator, I was hungry enough to eat a whole cow. I was genuinely curious about the feast Wang Changsheng had promised. I skimmed through the other books quickly. detailed explanation of basic spells didn't actually teach any spells. Instead, it broke down the strengths and weaknesses of common ones. It was just background knowledge. As a preparatory servant, my mana was too thin to actually cast anything anyway. Real spells were reserved for official disciples. Then there was the Taishin body refining art. It contained techniques for boxing, palms, and movement. It was all about building a strong physical foundation and improving reaction speeds, which was vital for survival in a fight. Finally, I looked at the Taishin sword technique. It was created by the sect's founder and split into 3 realms: human, spirit, and heaven. The manual, I had only covered the first realm. The senior who assigned our rooms had warned us that while we didn't need to be masters of everything, we needed to know a bit of boxing, movement, and swordplay to ensure we didn't have any glaring weaknesses in battle. I was like a dry sponge, soaking up every bit of information from these immortal texts. I got so immersed that I didn't even notice the time passing, despite my stomach thundering for food. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke my focus. "Brother Yi Lin, are you in there? Let's go get that feast." It was Wang Chongsheng. I blinked, realizing I'd lost track of time. I stood up too fast and felt a wave of dizziness hit me. My stomach felt like it was sticking to my spine. I wished I could send my beetle, Xiao Chong, out to scavenge some food, but this place was crawling with cultivators. He'd be killed in seconds. I circulated a tiny bit of mana from my dantian to my head, clearing the fog and sharpening my senses. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Wang Chongsheng and the cold prince, Song Lingtian, were waiting for me. They had both changed into their Taishin sect robes. Even Wang Chongsheng, with his round face and small eyes, looked like a refined immortal in the new clothes. Song Lingtian looked even more impressive. He looked like a fallen deity. Honestly, in terms of pure looks and aura, he had me beat. "Sorry," I said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I got caught up in the books." "No worries," Wang Chongsheng chirped. "We were busy memorizing the sect rules. I don't want to break one without even knowing it. There are way too many regulations." Song Lingtian shook his head. "I memorized them back in the mortal world. As long as you stay with me, you won't make a mistake. Besides, the rules don't really interfere with daily life." We locked up and headed down the stone stairs. It was peak lunchtime. The hallways were packed with groups of disciples in matching robes. Very few people walked alone. Outside, near the training grounds I'd seen earlier, I noticed several seniors still practicing under the scorching sun. Even at lunchtime, they didn't stop. I thought I was hardworking because I practiced my breathing constantly, but seeing them was a wake-up call. There was always someone working harder. "Cultivation is a race against time," Song Lingtian said flatly. "In this world, everyone is trying, but many lack the talent or the wit to make it count." Wang Chongsheng chuckled. "My dad always says that proper rest and enjoying life is the key to finding a breakthrough. Cultivation is like business. You can't be too stubborn." He leaned in and gave me a suggestive look. "Brother Yi, you're still a virgin, aren't you? Give it some time, and I'll introduce you to some beautiful senior sisters. I'll find you the best ones." I coughed twice, looking away. "I'm still young. Let's talk about that later." Wang Chongsheng pulled out 2 maps of the sect grounds. Heaven knows where he got them, and handed one to me. We followed the path through a grove of trees until we reached a grand building, the Jiuan Pavilion. The entrance was decorated with statues of exotic ingredients, looking both massive and elegant. Inside, I saw disciples acting as waiters and runners. To my surprise, the manager was already waiting at the door with a row of beautiful maidens. When he saw Wang Chongsheng, he bowed deeply. "Young master, you've finally arrived. The private room is ready." Wang Chongsheng waved a hand dismissively. "I'm hosting 2 honored guests today. Bring out all the signature dishes. Skip the wine, though. We just joined the sect and have too much to do. Can't afford to be hungover." "As you wish, sir." I stared in shock. This massive restaurant was a family industry owned by Wang Chongsheng's family. They had actually managed to set up business inside the Taishin sect itself. Song Lingtian remained calm, clearly having known this already. We were led to a luxurious private room where the girls stood ready to serve us. "In the future, if you eat here, just give them my name," Wang Chongsheng said proudly. "Everything is 50% off." I looked at the menu and sighed internally. Even with a 50% discount, I probably couldn't afford a glass of water here. Wang Chongqing leaned back into a plush rocking chair as the maidens immediately stepped forward to massage his shoulders and legs. He looked perfectly at home. I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. The maidens serving us weren't just ordinary girls. I could feel the faint fluctuations of spiritual power within them. They were cultivators with spiritual roots. In the mortal world, they would be honored as immortals, but here, they wore forced smiles, desperately trying to catch Wang Chongqing's eye. They were doing everything they could to please him. Wang Chongqing gave a subtle nod. The other beautiful maidens immediately approached me and Song Lingtian, reaching out their jade-like hands to massage our shoulders. Song Lingtian's gaze turned cold and sharp. The girls flinched back instantly. "No need," she said curtly. "No. Thank you, really," I added quickly. Unlike Song Lingtian's icy rejection, I was just completely overwhelmed. This was the kind of luxury I hadn't even dared to dream about. Wang Chongqing let out a dark chuckle. "If you have the chance to enjoy life, take it. There's no rule in the sect against comfort. Why do we seek immortality and learn the celestial arts? It's all for enjoyment. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'm going to recruit a whole squad of beautiful golden core fairies just to serve me." For a moment, I couldn't find a way to argue with him. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Is the point of immortality really just to indulge? I wanted to enjoy life too, but my version was humbler. I wanted enough strength so that no one could ever suppress me again. I wanted to marry a girl I loved and live a quiet, happy life. At the very least, I wanted to ensure my descendants would never be slaves. Wang Chongqing's lifestyle made me realize something important. The seniors said mortal backgrounds were worthless once you entered the Taishan sect, but that wasn't entirely true. If your family was powerful enough, you could still call the shots here. Even respected female cultivators would lower themselves to serve the wealthy. It was no different from the secular world. The path of cultivation wasn't as detached from reality as I thought. Soon, the maidens brought out the food. The aroma was incredible. There were roasted chickens, beef legs, steaks, and various animal organs I couldn't even name. Everything was massive. Each dish looked, smelled, and tasted perfect. "Brother Lin Yuan," Wang Chongqing said, gesturing to the feast. "These ingredients are either from low-level spirit beasts or livestock raised on spiritual herbs. Eating this will strengthen your body and boost your cultivation. Don't be polite with me. Dig in." He grabbed a whole roasted chicken and began devouring it like a starved wolf. Seeing him, I didn't hold back either. I grabbed a massive beef leg and started feasting. This was the most high-end food I had ever tasted in my life. If the bone hadn't been so hard, I probably would have chewed it to dust and swallowed that too. Wang Chongqing and I ate like savages, while Song Lingtian remained elegant. Strangely enough, despite her refined manners, she was the fastest eater among us. We cleared the table like a whirlwind. As soon as I finished, a warm sensation spread through my stomach. Strands of spiritual energy flowed from my gut, through my meridians, and settled into my dantian. I could actually feel my cultivation rising as I digested the meal. After lunch, we took a stroll down a shaded path to help with digestion. Wang Chongqing was in high spirits. As he walked, he started throwing punches into the air. He looked soft and chubby, like he didn't have an ounce of strength, but his movements were suddenly fierce. He moved like a spirit snake, fast and fluid. Snap! The air actually cracked from the force of his strike. I watched in shock. If that punch landed on me, my bones would shatter. His cultivation was clearly much deeper than mine. He was already incredibly close to the first level of qi refining. After finishing his set, Wang Chongqing looked at Song Lingtian with a provocative grin. "Princess 13, want to go a few rounds?" A golden light flickered in Song Lingtian's eyes. "Little fatty Wang, your crushing stone punch is decent, and your footwork is solid. But it's not as strong as my tiger roar punch." "We'll see about that." Wang Chongqing didn't wait for her consent. His round body lunged forward like a hungry wolf, blurring as he charged. Song Lingtian was ready. She shifted, becoming a literal shadow in my eyes as she met his attack. I heard her fist tear through the air with a sound like a tiger roaring down a mountain. Boom! Fist met fist. The collision sent a shock wave through the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway and dead leaves to scatter. They had both infused their strikes with spiritual power. Song Lingtian was also terrifyingly close to the first level of chi refining. My heart raced. If they were this strong before even officially reaching the first level, I couldn't imagine the power of Foundation Establishment cultivators. The force of the impact pushed them both back. Song Lingtian retreated 3 steps, while Wang Chongqing stumbled back 5 before steadying himself. Both had blood seeping from their knuckles. Song Lingtian had clearly won that exchange. I thought things were about to get tense, but Wang Chongqing just burst out laughing. Not bad. It's only been 2 months since your spiritual roots awakened, and you're already at the threshold of the first level. You must have high-grade roots. Song Lingtian didn't deny it. You're not bad either. Your roots awakened 3 months ago, and despite playing and eating all day, you haven't fallen behind. You probably have high-grade roots too. Wang Chongqing shrugged. Fine. You're a bit stronger than me. From now on, you're the boss. They both shared a knowing smile. I stood there reeling. Both of them had high-grade spiritual roots. I had been feeling pretty confident earlier, thinking that even if my family background was poor, my talent was better than most. Now I realized I was still far behind. I realized then that being assigned to the same courtyard as them wasn't just luck. The senior in charge of dorms probably felt some sympathy for me because I was almost kidnapped by demonic cultists before even joining. He had set me up with these geniuses to give me a chance to build connections. My mid-grade 5-element roots were rare, sure, but they weren't high-grade. Song Lingtian turned her gaze toward me, her eyes filled with curiosity. Just the two of us fighting isn't enough to decide the hierarchy. Brother Lin, want to go a few rounds? I waved my hands frantically, laughing awkwardly. You're the boss, Chongqing is second, and I'm the third. There's no need to fight. I'll be looking to you both for guidance in the future. I only had raw strength right now. I didn't know any techniques or footwork, and my spiritual power was nowhere near theirs. Fighting her would just be asking for a humiliation. Besides, I had no interest in being the boss. I genuinely needed to learn from them. These kids from top-tier families knew way more than I did. All right then, we'll help each other out, Song Lingtian said. We should give our little group a name, Wang Chongqing suggested. Song Lingtian nodded. We are all seekers of the long life. Let's call ourselves the Longevity Society. We decided that our meetings would happen once a month. Specifically, we would gather at the Jiuan Pavilion every night of the full moon. Wang Chongqing nodded, looking quite proud of himself. He loved the name. He joked that his name might actually live on for thousands of years now. The 3 of us were the founding members of the Longevity Society, and he was convinced our group's reputation would eventually shake the entire Xuanlong mountain cultivation world. Just like that, our little cultivation circle was born. I had somehow become a founding member without even trying. As we walked back toward the dorms, Wang Chongqing explained the logic behind why cultivators formed these groups. It wasn't just about friendship. A group without conflicting interests and built on mutual trust could share information quickly. We could help each other solve problems in our cultivation and trade items without worrying about being cheated. The path to immortality was long. To make it, you needed more than just talent and comprehension. You needed resources, connections, money, and information. None of those were optional. Of course, if you were a supreme genius with a top-grade root or something even more heaven-defying, you could ignore all the rules. But we weren't those people. The Longevity Society would eventually need more members. I didn't mind being part of it. It wasn't a blood oath to die for each other. We were just allies moving forward for our own benefit. When I got back to my room, I pulled out the Taishan sect rulebook and kept reading. The first rule was simple. Disciples must not kill one another. The penalty was public beheading. The second rule, no consorting with demonic sects. The penalty was also beheading. The third rule, no using your cultivation to bully mortals. The list went on. Time flew by as I buried myself in study and practice. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, I didn't rest for a single moment. I memorized every rule, mastered the basic breathing techniques, and studied the fundamental spells of the Xuanlong Mountains. I even learned the crushing stone punch from the Taishan body refinement techniques, the Gale footwork, and the Taishan sword style. Thanks to Wang Chongqing treating me to big meals every few days, and the fact that the sect's cafeteria food was far better than anything I ate as a servant, I hit a growth spurt. In just 1 month, I shot up in height. I looked like a 16-year-old boy now. I still had a bit of a youthful face, but I looked heroic and sharp, my temperament matching Song Lingtian's. One morning, before the mountain mist had even cleared, I was on the training grounds. The sound of clashing metal rang out as sparks flew from our black iron swords. Song Lingtian and I moved like ghosts through the fog, our shadows flickering back and forth. Wang Chongqing stood on the sidelines, rubbing his chin. He looked a bit stressed. He muttered to himself that my growth was getting scary. 2 months ago, I hadn't even touched a sword. Now, I was trading blows with Song Lingtian. I was still at a disadvantage, but I wasn't losing immediately anymore. My spiritual power was already approaching the first level of chi refining. He started wondering if I really only had mid-grade roots, worried that if he didn't work harder, he'd end up as the weakest of the three. The truth behind my explosive growth was the pearl the white cat, Xiaobai, had given me. The medicinal power was still lingering in my body. As I practiced, that energy was being fully absorbed and converted into cultivation. I still didn't know what kind of treasure it was. I hadn't found anything like it in the books yet. After half an hour, the mist cleared and more disciples arrived. Song Lingtian and I sheathed our swords at the same time. I bowed to him, thanking him for the spar. His sword technique was getting even more lethal. He was close to reaching the Lingxian realm, where he could use his sword to directly channel the world's energy, doubling his power. Song Lingtian had officially reached the first level of Qi refining a month ago. He had been scouted by the master of Lingjian Peak and promoted to an inner disciple, skipping the handyman stage entirely. Everyone in the sect knew his name now. Back when we started, I called him Brother Song, but now I had to call him Senior Brother Song. Even so, he still came to practice with me. My progress was entirely thanks to his guidance. After our spar, Song Lingtian looked perfectly calm, his hair not even out of place. I, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. My body had reached its limit. Song Lingtian tossed his sword to me and beckoned Wang Chongqing over. The two of them clashed instantly. Song Lingtian usually practiced boxing with Wang Chongqing after swordplay with me. It was his way of looking after his two little brothers. The crazy thing was that Song Lingtian wasn't just good with a sword. His movement and fist techniques were flawless too. Wang Chongqing had reached the first level of Qi refining 2 weeks ago and had been accepted into Leiyun Peak as an outer disciple, but he still couldn't touch Song Lingtian. On the field, Wang Chongqing was being driven back by Song Lingtian's Tiger Roar punch. "Take this, palm lightning," Wang Chongqing shouted. Arcs of electricity crackled across his body and gathered in his palm. He lunged forward, and with a loud boom, a bolt of lightning shot towards Song Lingtian. But Song Lingtian just tilted his body casually. The lightning hissed past him, hitting the ground and vanishing. Then, Song Lingtian landed a punch that sent Wang Chongqing flying back several feet. The palm lightning was a decent spell, but Wang Chongqing's aim was terrible. He scrambled up, covered in dirt and looking pale. That one spell had drained almost all the spiritual power in his dantian. I'm done, he panted. Senior Brother Song is too strong. The #1 talent of the year is terrifying. I had caught my breath by then, and the three of us headed to Jiuan Pavilion for breakfast. Song Lingtian looked at Wang Chongqing. "You made a mistake with that spell," he said coldly. "Magic needs to be a surprise. Your casting is slow," and then you shouted the name. Even Lin Yuan could have dodged that. Wang Chongqing grinned sheepishly. "I was just worried I'd actually hit you. I can't be responsible for injuring the star pupil." "Don't be so arrogant," Song Lingtian replied. "Minor injuries during sparring don't break the rules." Then he turned to me. "About your promotion to a high-ranking handyman at Spirit Beast Peak. I've finished looking into it." He and Wang Chongqing had skipped the handyman stage because of their high-grade roots, but I still had to climb the ladder the hard way. Sending a high-grade root talent to do chores for years would be a waste of potential. Those geniuses get fast-tracked straight to the outer sect. But for me, even though I had mid-grade roots, the rules were different. I had to pay my dues as a handyman first. In the Taishin sect, handymen are split into 2 groups. Common handymen work the outer perimeter, tending to medicine fields and growing spiritual grain to earn contribution points. Then there are the high-ranking handymen. They get assigned to the main peaks. You could go to Spirit Beast Peak to care for low-level beasts and insects, or Spirit Sword Peak to smelt ore and forge blades. My plan was simple: get into Spirit Beast Peak as a high-ranking handyman. If I started raising spiritual insects officially, I could finally give Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong legal identities. It was also the fastest way to grow my strength. I possessed the myriad insect emperor body. My insects were my primary weapons, while my own power was just support. Right now, my two little companions knew how to hide their presence and shrink their size, but I still couldn't bring them out in the open. Every year, plenty of cultivators try to become high-ranking handymen. Song Lingtian continued. Each peak has its own test. Spirit Beast Peak focuses on patience, perseverance, and spirituality. He noticed my confusion and explained further. Spirituality is your ability to communicate with beasts and insects. Some people develop a natural bond the moment they reach the first level of chi refining. Most can't do it. Those who can are born for this work. My eyes lit up. Thanks for looking into this, senior brother Song. Wang Changsheng leaned in, curious. Are you asking because you're about to break through to the first level? I nodded slightly. I feel like it'll happen in the next few days. Technically, you aren't a true cultivator until you hit that first level. Before that, you're just someone with an awakened root. Both of them looked at me with genuine surprise. I'm starting to suspect you actually have a high-grade root, Wang Changxing joked. Your cultivation speed is ridiculous. I gave a helpless laugh. If I had a high-grade root, I wouldn't be heading for handyman duty. I think it's because of something that happened back in the mortal world. I accidentally swallowed a glowing, strange pearl years ago. I still don't know what kind of treasure it was. Song Lingtian looked envious. So that's it. You have incredible luck, Brother Lin. My family's palace treasury has a few treasures, but my father keeps them under heavy guard. They're all reserved for the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. I wasn't even allowed to smell them, let alone eat one. Wang Changxing sighed. Treasures that gather the essence of the sun and moon can't be bought with money. You really are blessed by fate. I kept my expression neutral. In the cultivation world, stories of lucky mortals finding treasures are common, but the reality is rare. Most treasures are guarded by powerful monsters. To eat the treasure, you usually have to kill the beast first. A normal human could only manage it if the monster died of old age or some freak accident. I was using this half-truth to cover for my future cultivation speed. The truth was even better. I had discovered more uses for the myriad emperor world. The desert space inside the artifact could actually be cultivated. By consuming spirit stones, I could make plants grow 10 or even 20 times faster than in the outside world. If I could grow regular grass, I could grow spirit herbs. I just needed seeds. Once I became an outer disciple, I'd have more freedom and resources to experiment. I had even borrowed 3 spirit stones from Wang Changsheng under the guise of needing them for my breakthrough. We moved to a private room in Jiyuan Pavilion to exchange news. Since I was new, I mostly listened. Song Lingtian's expression turned grim. Yesterday, a patrol at the Dragon Mountain Caves was ambushed by a coalition of the Masha sect remnants and the Earth Demon race. The Foundation establishment lead was killed. All 50 chi refining cultivators were wiped out. The scene was horrific. Over 10 of our own inner sect disciples were among the dead. He lowered his voice. Incidents involving demonic cultivators are spiking across the Great Xian Kingdom. Thousands of civilians are dying every day, and thousands more are being kidnapped. The human demons and earth demons have officially joined forces. This is unprecedented. The sect elders are worried. I think a great war between immortals and demons is coming to the Dragon Mountain Range. Wang Changxing turned pale. Our luck is terrible. These wars happen maybe once every 500 years, and it starts just as we join. We'll be nothing but cannonball fodder. Our lives won't even make a ripple in a war like that. I listened intently, thinking about the 3 types of demons I had learned about: human, earth, and heaven. Human demons are just cultivators who choose a cruel, selfish path for longevity. Earth demons are the Shura race from underground, natural destroyers who view humans as livestock to be eaten. Then there are the heaven demons. They are formless spirits from the outer void that feed on negative emotions and possess bodies. They are the rarest, but the most dangerous. A heaven demon descent leaves nothing but death for thousands of miles. The earth demons are the second greatest threat. The world beneath our feet is as vast as the one above. Their numbers are infinite. If the seals on the caves fail, they will swarm the surface and turn the world into a slaughterhouse. Human demons are the least of the three because, at the end of the day, they are still human. They need a population to rule over. But for the human demons of the Dragon Mountain Range to ally with the earth demons, that was a nightmare scenario for the righteous sects. Wang Changxing took a deep breath. I've got some news too, something you guys might not know yet. Wang Changxing leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. He told us that to deal with the coming crisis, the three great righteous sects were planning to change their rules. They wanted to increase competition and invest more in their disciples. Exchange programs between sects would become more frequent. But the real kicker came next. My father heard that some elders are suggesting we allow disciples to fight and even kill each other without breaking sect laws, Wang Changxing said. Basically, our comfortable days are over. He admitted the proposal was radical. They wouldn't adopt all of it, or we'd be no different from the demon sects. The most likely outcome was a compromise. Killing a fellow disciple might no longer carry a death sentence, replaced instead by a lighter punishment. My heart sank. Song Lingtian looked thoughtful, but I felt a chill. I had been at the Taishan sect for 2 months and hadn't seen a single life-or-death struggle. The strict rules kept everyone in line. It was a peaceful, low-pressure life. If you had a conflict, the law enforcement team handled it. They decided who was right based on reason and morality. If the rules changed, reason wouldn't matter anymore. Only strength would. It would be the law of the jungle. Regardless of the rules, Song Lingtian said coldly, we need to increase our strength as fast as possible. We're all going to face the demon path soon. Like Wang said, the weak are just fodder. If you're strong, you survive. If you survive the war, you'll achieve greatness. After the gathering at Giant Ape Pavilion, we went our separate ways. I watched with envy as Song Lingtian stepped onto his flying sword and vanished into the clouds. Even fat little Wang Changxing managed to wobble away on a sword, hovering a few dozen meters off the ground. Flying on a sword was a true immortal skill. I wanted it more than anything. Once I reached the first level of the Qi refining stage, I would have enough spiritual power to control a sword and carry my own weight through the sky. I could even use my power to drift through the air without a sword, though it was slow and exhausting at early levels. Still, it was enough to keep you from falling to your death. Song Lingtian was already famous at Spirit Sword Peak. His talent was incredible, and the sect showered him with resources. Wang Changxing was at Thundercloud Peak, backed by his family's massive wealth and his master's favor. He never lacked for spirit stones or pills. Then there was me. I was still living in the servant quarters. I had no backing and only mid-grade roots. I knew the only reason I was even in this circle was because Song and Wang thought I was mysterious and full of potential. If I were just a regular servant, they wouldn't have given me the time of day. I walked down the quiet path of the sect. The breeze was cool. On the training grounds, senior disciples and newcomers were practicing together, laughing and talking. It was harmonious. But I knew this harmony was a fragile mask held up by the current laws. Once those laws changed, this place would become a bloody pressure cooker. But if they didn't change, we'd all be slaughtered by the earth demons. The world was changing, and I could feel it. I clenched my fists. Song and Wang were friends, but they couldn't solve all my problems. To survive the war, I had to be strong. I refused to be fodder. I had escaped being a slave in the mortal world. I wasn't about to become a corpse in the immortal one. When I got back to my room, a small white-scaled snake slid out from my left sleeve. A black, mutated cockroach with massive pincers crawled out from my right. These were Xiaobai and Xiaochong. They had used a shrinking technique from the Myriad Emperor world to hide on me. Unless a Foundation establishment expert got close, no one would notice them. They returned to their normal sizes. I rubbed Xiaobai's head and patted Xiaochong's smooth shell. We're facing a lot of challenges soon, I told them. One wrong move, and we're dead. We have to work together. We will survive, Xiaobai hissed. We will protect you, Master. Xiao Chong clicked his mandibles in agreement. No, I said firmly. I won't just survive. You too won't die either. You're my treasures. I drew a sharp black iron sword and cut my fingers. Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong began to drink my blood. As my cultivation grew, my blood became more nutritious for them. The more you grow, the better the blood tastes, Xiao Bai muttered while drinking. But if we drink too much, we'll explode. Xiao Chong finished first. He stood up on two legs like a tiny soldier and drummed his pincers against his round belly to show he was full. Xiao Bai licked my wounds, and they healed instantly, leaving no scars. I hadn't raised any new insects lately. I didn't have the time, and I didn't have access to high-level spirit bugs. I had thought about raising ants. They were fearless and loyal, but I decided to wait until I visited Spirit Beast Peak. If I couldn't find anything better there, I'd find some lucky ants to bring into the fold. To keep Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong safe, I sent them into the space within the Myriad Emperor world. That place was special. It gave them the chance to comprehend secret techniques and grow their strength far faster than they could in the outside world. Based on my estimates, Xiao Chong now had the power of a level 5 Qi refinement beast, while Xiao Bai had reached level 6. Xiao Chong was my brawler, strong, incredibly fast, and built for close combat. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, was a master of spells. He had already learned several low-level techniques inside that ancient space. Then there was me, their master. I hadn't even reached the first level of Qi refinement yet. Yesterday, I felt the bottleneck. I was right on the edge of breaking through, but no matter how hard I pushed, the barrier wouldn't crack. Today was different. After eating that massive spiritual feast provided by Wang Changsheng, my body was overflowing with spiritual energy. This was my best chance. I sat down cross-legged and closed my eyes. I began to circulate my breathing technique, drawing in threads of spiritual energy. The power flowed through my meridians, gathering in my dantian and transforming into mana. As the mana piled up, the space inside me grew tight. I had to compress it. I had to refine it. 1 hour passed. 10 hours. An entire day. On the morning of the third day, my body suddenly jolted. A powerful wave of energy exploded outward from my chest. The chairs and tables in my room groaned and creaked under the pressure. I snapped my eyes open, a sharp light flashing in my pupils. I felt it. I finally had the strength of one hunting horse, the standard measure of mana for a cultivator. My body slowly began to lift off the floor. I was hovering. This was the signature ability of the first level of Qi refinement, void floating. No matter how strong a mortal is, they can't lift themselves up by their own hair. But now, by wrapping my body in mana, I could defy gravity itself. It was the fundamental difference between a human and an immortal. I reached out my hand toward a teacup on the table. It wobbled, lifted into the air, and flew steadily into my palm without spilling a single drop. This was object manipulation. It only worked on inanimate objects or things that didn't fight back, but it felt incredible. I drained the cup in one gulp. I hadn't eaten or drank for days, and the thirst was agonizing. With my other hand, I pointed at my black iron sword. With a sharp clang, the blade turned into a streak of cold light and flew into my grip. It wasn't true sword kiting yet. I need a real spiritual tool for that, but it was a start. I closed my eyes to inspect my internal state. The scattered clouds of mana in my dantian had condensed into a swirling vortex. As I breathed, the cyclone spun, refining the energy into something purer. I knew the path ahead. To reach foundation establishment, I need to turn this gas into liquid. To reach the golden core stage, that liquid would have to crystallize into a solid core. I was satisfied, but something felt off. Floating felt too easy. The rumors said it was supposed to be exhausting for a beginner, yet my mana consumption was barely noticeable. Did I have more power than I thought? With a wave of my hand, I summoned Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong back into the room. Congratulations, Master, on reaching the first level. Xiao Bai hissed happily. Xiao Chong chirped and clicked his mandibles in excitement. They knew that as I grew stronger, my blood would become even more potent for them. Xiao Bai, help me test something, I said, standing up. My mana feels strange. I need to know exactly how much power I have. I pulled a thick hemp rope from my storage space. Xiao Bai bit down on one end, and we started a tug-of-war. With my mana surging, I felt invincible, like my strength would never run out. Even so, Xiaobai slowly began to pull me across the floor. The little guy was still terrifyingly strong. We stopped the match once he had a clear reading. "Master," Xiaobai said, sounding surprised. "You have the strength of about 2.4 hunting horses." I gasped. That was more than double the strength of a normal level 1 cultivator. I was actually stronger than most people at level 2. How was this possible? Was it the pearls I ate? "The pearls improved your spiritual roots and your constitution," Xiaobai mused. "But this raw power, it's likely because of your myriad insect emperor physique. It's a sacred body. Even if its main purpose is controlling insects, it's only natural for a sacred physique to possess far more mana than a commoner. This is just the beginning." A surge of excitement rushed through me. Even if I relied on my insects to fight, having a powerful foundation for myself was a massive advantage. Feeling better than ever, I tucked my companions away and headed to the servants' dining hall for a real meal. As I stepped out, I noticed a massive crowd gathered around the bulletin board, whispering in hushed, worried tones. I squeezed through the bodies to see what the fuss was about. My blood ran cold. The very first rule of the Taishan sect had been changed. It used to say, * fellow disciples shall not kill one another. Violators will be executed, *. Now, it read, * fellow disciples shall not kill one another in non-dual zones. Violators will face cultivation reversal and expulsion, *. The word execution was gone, and there was a new concept, dual zones. If two disciples had a grudge, the sect's law enforcement wouldn't mediate anymore. They would just tell you to step into the ring and settle it with your lives. Even outside those zones, the punishment was now flexible. Maximum penalty meant the elders could choose to give you a slap on the wrist if they liked you enough. But the last new rule was the most terrifying. Starting from the lowest servant, every disciple now had the right to challenge anyone of their level or higher once every 3 months. If the challenger won, they could take any one item from the loser's storage bag. The sect wasn't just teaching us anymore. They were turning us into wolves, encouraged to hunt each other for sport. The winner of a challenge could now take 2 items from the loser's storage bag. You couldn't kill your opponent, but you could beat them within an inch of their life and walk away without paying a single cent in compensation. The sect wasn't just encouraging us to fight, they were encouraging us to rob each other blind. To make matters even more intense, the sect announced they were increasing our resources. Ordinary servants went from 2 spirit stones a month to 3. High-level servants were bumped up to 6 stones and a chi-gathering pill. Even higher-ranking disciples saw their pay skyrocket. They were feeding the wolves, making sure every one of us had something worth stealing. The crowd was in an uproar. People were crying, saying they didn't want to seek immortality anymore and just wanted to go home. The peaceful atmosphere that had lasted for centuries in the Taishan sect vanished in a single afternoon. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion and fear. I ignored the chaos and pushed through the crowd toward the servant hall. I needed to officially register my breakthrough to the first level of chi refining. On the way, I witnessed 3 different battles. Disciples were settling old grudges right in the middle of the paths. I watched one winner snatch a precious artifact from his defeated rival and walk away laughing. The air was thick with a new, ugly kind of aggression. When I reached the registration desk, a pretty senior sister smiled at me. She told me I was the very first person to claim the new breakthrough reward. Because I reached the first level within 3 months, the sect granted me 10 spirit stones and a low-grade flying sword. She looked a bit jealous as she handed them over. It had taken her a year of hard labor just to save up for her first sword. I looked at the 10 blue stones in my hand. For someone like me, who still owed Wang Chongxing 3 stones, this was a massive fortune. Then I looked at the sword. In this world, weapons were ranked as magic tools, spirit tools, magic treasures, and Dao tools. Even a low-grade magic tool like this was worth dozens of spirit stones. I bit my finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the blue steel. The blade hummed, vibrating with a strange energy as it linked to my soul. With a thought, I made the sword grow to its full size. The servants standing in line behind me stared with eyes full of greed and envy. They whispered that I was a lucky fool who wouldn't keep those treasures for long. They saw me as a fat sheep ready for the slaughter, assuming a fresh level 1 cultivator would be an easy target. I didn't care what they thought. I asked the senior sister if the sword had a name. She told me it was a mass-produced model called Lan Hong, or Blue Swan. She also reminded me that as a formal servant, I could now go to the transmission pavilion to pick out a basic spell and a cultivation manual. I left the hall feeling energized. These new rules were actually a blessing for me. Because of my hidden artifact, I had several times more mana than a normal cultivator at my level. To the outside world, I was just a lucky kid who found some herbs in the forest. In reality, I was a wolf in sheep's clothing. I threw the blue swan into the air and jumped. I was wobbly at first, waving my arms around like a drunkard to keep my balance. But slowly, the sword rose into the sky. I wobbled through the air toward the transmission pavilion, leaving the jealous stares of the other servants far below me. For the first time, I was truly flying. I didn't fall. The other servants watched with disappointment as I vanished from their sight, hoping to see me tumble. Instead, I flew higher. My vision expanded. The wind roared in my ears, and the grand buildings of the Taishan sect began to shrink beneath me. I saw white cranes dancing in the clouds. Other cultivators streaked past on their own flying swords. Below me, the landscape was a forest of towering peaks. I saw Taishan Peak, Leiyan Peak, Lingjian Peak, and Lingshou Peak. Everything was laid bare before my eyes. I was heading toward Tailing Peak, the designated area for servants. Compared to the main peaks, it looked small and mediocre. The transmission pavilion was located on the most majestic mountain of all, Taishan Peak. I wasn't in a rush to get there, though. I spent time circling Tailing Peak, practicing my maneuvers. I dived, soared, and even sat cross-legged on the blade as it drifted through the clouds. I needed to master this skill. I also discovered something shocking. A typical level 1 cultivator could only fly for about half an hour before their mana ran dry. I had been flying for 3 hours. My Dantian was still full. My mana reserves were massive, and my recovery speed was even faster. In a battle of endurance, I would crush anyone at my level. If my non-combat saint body was this powerful, I couldn't imagine how terrifying a combat-focused one would be. Once I felt confident, I turned toward Taishan Peak. As I approached, I saw massive white cranes with wingspans over 20 feet wide. Some disciples practiced their sword techniques right on the backs of the birds. Cold light flashed as they struck, and the gust from the crane's wings scattered the clouds. I stayed far away from them. Even the weakest crane was at level 3, and the strongest were over level 10. They were smart enough to use spells and deadly enough to kill demons. I felt a pang of envy, but then I remembered my companion, Xiao Chong. He could grow to the size of a bull now. He wasn't as elegant as a crane, but he was definitely faster. The architecture of Taishan Peak finally came into view. This was the heart of the sect. It held the library, the treasure pavilion, the transmission pavilion, and the great hall where the sect master resided. There was also a massive plaza miles wide, used for grand ceremonies or hosting other sects. It was empty today. I landed my sword at the entrance of the transmission pavilion. The moment my feet hit the ground, 4 figures surrounded me. My face darkened. "Can I help you, brothers?" I asked. The group consisted of 1 level 3 outer disciple and 3 level 1 servants. They all looked hungry for trouble. Yiling, the level 3 disciple, said, his voice cold. Medium-grade 5-element roots. Founding member of the Longevity Society. You registered your breakthrough this morning and received 10 spirit stones and a flying sword. Am I right? I also heard, another added, that Uncle Xianling gave him a bottle of giant spirit pills. He just broke through, so he hasn't used them yet. That bottle is worth as much as the sword. I stared them down. So, you're going to rob me? The rules say you can only challenge someone of the same rank. Are you planning to break sect law? I shouted this as loudly as I could. I wanted everyone within 100 meters to hear. A crowd began to gather. I wasn't afraid. The sect rules were strict. As long as a level 3 didn't attack me directly, I could handle it. I had expected this. In a place like this, there are always people waiting to show their teeth the moment they see a prophet. I follow the rules, the outer disciple sneered. I don't even need to lift a finger. Just hand over the stones, the pills, and the sword. It's better than getting beaten into the dirt. Your leader, Song Lingtian, has talent, a servant added, but our Black Sand Society has backing too. Don't look to him for help. He's busy trying to keep his own treasures. Do you understand your situation? They had done their homework. They knew exactly who I was and what I had. But I had come prepared too. I gave them a thin smile and cupped my hands mockingly. Handing over my things? You're dreaming. Why don't you try and take them? The atmosphere turned electric. The outer disciple laughed, though his eyes were full of rage. I thought you were smart. It turns out you're just a fool looking for a lesson. Fine. It's a waste of a challenge, right? But we'll make you pay it back later with interest. He glanced at one of the servants next to him. The man stepped forward, pulling out his identity jade and channeling his mana into it. I, servant disciple Lilei, challenge you. One shouted. I was ready. Lilei stepped forward and channeled his mana into his identity jade, shouting his challenge for all to hear. He was challenging me, Yiling, a lowly servant disciple. We were both supposedly at the first level of chi refining. To make it official, we had to go to the Hall of Justice. According to the new sect rules, any public challenge between disciples had to be overseen by a law enforcement squad. Without them, a fight was considered murdering a fellow disciple, and the punishment was execution. The air hummed. 3 streaks of light descended from the sky. As the light faded, I saw 3 figures in pale red robes. In the Taishin sect, only the law enforcement hall wore that color. If they were elders, the robes would be blood red. The squad consisted of 2 women and 1 man. Based on their auras, they were inner disciples, 1 at the 8th level and 2 at the 7th level of chi refining. The leader, the 8th level disciple, looked us over with a cold, professional gaze. Law Enforcement Squad 17 is here to witness, he announced. Both parties are confirmed at the 1st level of chi refining. This challenge follows sect law. One of the women stepped forward. Everyone else, back up 30 meters. We don't want any stray spells hitting the crowd. Combatants, stand 10 meters apart. The crowd scrambled back. I could hear them whispering, and none of it was in my favor. They talked about how I was the lone survivor of a massacre on my way to the sect. They called me a poor kid who had just reached the 1st level, only to be preyed upon by the Black Sand Society. The Black Sand Society is going too far, someone muttered. Bullying a junior who hasn't even learned a single sword technique or spell yet. They have no shame. Yiling has 0 chance, another added. Lilei has been at the 1st level for over 2 years. He has combat experience. Yiling should just give up his stones before he gets hurt. It's a shame to ruin such a handsome face. The law enforcement leader didn't care about the gossip. He raised his hand. Begin. Lilei didn't waste words. He slapped his storage bag, and a streak of green light shot out. It was a blue-red sword, a low-grade spiritual tool exactly like mine. He pinched a sword gesture, poured his mana into the blade, and barked a command. Go! The sword buzzed and transformed into a blur of blue light, screaming through the air straight for my Dantian. He wasn't trying to spar. He was trying to ruin me. I didn't move. I didn't even flinch. I just stood there, gripping my own sword, letting my mana surge through my veins. When the sword was inches away, I took a single step. The ground cracked under my heel. I moved so fast I left an afterimage. How is that possible? Someone screamed. My aura exploded. The crowd gasped, and even the law enforcement leader's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't the mana of a normal 1st-level cultivator. There was a deafening clang. Sparks flew as my blade slammed into Lilei's flying sword. I didn't just parry it. I swatted it out of the air like a fly. Lilei's face went white. He realized too late that he had walked into a trap. He tried to retreat, but he was moving in slow motion compared to me. I lunged. Our figures crossed for a split second. A wet thud echoed through the clearing. I stood behind him, my expression calm. My blue-red sword was buried deep in Lilei's stomach, right through his Dantian. I slowly, deliberately, pulled the blood-stained steel out of his body. Silence fell. It was absolute. I took a step back and gave a small, mocking bow. Senior Lilei, thank you for the lesson. The law enforcement leader finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at me with a new sense of wariness. The winner is Yiling. As the victor, you have the right to claim 2 items from Lilei's storage bag. Li Lei was on his knees, clutching his stomach, his eyes bulging. He pointed a shaking finger at me. You. He sprayed a mouthful of blood and collapsed. His dantian was shattered. In the world of cultivation, he was dead weight now. His path to immortality was over before it even began. It had happened so fast he hadn't even had the chance to surrender. The leader of the Black Sand Society looked like he wanted to kill me on the spot. His two lackeys were trembling, cold sweat dripping down their faces. They knew that if they had stepped out instead of Li Lei, they'd be the ones bleeding in the dirt. Useless trash, the leader hissed at Li Lei's body. I didn't care. I picked up Li Lei's fallen sword and took his storage bag. Inside, I found 20 spirit stones, likely his entire life savings. I took the stones and the sword. My prize. A giant crane descended from the sky, carrying healers from the medical hall. They scooped up Li Lei's broken body and flew off, leaving nothing but 2 dark stains of blood on the grass. The crowd finally found their voices. Something's wrong. How can a new disciple have that much power? He must be hiding his real cultivation level. Law enforcement, we need an explanation. The squad leader turned to me, frowning. I didn't wait for him to ask. I cupped my hands respectfully. Senior, back in the mortal world, I once swallowed a strange pearl. I lied smoothly. I believe it was a rare treasure. It made my mana much denser than normal. I hope that doesn't violate any sect rules. The leader paused, then nodded slowly. I see. There is no rule against using treasures to boost your foundation. That explains why your aura is level 1, but your strength is far beyond it. He turned his gaze toward the Black Sand Society leader. If there are no more challenges, we are leaving. The Black Sand leader's face was twisted in rage. He had come to collect a debt, but he had lost a man and a sword instead. He looked at me, then at the law enforcement squad. He knew the game was over. There was no point in sending another first-level disciple to the slaughter. I wasn't a victim. I was a monster. I didn't care about the whispers. I just wanted to keep what was mine. I picked up Li Lei's fallen sword and snatched his storage bag. Inside, I found 20 spirit stones, his entire life savings, most likely. I took them all. A giant crane descended from the sky, carrying healers from the medical hall. They scooped up Li Lei's broken body and flew off, leaving nothing but 2 dark stains of blood on the grass. The crowd finally found their voices. Something's wrong. How can a new disciple have that much power? He's hiding his cultivation. Law enforcement, we need an explanation. The squad leader turned to me, frowning. I didn't wait for him to ask. I cupped my hands respectfully. Senior, back in the mortal world, I once swallowed a strange pearl. I lied smoothly. I believe it was a rare treasure. It made my mana much denser than normal. I hope that doesn't violate any sect rules. The leader paused, then nodded slowly. There is no rule against using treasures to boost your foundation. That explains why your aura is level 1, but your strength is far beyond it. He looked at the Black Sand Society leader. If there are no more challenges, we are leaving. The Black Sand leader, a man named Zhou Yong, looked like he wanted to spit fire. He had come to collect a debt, but he had lost a man and a sword instead. Fine. Zhou Yong spat, gesturing to his remaining 2 lackeys. We're leaving. Yiling, don't think this is over. Treasures only get you so far. He turned to walk away, his 2 subordinates scurrying behind him like frightened rabbits. But I wasn't done. I blurred into motion, my blood-red flying sword humming as I blocked their path. You think you can just leave after trying to rob me? I asked, a cold smile playing on my lips. Think again. The crowd gasped. Was I really challenging them now? Zhou Yong's eyes narrowed. What do you want? You want to challenge me? By sect rules, you can. But I'm at the 3rd level of chi refining. I have 3 times your mana, and I've mastered 5-element sword techniques. You'd be committing suicide. I laughed. I'm not an idiot. I'm not challenging you. I'm challenging the 2 behind you. The 2 lackeys turned pale. They had seen what I did to Li Lei. His dantian was shattered, his cultivation ruined forever. They were trembling so hard their teeth chattered. They knew that if I fought them, I wouldn't just beat them, I'd break them. Senior brother Zhou, help us, one of them wailed. I don't want to be a cripple. My parents are waiting for me to come home as a successful cultivator. Zhou Yong looked stuck. The rules allowed a lower-level disciple to challenge anyone, but he couldn't step in to fight their battle for them. I looked at the two terrified servants and lowered my sword just an inch. "Look, I'm a reasonable man," I said, my voice dripping with fake kindness. "A challenge, right, is precious. I can only use it once every 3 months. I'd hate to waste it on destroying your lives. So, let's make a deal. Each of you gives me 20 spirit stones, or a magical tool. Do that, and I'll let this go." I wasn't being generous. I was being practical. If I fought one, I'd only get 1 bag of loot. If I threatened both, I could double my profit. Besides, I was tired of being the poor kid in the sect. The crowd started laughing. "He's robbing the robbers. Yi Ling is a genius. Look at their faces. The Black Sand Society is finally getting what they deserve." Even the law enforcement disciples were hiding smirks. Everyone hated these bullies. Zhou Yong was shaking with rage. "Have some backbone," he hissed at his men. "Fight him. He can only pick one of you." That was the breaking point. The two lackeys snapped. "It's easy for you to say," one yelled at Zhou Yong. "You're not the one getting your Dantian stabbed. You said you'd protect us when we joined, but now you're sending us to the slaughter? I'm out. I quit the Black Sand Society." "Me too," the other screamed. "I'm done." Everyone look at his face. This is how they treat their own. They scrambled to toss their storage bags at my feet, desperate to get away from me and their former leader. Zhou Yong looked like his head was about to explode. His reputation was in tatters, and his recruitment power was gone. You cowards," Zhou Yong roared. "Careful, senior brother," one of the defectors yelled back, standing near the law enforcement squad for safety. "If anything happens to us now, everyone will know it was you. The elders won't be happy about that." Zhou Yong didn't say another word. He jumped onto his flying sword and soared toward Thundercloud Peak, his face purple with humiliation. As he flew away, I shouted after him, "Hey, senior brother Zhou, you messed up pretty bad today. Your bosses are going to be furious. Why don't you just quit the society too while you're at it?" I wasn't done with him yet. As Zhou Yong's silhouette grew smaller in the sky, I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted one last piece of advice. "Hey, senior brother Zhou, you should probably just keep flying. If you go back to the Black Sand Society after losing this much face, you're dead meat. Why don't you go to the law enforcement hall instead? Snitch on your bosses, expose their crimes, and maybe they'll give you a protective cell. It's the only way you'll live to see tomorrow." Zhou Yong actually froze in midair. He hovered there, his sword trembling under his feet. He knew I was right. In a group like the Black Sand Society, failure wasn't just frowned upon. It was punished with blood. By tomorrow, every servant and disciple in the Taishan sect would be laughing at how he got played by a newcomer. But Zhou Yong also knew the society's leader was the grandson of a powerful elder and one of the 5 great geniuses of our sect. Betraying a man like that was just a different way to die. He stood there, paralyzed by indecision, caught between a death sentence and a suicide mission. Suddenly, the air turned heavy. A streak of violet light cut through the clouds, trailing a pressure so intense it felt like a mountain had dropped onto our chests. Everyone gasped, their breath hitching in their throats. A young man in violet robes descended on a flying sword. His long hair flowed wildly, and 2 massive curved blades were strapped to his back. A black bandage covered one of his eyes, leaving the other to pierce through us like a frozen blade. This was a cultivator at the 13th level of Qi refinement. Most people break through to the foundation establishment stage at level 12, but the true monsters, the geniuses, push further to build a foundation that isn't just human or earth grade, but heaven grade. This was Ren Wuya, the president of the Black Sand Society. "Greetings, senior brother Ren." The crowd erupted in a chorus of respectful shouts. Even the law enforcement disciples bowed their heads. Ren Wuya ignored them. His gaze locked onto me. I felt a jolt of pure adrenaline. This man had fought Foundation establishment experts and lived to tell the tale. He was a predator, and I was, by comparison, a mouse. "I know what happened today," Ren Wuya said. His voice was calm, which made it even more terrifying. "Junior brother Yilin, you've impressed me. You're ruthless, you're smart, and you know how to weaponize the rules. Your talent isn't bad either." He paused, looking down at me from his sword. "Join the Black Sand Society. Work for me, and I'll give you resources that will make your head spin. I'll personally ensure your cultivation reaches new heights." The crowd went silent. Nobody expected this. They thought he was here to execute me, not recruit me. I looked up at him and felt a familiar sting of irritation. I hated being looked down on. I hated that tone, the voice of a master talking to a dog. I had spent my whole life as a servant, bowing and scraping for scraps. I was done with that. Senior Brother Ren, I said, my voice flat and devoid of the usual submissive shaking. I have absolutely no interest in your society. The silence deepened. It was like I had slapped a god. Oh, Ren Wuya tilted his head. Are you one of those righteous types? Angry at our unfair methods. I don't believe in absolute fairness, I replied, staring him in the eye. I just don't like it. I don't like you. Ren Wuya stared at me for a long beat. Then, a thin, chilling smile touched his lips. Interesting. Yi Lin. I'll remember that name. He turned his gaze to Zhou Yong, who had since landed and was now sobbing on his knees, begging for mercy. Ren Wuya didn't even let him finish. Stupid trash, he spat. You're out. Next time, try using your brain before you speak. With a flash of violet light, Ren Wuya vanished into the sky as quickly as he had arrived. The pressure lifted, and a wave of whispers broke out. People were calling me a fool, a madman, or a hero. They talked about Ren Wuya's legendary background, how he had found an ancient ruin and consumed a 1,000-year blood lotus to gain a peerless water root. They couldn't understand why I would turn down a golden ticket from a man destined for the Heavenly Tao Foundation. I let out a long, shaky breath I didn't know I was holding. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I knew I had just walked a tightrope over an abyss. If he had decided to kill me, it would have been over in a second. But I didn't regret it. I was a bird that had finally escaped its cage. I wasn't about to fly into a new one just because the bars were made of gold. I had the myriad emperor world and the legacy of the Yi family. My future wouldn't be given to me as a gift. I would take it. I shook off the lingering fear and turned back to the two lackeys who had quit the society earlier. They were still standing there, looking lost. I flashed them my most innocent and friendly smile. Now, where were we, senior brothers? I asked, my eyes glinting. You might have quit the club, but we still have a little debt to settle. Don't forget, I'm a very poor man, and I have a very long memory. The two lackeys exchanged a look and let out bitter laughs. One of them stepped forward, his voice trembling. Senior Brother Yi, you're joking. With your strength, you're clearly the senior here. I have 20 spirit stones here. I'd like to settle our grudge and turn our swords into plowshares. The other disciple didn't waste a second. I have 20 spirit stones as well. They both hurriedly handed over small cloth pouches. I took the bags and pulled them open. When I saw the shimmering stones inside, my own eyes started to glow. I did a quick count, 40 stones, not a single one missing. I flashed them a smile that was much brighter and friendlier than before. Well said, I chirped. I've never been one to hold a grudge. You guys should come back and challenge me more often. If you win, the stones are yours. You must be joking, senior brother, one of them stammered. Who would dare challenge you now? They looked like they had just been granted a stay of execution. They turned and scrambled away, practically crawling in their haste to disappear. Within seconds, they were gone. I was in a great mood. I hadn't expected this trip to the Chuangong Pavilion to be so profitable. I had walked away with a blue-red sword and 60 spirit stones. That was several times my entire net worth. For the first time, I understood the thrill of making money. I realized why the Black Sand Society members loved robbing people. It really was the fastest way to get rich. Still, a part of me felt uneasy about bullying the weak. I had been the weak one for so long. Even though I had power now, I didn't want to become the kind of person I used to hate. As the crowd of onlookers finally dispersed, I joined the long queue to enter the pavilion. The building was divided into 5 floors, separated by rank: servants, outer disciples, inner disciples, foundation establishment cultivators, and golden core masters. Each rank had access to different techniques and spells. Inside, I handed over my identity jade plate to a kind-looking old man with white hair. I couldn't sense a single ripple of spiritual power from him, which terrified me. In a place like this, that usually meant he was a master far beyond the foundation establishment stage. The Chuangong Pavilion was the heart of the sect. It made sense that a powerhouse would be guarding it. You've just become a servant, the old man said gently. You may choose one basic mental cultivation method or one spell from the first floor. Bring the jade slip to me for copying when you're done. I bowed respectfully and stepped into the first floor. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stretched out before me, filled with shimmering jade slips. The room was divided into 4 main sections: mental methods, spells, sword arts, and miscellaneous. The miscellaneous section covered everything from palm techniques to body tempering and hidden weapons. Each category was further split into grades. As a servant, I only had access to yellow-grade low and mid-rank techniques. In the cultivation world, techniques were ranked as heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each of those was further divided into top, high, mid, and low ranks. While the gap between a low and mid-rank yellow technique wasn't massive, the jump to a high rank was huge. Most high-level arts required you to master the lower versions first. There was no such thing as skipping steps or reaching the top in one stride. Even someone like Song Lingtian, who was now an inner disciple, had to start with the basics. I headed toward the mental method section first. These were divided by the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Their main purpose was to boost the strength of one's internal mana. When I fought Li Lei, his mental method was clearly weak, which was why my raw mana had crushed him so easily. Each element had its own specialty. Gold was for explosive power and speed. Wood provided endless vitality and faster recovery. Water helped with steady cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. Fire boosted offensive spells, and earth was for ironclad defense. Since I had a 5-element spiritual root, I could technically practice any of them. Usually, a cultivator picked one main method and maybe a secondary one that complemented it. If you picked 2 elements that clashed, like water and fire, your mana would go haywire, or you'd literally explode. I wandered through the aisles, feeling conflicted. I wanted all of them. I didn't want to give up a single attribute. If any other cultivator knew what I was thinking, they would have laughed in my face. With my average talent, I'd be lucky to master 1 element in my lifetime. Trying to learn 5 was pure suicide, but choosing one meant abandoning others. If I chose fire, I'd have to give up water and gold because they clashed. I stood there for a long time, paralyzed by the choice. Then, I spotted a dusty jade slip on an inconspicuous shelf. This section didn't even have a label. It just had a diagram of the 5 elements in a cycle. I wiped away the grime, revealing 4 sharp characters: 5 elements primordial record. Beneath the slip was an old, tattered book explaining the technique. My eyes lit up as I read. This manual had been recovered thousands of years ago by the sect's founder, the Taishan ancestor, from an ancient ruin. It was a specialized, though incomplete, method designed specifically for those with 5-element roots. The sect only possessed the first 3 layers of the technique. But the description was incredible. If I could master just the first layer, it would increase my mana strength by 50%. That meant if I had the power of 2 horses, this technique would instantly push me to 3. I knew right then, this was exactly what I needed. With the first layer of the technique, I could unleash the power of 3 hunting horses in actual combat. If I reached the second layer, my mana strength would double. By the third layer, it would triple. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my throat went dry just thinking about it. If my base strength was already 3 horses, the third layer would push me to 9. I'd be able to crush cultivators at the 4th or 5th stage of chi refining with ease. It was terrifying power. The jade slip didn't even list a rank, but I knew this wasn't some low-grade trash. However, the technique was heavily flawed. It wasn't just incomplete, it was notoriously difficult and dangerous to practice. To progress, I had to consume 5-element chi in perfectly equal amounts. If the balance shifted even slightly, my body wouldn't be able to handle the chaotic mana. At best, I'd lose all my progress. At worst, I'd literally explode. The records mentioned 5 cultivators from the Taishan sect who had tried the 5 elements primordial record. Most spent a decade without even reaching the first layer. They all ended up in despair after losing their progress time and again. Surprisingly, none of them had exploded, but the failure rate was still haunting. Despite the risks, I couldn't put the jade slip down. I was obsessed. I knew deep down that this was the perfect fit for me. It was difficult, sure, but there was always a way. Besides, This was a mysterious technique the sect founder found in an ancient ruin. It had to have a grand origin. Youngster, you should think this through. I jumped at the sound of a dry cough. I looked up and saw a white-haired old man standing beside me. I hadn't even heard him approach. I've been the manager of the pavilion for a long time, he said slowly. At least 10 people have chosen that technique. They spent a fortune on spirit stones to buy materials just to balance their 5-element chi. In the end, they all failed. Greed always comes with a price. I went silent for a moment. Senior, did any of them explode? Not recently, he replied. But about 100 years ago, one man messed up his cultivation. His death was quite gruesome. I wasn't in charge of the first floor back then. I nodded. That's not too bad then. I'll take it. My reasoning was simple. I had the myriad emperor world. I could grow all kinds of spiritual plants and herbs with different attributes in that space. I wouldn't have to spend a single spirit stone on materials. I could extract the 5-element chi directly from my own garden. If it didn't work out, I'd just give up and find a new technique once I earned more sect contribution points. The only thing I'd lose was time. The old man didn't try to stop me further. If you're set on this, I suggest you pick a body refining technique. Strengthening your physical body and meridians will lower the chance of you blowing up. Of course, that means you won't have many offensive spells. You've already provoked those kids from the Black Sand Society. You need to be careful. To be honest, Senior, I said with a respectful bow, I plan to go to Spirit Beast Peak and become an insect master. I'll use spiritual insects for offense and defense. Spells and sword techniques aren't strictly necessary for me. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Clear-headed. Good. He turned and walked away. I bowed again, truly grateful for his advice. I headed straight for the miscellaneous section to find a body refining manual. These techniques were designed to make a cultivator's body incredibly tough and full of vitality. In the cultivation world, people who specialized in this were mocked as iron tortoises. They could take a beating, but they lacked the range or speed to catch anyone using flying swords or spells. The shelf for body refining was covered in dust, though not as thick as the one I'd just left. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I had just started my journey, and I was already becoming the weirdest cultivator in the sect. I was picking the two things nobody else wanted. I scanned the titles until I found a jade slip that caught my eye. The 5 Elements Vajra body. This was a technique only ruthless people dared to touch. Luckily, I considered myself pretty ruthless. It worked by pouring 5-element chi into the flesh and blood to temper the body. It was an excruciatingly painful process, but unlike my main cultivation technique, this chi stayed in the muscles and didn't enter the dantian. There was no conflict. The only downsides were the pain and the massive amount of resources it consumed. But once mastered, my body would be like steel. Flying swords and spells wouldn't even leave a scratch. I brought both slips to the white-haired old man. He nodded, handed me 2 new copies, and gave me a final warning. These copies will shatter 2 hours after you probe them with your mind. Memorize everything quickly, and remember, never share these techniques with outsiders. I understand, I replied. By the time I stepped out of the pavilion, night had fallen. A blanket of silver moonlight covered the sect, but for a cultivator, the dark didn't matter. I funneled mana into my eyes, and the world snapped into sharp focus. This was the Spirit Eye technique. It allowed me to see through the dark, spot demonic auras, and even see through basic disguises. It drained mana, but with my recovery speed, I could keep it active forever without breaking a sweat. I leaped into the air, my body feeling light as a feather, and landed on my flying sword. I didn't head back to the servant quarters. Instead, I steered my sword toward the Taishan sect market. I was an official servant disciple now, but I still needed supplies before my new life truly began. I was still allowed to stay in the preparatory servant dorms for a short time, so I had a place to rest. I took to the skies, and my perspective shifted instantly. The Taishan sect looked massive from above, far more spacious and silent at night than it did during the busy day. Every so often, I saw cold streaks of light flashing in the distance. Those were sword cultivators, training tirelessly through the night. As I rose above the clouds, the sky felt vast and infinite, the stars stretching on forever. It made me think back to 2 months ago. It was on a night just like this that I was brought to the Taishan sect. Back then, I was just a lowly, invisible servant in the Ling family. I worked myself to the bone and took every beating and insult without a word. Now, I was a true immortal. Even if Old Man Ling saw me today, he would have to kneel and bow in respect. I wondered what had happened to Ling Xiaoyu. We weren't close, but I couldn't help but worry about the fate of those captured by the demonic cult. The more I learned about the cultivation world, the more I understood its cruelty. They were likely being tortured or worse. I sighed and pushed the thought away. There was no point in dwelling on it. I steered my flying boat downward, diving toward a valley glowing with brilliant lights and buzzing with life. A massive stone monument stood at the entrance, shimmering with silver light. The words Taishan Sect Market were carved into it with powerful, bold strokes. This place was originally built for sect members to trade, but it had grown into a hub for disciples from other major sects and rogue cultivators alike. In this region, it was second only to the market run by the Taiji and Taitsong sects. Centuries ago, our market was the largest, but as the Taishan sect declined, the other two sects moved in and snatched away the business. Still, thousands of cultivators passed through here daily, and the place was packed with treasures. I had been dying to visit, but I'd never had the money or the clearance to leave the servant area. Now, I had a little bit of wealth and the status to back it up. Junior brother, entry to the market requires 1 spirit stone and a status check, a disciple at the gate said, offering a friendly smile. The sect didn't run this place for free. I felt a twinge of pain in my chest as I handed over one of my precious spirit stones and my identity jade. After checking my credentials, the disciple waved me through. You can go in, Junior brother Yi. Since it's your first time, here's a tip. Try to buy and sell at the reputable big shops. The small stalls and street vendors might look cheap, but if you aren't experienced, you'll end up paying a heavy price for a bad deal. Another disciple nearby chimed in with a grin. I'm also selling masks that hide your aura. They're only for sect members. Within the market's formation, this mask prevents anyone below the core formation stage from seeing your true identity. Even outside, it blocks the divine sense of anyone below foundation establishment. Only 800 spirit stones. A fair price for your safety. I cupped my hands politely. Thank you, senior brothers. I understand. I didn't even look back at the guy selling the mask. 800 spirit stones? That was enough to make most inner disciples feel despair, let alone a servant like me. I stepped into the market, my heart racing with excitement. My main goal was to buy spirit seeds. I needed to see how they grew inside the myriad emperor world. If the experiment failed or if they grew too slowly, I wouldn't be able to afford the resources for my 5-element technique. Right at the entrance, 2 grand buildings towered over the street, Treasure Pavilion and Myriad Pill Hall. Both had beautiful female cultivators standing outside, greeting customers with smiles. I checked their cultivation and felt a jolt of shock. They were both at the 5th level of chi refining. In the outer sect, they would be top tier, yet here they were acting as waitresses. Both shops had plaques identifying them as official Taishan sect businesses. I tried to walk into the Treasure Pavilion, but one of the women blocked my path with a polite smile. Junior brother, the Treasure Pavilion requires a minimum cultivation of the 3rd level of chi refining to enter. I stood there, feeling incredibly awkward. Apparently, having money wasn't enough. You needed the strength to match. I didn't even have much money, to begin with. I just wanted to look around, but that plan was dead. I sighed and headed deeper into the market. The streets weren't too crowded yet. Most people wore Taishan sect robes, though I didn't see many fellow servants. It was mostly outer and inner disciples. I also spotted disciples from other sects. The Taiji sect members wore elegant white robes, while the Taitsong sect disciples were draped in expensive yellow silk. Both groups walked with their heads high, looking down on everyone else. There were also wealthy rogue cultivators covered in jewelry, trying to look important, though they were quick to bow and scrape whenever a major sect disciple walked by. Further in, the shops became less grand. Eventually, I reached the chaotic street stall area. For 10 spirit stones a day, anyone could set up a booth here. This was where you found the weirdest items and the best rumors. The air was thick with the sound of vendors shouting, freshly forged mid-grade flying sword. With a servant's meager salary, coming here was a waste of time. You'd spend a spirit stone just to enter and likely leave empty-handed. Most servants probably just used sect contribution points for their basic needs. The more I saw, the more I craved wealth. Having enough spirit stones to buy whatever I wanted, that was the dream. I reluctantly left the stall area and headed toward a medium-sized shop called Bai Chao Hall. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles greeted me. He was a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining. "Young lady, what do you need?" he asked. "We buy spirit herbs at 80% of the market price and sell seeds as well. We even have herbs over 100 years old. We've been here for centuries. Our prices are fair." I asked about the prices for several types of 5-element spirit herb seeds. I didn't buy them immediately. Even though I was new to shopping, I knew the importance of comparing prices. After checking 7 or 8 different shops, I finally found the cheapest one. I spent 30 spirit stones on 500 seeds. I bought 100 seeds for each of the 5 elemental attributes. With the seeds in hand, I stopped wandering and headed straight back to my trainee servant dormitory. I didn't rush to read the jade slips for the 5-element primordial manual or the 5-element Vajrabao. Instead, I focused my mind and woke up Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong, who were sleeping inside the myriad emperor world. Since I couldn't physically enter that space yet, the planting had to be done by them. The space had changed. A month ago, it was a desert where I had tossed in a single blade of grass. Now, green covered the ground like an oasis. This gave me hope that spirit herbs would grow quickly here. Xiao Bai's white python body was barely visible in the tall weeds, while Xiao Chong was completely buried. With a single thought, I made all the weeds wither and turn back into sand. As the master of this world, I controlled everything. I could make it lush or leave it barren. I needed every bit of nutrition in the soil for my new seeds. I sent the 5 pouches of seeds into the space. Xiao Chong grabbed them excitedly. Following my instructions, he used his massive pincers to dig rows of holes in the sand. Under Xiao Bai's magical control, the seeds flew from the bags and settled into the pits. The soil covered them automatically. Cultivators were much more efficient at farming than mortals. In less than an hour, all 500 seeds were planted in 5 neat rows. "I can't wait for them to sprout," Xiao Chong said through our mental link. "I want to sleep in a field of medicine and eat spirit fruit whenever I wake up." "If you want them to grow fast, you'll need spirit stones," Xiao Bai warned. "Their growth depends on the master's wallet." My heart ached as I sent 10 spirit stones into the myriad emperor world. I told myself it was just a test and hoped I wouldn't lose money. As soon as the stones entered, they dissolved into mist. A pale blue fog spread rapidly through the space. Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong looked intoxicated, as if they were tasting something divine. "Master," Xiao Bai cried out in surprise. "The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. It feels like you didn't just use 10 stones. It feels like 100, maybe even 1,000. Green buds poked through the sand. In the blink of an eye, they grew an inch tall, stretching out emerald leaves. "They're growing. They're growing," Xiao Chong cheered, waving his pincers. Inside the space, he could communicate with me perfectly. I was stunned. These were spirit herb seeds. In the best fields of the Taishan sect, they would take months to sprout. In the wild, it might take decades. But here, it had happened in seconds. It was a miracle. But the excitement didn't last. Once the herbs reached 2 inches in height, they stopped. The growth became invisible to the naked eye. "What happened?" Xiao Chong grumbled. "I thought I'd be harvesting century-old herbs today and making us rich." "The spiritual energy dropped too fast," Xiao Bai explained. "Master needs to put in more spirit stones to keep them growing." I felt a wave of disappointment. If I could grow these 500 herbs to 100-year maturity, they'd be worth hundreds of spirit stones. My costs were only 30 for seeds and 10 for the initial boost. Usually, 100-year herbs just meant they grew in a place with enough energy to match a century of natural growth. "Xiao Bai," I asked, "how many stones would it take to get these to a 100-year grade?" Xiao Bai looked dejected. "They're just sprouts now. It would take at least several thousand spirit stones to get them all to that level." My heart sank. Even if I grew them all, they wouldn't sell for a few thousand stones. The cost was higher than the profit. It was a total scam. The only advantage was speed, but if I already had thousands of spirit stones, why wouldn't I just buy the herbs directly from a shop? Why go broke trying to grow them here? My mood hit rock bottom. If I couldn't use this space to grow resources cheaply, my path to power was going to be much harder than I thought. I stood there in the silence of the myriad emperor world, staring at the stunted sprouts. If I couldn't use this space to cultivate resources cheaply, my path to power was going to be much harder than I thought. I felt like I had just wasted a trip to the scripture pavilion. As a bitter smile touched my lips, Xiao Bai's gentle voice echoed in my mind. Master, don't be too discouraged, she said softly. The myriad emperor world is a sacred relic of your family. Its functions shouldn't be this simple. This space is mysterious. We just need to explore it slowly. Her words calmed me down. She was right. Maybe this space wasn't meant for growing ordinary medicinal herbs at all. My family, the Yi family, were spirit insect tamers, not alchemists. It made sense that the environment favored creatures over plants. Still, I was facing a massive loss. I only had 70 spirit stones to my name, and 40 of them were already gone. These seedlings were worth something, but I couldn't sell them. If I showed up at the market every 2 days with fresh herbs after buying seeds just a week ago, people would get suspicious. Someone would realize I had a treasure. In this world, that was a death sentence. I needed to make money, but I had to keep my secrets hidden. My original plan was to grow herbs to boost my own cultivation, not to become a merchant. Just as I was drowning in worry, Xiaobai spoke up again. Master, you just reminded me of something. Since you come from a clan of insect tamers, everything here must be related to that. What if these herbs are meant for us? She leaned her large head toward a sprout, sniffing deeply. I feel a very tempting aura coming from them. It's faint because they aren't fully grown, but, Master, can I try eating a leaf? My eyes lit up. Of course. The seeds I bought were non-toxic. Xiaobai lowered her head and delicately bit off a lime green leaf from a metal attribute herb. She chewed slowly, savoring the flavor, and swallowed. After a moment, her eyes widened with joy. I understand now. The herbs grown in this space are different. They are more suitable for us to consume. The elemental energy inside them is much more intense. She flexed her body, her scales shimmering. After eating that metal attribute leaf, I can feel my scales, teeth, and bones becoming tougher. It's a small change, but it's there. I felt a surge of excitement. So this space produces mutated herbs specifically designed to evolve spirit insects. You're so smart, Master, Xiaobai said, sounding a bit proud of herself. The puzzle pieces finally clicked. The myriad emperor world wasn't a farm. It was an evolutionary chamber. Even if the herbs weren't century-old by standard measures, their quality for insects was far superior. This meant I couldn't sell them, but I could use them to turn Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong into monsters. It also solved another problem. Usually, I had to use my own blood to feed them, which was exhausting and limited how many I could raise. With these herbs, I could mass-produce powerful insects, provided I had enough spirit stones. And there it was. The ultimate problem for both mortals and cultivators alike, how to get rich. Right now, I had 3 spirit insects, 30 spirit stones, and a slightly worn blue-red sword worth maybe 20 stones. 50 stones total. I had to be careful. Back in the mortal world, I thought immortals lived in palaces of gold and jade. I never expected that even as a cultivator, I'd still be broke. I took a deep breath and adjusted my mindset. I couldn't grow all 500 herbs. The cost was too high. Xiao Bai, Xiao Chong, I called out. Dig up the seedlings. Leave only 10 of each attribute. We'll keep 50 in total. Understood, Master, they chirped together. Xiao Chong used his massive claws like a pair of shovels, carefully avoiding the roots. Xiao Bai used her magic to lift the other seedlings and sort them into 5 neat piles. In this space, they wouldn't die or dehydrate. I could replant them later if I needed to. For now, I didn't want them sucking up the precious spiritual energy in the air. Once they finished, I took my final 30 spirit stones and threw them into the void. The stones vanished, exploding into a thick mist of spiritual energy. The remaining 50 plants began to surge. The sword grass turned to shimmering gold, its edges becoming sharp as razors. The wood attribute herbs swelled like giant radishes. The frost grass turned translucent, emitting a chilling mist, while the fire attribute herbs glowed like a sunset, radiating waves of heat. Finally, The earth attribute vines grew thick and heavy, crawling across the soil. Then, the energy ran out. My 30 stones were gone. The herbs weren't at the 100-year mark yet. An alchemist would probably reject them. But to me, they were priceless. Xiao Bai, Xiao Chong, I said, looking at my companions. From now on, you'll each eat one herb every 4 days to strengthen yourselves. In the meantime, I'll find a way to earn more stones. Once I became an official servant at the Spirit Beast Peak, these two would be my greatest protection. They weren't just tools to me. They were the friends who had saved my life. My goal wasn't just to survive. I wanted to turn them into immortal insects. I wanted us to reach the peak together. Wow! Xiao Chong cheered, his mandibles clicking. Then I won't be polite. As soon as the words left my mouth, Xiao Chong moved with lightning speed. He devoured a blade of swordgrass in the blink of an eye. Almost immediately, his pitch-black shell began to shimmer with a faint golden glow. It looked tougher, sharper, and more lethal than before. Xiaobai was a bit more refined. He opened his mouth wide, and I watched as strands of golden energy drifted off the remaining swordgrass, flowing directly into his throat. Once he swallowed the essence, his scales began to glisten. It made sense now why spirit plants in the wild were always guarded by powerful beasts. They waited for the plants to mature just to consume that concentrated energy and boost their own strength. By the time Xiaobai finished, the swordgrass had withered into a pile of yellow dust. Out of my 5 initial plants, only 3 remained. I wasn't worried, though. It would take 20 days before they needed to eat again. That gave me a window of time to figure out how to make more money and grow a fresh batch. With their bellies full, I sent Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong back into a deep sleep. I wanted them to focus on comprehending their secret techniques. As for me, it was time to get to work. I pulled out the jade slip for the 5 elements primal law. I sank my divine sense into it, and the cultivation chants flooded my mind. Asterisk the world began, and the 5 elements were born. First is water, second is fire, third is wood, fourth is metal, and fifth is earth. Asterisk. I recited the words under my breath, my head swaying like a focused child. The spiritual power in my brain surged, making my mind incredibly sharp. I memorized the entire law in record time. Next, I pulled out the slip for the 5 elements Vajra art. I studied the pathways for moving energy through my meridians until they were burned into my memory. Suddenly, both jade slips shattered into dust. It was a security measure by the Taishian sect to prevent their techniques from leaking. I knew the rules. If I ever tried to teach these to someone else, the punishment would be severe. I didn't start the new cultivation method right away. Instead, I extracted the sharp liquid from a blade of swordgrass, wrapping it in my spiritual power. Strands of golden metal energy began to sink into my palms. My face twisted. My body started to tremble, and the veins on my forehead popped. It hurt. It hurt so much more than I had expected. The 5 elements Vajra art was notorious for its pain, and now I knew why. As the metal energy surged through me, it felt like every inch of my flesh and skin was being shredded to pieces. Then, just as quickly, it began to knit back together. The new flesh felt denser, more resilient. My skin took on a faint, metallic tint, just like Xiao Chong's shell. By the time the energy completed one full cycle through my body, I was drenched. A pool of sweat had gathered on the floor beneath me. My brain was screaming at me to stop. The agony was extreme. But a voice deep inside told me to keep going. If I wanted to become an immortal, if I wanted to be strong enough to never be bullied again, I had to be ruthless with myself. This pain was nothing but a light drizzle. I gritted my teeth and pulled another strand of metal energy from the grass. A low, pained groan escaped my throat, but I didn't stop. My movements became more fluid, more practiced. By dawn, I had absorbed 3 full blades of swordgrass. Now, when I activated the technique, my skin glowed gold. I tested it with my dark iron sword, sliding the blade across my arm. It only left a faint white scratch. Before this, that sword would have sliced through my level 1 skin like butter. I was satisfied. The feeling of being torn apart was worth it. This was just the beginning. One day, I would reach the point where fire, water, and flying swords couldn't even leave a mark on me. My plan was clear. I would be the ultimate shield, and my insects would be the ultimate spears. The 5 Elements Vajra art had 5 levels. You knew you had mastered a level when the 5 elements no longer caused pain, but felt as comfortable as breathing air. I also realized that the herbs grown in my world space were special. Their elemental energy was far more potent than any ordinary 100-year-old plant. This was going to make my journey and the growth of my insects much faster than anyone else's. Time blurred as I practiced. Before I knew it, the day for the Spirit Beast Peak Senior Servant exam had arrived. I mounted my sword and flew toward the plaza halfway up the mountain. Even though the sun was barely up, the place was packed. Hundreds of disciples in Taishan sect robes were sitting cross-legged, waiting. Most were at the first level of chi condensation. A few were at the second. Level 3 disciples didn't bother with this. They were already promoted to the outer sect. I found a quiet corner, sat down, and closed my eyes to meditate. As the sun rose higher, the crowd grew to over 500 people. Around 9 in the morning, the whispering started. "I wonder which manager is running the test today," one guy muttered. "If it's Manager Zhu, we might have a chance. If it's Manager Zhang, we're doomed." "You sound like an expert, brother," another replied. "How many times have you tried this?" The first guy sighed. "To be honest, I've tried the exams for every single peak. I've never passed. The success rate is less than 10%. I just hope I get to see Fairy Qingyao today. They say she checks on the exams sometimes. If I see her once, my cultivation life is complete." "Who is Fairy Qingyao?" a newcomer asked. "Is she that beautiful?" The crowd went silent for a second before someone scoffed. "You're at Spirit Beast Peak and you don't know who she is?" "She's the Peak Master, a core formation powerhouse. Calling her beautiful is an insult. I saw her once. She's 10,000 times more stunning than any painting. Even the female cultivators are obsessed with her." Apparently, there was a beauty ranking for the entire Shulong mountain range. While people argued over the other spots, everyone agreed that Fairy Qingyao was number 1. There was no competition. I opened my eyes, hearing the chatter. Usually, I didn't care about beauties or rankings, but the way they spoke about her caught my attention. Just as the exam was about to begin, the atmosphere in the plaza shifted. I felt a flicker of curiosity. I wanted to see what kind of person could be so beautiful that people spoke of her with such reverence. Right then, a cry pierced the clouds. It was the sharp, melodic call of a crane. A massive, snow-white crane with a wingspan of nearly 30 feet descended from the sky. Standing on its back was a graceful, elegant woman, flanked by 4 inner court disciples who radiated power. The atmosphere changed instantly. The crowd bowed low. "Greetings, Manager Zhang," they called out in unison. I followed suit, bowing respectfully. From the whispers earlier, I knew Manager Zhang was notoriously strict. Many of the people here were about to have a very bad day. The crane was still 100 meters up, but the force from its beating wings sent our robes fluttering wildly. Manager Zhang and the disciples leaped from the bird's back, landing gracefully among us. With another powerful flap, the crane soared back into the clouds and vanished. I was stunned. That crane was at least a level 10 spirit beast, teetering on the edge of foundation establishment. As for Manager Zhang, she was undoubtedly a foundation establishment powerhouse. In the 3 great righteous sects, anyone holding the rank of manager had to be at that level. Manager Zhang swept her gaze over us. "Rise," she said coldly. One of the male inner disciples stepped forward. "The time has come. Anyone who hasn't arrived has lost their chance. I will now announce the requirements for the senior handyman position at Spirit Beast Peak." Suddenly, a pressure as vast as the ocean descended upon the plaza. My heart skipped a beat. The invisible myriad emperor world ring on my finger vibrated violently. Then, the sensation of wearing it vanished completely. It felt as if the ring had ceased to exist in this world. I panicked for a split second, but I could still feel the connection to my spirit beasts, Little Chong and Little Bai, inside the space. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The ring had hidden itself to avoid detection. I looked up, following everyone else's gaze. A flawless white lotus pedestal was floating down through the mist. Standing upon it was a woman in simple, elegant robes. Her silver-white hair flowed in the wind, and she possessed an ethereal, quiet beauty that felt otherworldly. The moment I saw her, the rest of the world faded away. My entire vision was filled by her. The others were right. Words like pretty or beautiful couldn't even describe a fraction of her grace. Her figure, her face, her aura, everything was perfect. She looked like a masterpiece crafted by heaven and earth itself. She scanned the crowd with a soft, calm gaze. I might have imagined it, but I felt her eyes linger on me for a fraction of a second. The weight of being watched by such a powerful being was intense, but it passed quickly. Manager Zhang was the first to snap out of it. She cleared her throat and bowed deeply. Greetings, Peak Master. The rest of us woke up from our daze and hurriedly lowered our heads. Nobody dared to look again. Everyone knew that while Fairy Qingyao looked gentle, she was a terrifying force on the battlefield. She had slaughtered countless demonic cultivators, including 5 who were at the core formation stage. You don't lead Spirit Beast Peak for decades by just being a pretty face. Fairy Qingyao nodded slightly, transformed into a streak of light, and vanished into the clouds. The crushing pressure disappeared with her. Almost instantly, the myriad Emperor World ring reappeared on my finger, though it remained invisible. I let out a long, shaky breath. Thank God she didn't notice the ring. So that was a core formation master? It felt like she could have crushed me into a pulp with a single thought. It was terrifying. I had seen Foundation establishment cultivators before, but this was my first time seeing someone at the core formation stage. Her power and grace left a permanent mark on my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if such a perfect woman actually existed. No wonder she was the undisputed #1 beauty in the Shilong Mountains. I was nearly 14 now. Since joining the Taishan sect, the good food and my cultivation progress had made me look more like a 17-year-old. My body and mind were hitting puberty fast. Before today, I hadn't really thought about finding a wife or a cultivation partner. But seeing Fairy Qingyao changed that. If I could have someone that perfect by my side, life would be pretty good. I set a new small goal for myself. My big goal was immortality for me and my beasts. My small goal? Finding a partner as beautiful as Fairy Qingyao. Unlike the guys around me, I didn't lose my mind. Some of them looked like they had lost their souls, their faces flushed and hearts racing. They looked ready to jump into a volcano if she asked. I just kept my cool and turned my attention back to Manager Zhang. The men in the crowd were still whispering in a daze. I actually saw her. I can die happy now. I have to pass this exam. I need to be closer to her. Manager Zhang's face turned to ice. Silence, she barked. Her voice cut through the excitement like a blade. I have been watching you. Those of you who are still daydreaming 10 minutes after the Peak Master left have no mental discipline. Your hearts are flighty. You are unfit for Spirit Beast Peak. As of this moment, you are disqualified. The plaza went dead silent. The dream was over. That's not fair. One guy shouted from the back, emboldened by the crowd. You didn't even start the test yet. Even Foundation establishment cultivators lose themselves when they see Fairy Qingyao. How can you expect us to be better? Manager Zhang didn't argue. She simply released a wave of spiritual pressure that made everyone's faces turn pale. The exam started the moment I arrived, she said grimly. If anyone else disrupts this, they will be punished according to sect law. Announce the names of those who passed the first gate. The inner disciple beside her opened a scroll and began reading. Those whose names are called, step forward for the next round. Li Wei, Wang Guiying, Zhang Jiaohua, Lin Yuan. Most of the names were women. The majority of the men had been cut loose. My name was near the top of the list. It turned out that snapping out of that trance quickly was the real first test, and I had passed. Manager Zhang's gaze fell on me. She gave a small, approving nod. I kept my face neutral, but inside, I was laughing. If she knew what I was actually thinking, that I wanted a woman as beautiful as Fairy Qingyao to be my wife, she probably wouldn't be so impressed. I wondered how these inner disciples identified us so quickly. They must have memorized the portraits and files provided by the servant hall. For a cultivator, a photographic memory was just a basic skill. I let out a quiet breath of relief. I had passed the first unexpected hurdle. Manager Zhang was incredibly strict, turning a sudden appearance into a test of character. It was lucky I wasn't the type to lose my mind over a pretty face. If my friend Wang Changxing had been here, he would have been the first one disqualified. The name stopped. Out of the 500 or 600 servants who started, only 200 were left. Even many of the female cultivators had failed the test of focus. Fairy Qingyao's charm really was universal. Those not on the list may leave, Manager Zhang said coldly. Hundreds of people walked away, sighing in disappointment. The excitement of seeing the fairy had completely vanished, replaced by the sting of failure. The plaza felt empty now. Manager Zhang spoke again. Next is a test of endurance. Spirit beasts and insects eat, drink, and defecate. The stench is something every disciple of Spirit Beast Peak must face. If you can endure the smell of a fart bug for 20 breaths, you pass. The crowd turned pale. The name sounded cute, almost ridiculous, but I knew what it was. It was a spiritual stink bug. In the mortal world, they were called shield bugs. Their gas was so foul it could be used to create toxins capable of knocking out powerful cultivators. Manager Zhang patted a large embroidered bag at her waist. A swarm of palm-sized, bright green bugs flew out, buzzing their wings. She controlled them, spreading them evenly among the remaining candidates. Asterisk puff, 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 asterisk. Clouds of blue-green smoke erupted from the bugs' backsides. Some people instinctively held their breath. Anyone holding their breath is disqualified, an inner disciple shouted. Maintain a normal breathing rhythm. The stench hit me like a physical blow. It smelled like a mixture of 10-year-old rotten eggs, river sludge, and decaying corpses. But I didn't flinch. I was a spirit rot slave. I had spent my days cleaning drainage ditches and handling filth. I barely even frowned. My breathing stayed steady, rhythmic, letting the foul gas swirl into my nostrils. When it came to endurance, I refused to believe anyone here could beat me. I had just spent days practicing the 5 elements Vajra art. That process felt like being sliced alive, yet I had endured it. This smell was nothing. I actually wanted to tell the bugs to turn it up. If they increased the dose, more of my competition would drop out. Others weren't doing so well. People started retching violently. Some couldn't take it at all. Their eyes rolled back, their limbs twitched, and they collapsed, unconscious from the smell. The refined, elegant image of the female servants was completely shattered. They were clutching their stomachs, faces pale, bodies trembling as they fought the urge to vomit. Finally, the 20 breaths were up. Manager Zhang struck out with her palm, creating a massive gust of wind that swept the blue smoke away. The air cleared instantly. Those whose names are called, step forward, the inner disciple announced. And for those who failed, remember to take your vomit with you. If you leave a mess, there will be consequences. The young girls looked at Manager Zhang like she was a demon. This wasn't a test, it was torture. Even mortal interrogation methods weren't this disgusting. Lin Yuan, Li Yu, Zhou Qing. The list was much shorter now. We had gone from 200 down to about 60 or 70. Aside from me, everyone looked like they had one foot in the grave. Behind us, the losers were miserably cleaning up the plaza. One girl, who looked like they came from a wealthy family, started throwing up all over again. Very well, Manager Zhang said, her voice stern. The final round will test your spiritual affinity. Low-level spirit beasts have no intelligence. To train them, you must communicate through spirit. This affinity is the foundation of being a beast tamer. The fart bugs flew over to us again, hovering beside each candidate. Try to communicate with the bug, the disciple instructed. Make it follow you for one full lap around the plaza. Understood. Understood, we shouted in unison. Finally, a normal test. Some people looked like they were ready to cry with relief. They started immediately. Oh, you're such a cute little bug, one girl cooed. Want to play with me? The bug responded by farting directly in her face. Brother bug, a male cultivator whispered, holding out a spirit stone. Follow me for one lap, and this is yours. Puff, another face full of blue gas. People were begging, bribing, and even threatening the insects. Most of them just got farted on in return. The girls who had managed not to vomit earlier finally lost it. Their faces were stained blue-green by the constant spray. I didn't need to beg. With one look, I established a connection. I didn't even have to try. I started walking, and the bug followed me perfectly. I was the fastest person on the track. By the time the others had finished half a lap, I was already done. In truth, I could have made every single bug in the plaza follow me with a single thought. But I had to stay low-key. I had no real backing yet. The insect emperor bone ring and my unique constitution were secrets that had to stay buried. I could explain away my physical strength as having eaten a rare fruit, but a godlike spiritual affinity was harder to justify. I crossed the finish line, the green bug buzzing contentedly behind me. I was officially in. The green bug didn't just follow me. It started circling me playfully. When I held out my hand, it landed right on my palm and began rubbing against my skin like a loyal pet. The other cultivators watched this with their jaws on the floor. Their expressions shifted from frustration to pure envy. To them, these were disgusting, stinking insects that did nothing but fart blue gas in their faces. To me, it looked like a cute little companion. They looked like they wanted to cry. I could see the thought running through their heads. Asterisk, where's the justice? How is this fair? Asterisk. Half an hour passed. One of the inner sect disciples stepped forward, seeing that no one else was making progress. He announced the end of the round. He told the failures not to feel too bad. Passing 2 rounds was already impressive. He suggested they try their luck at other peaks or wait until they reached the 3rd level of chi refining to join the spirit beast peak. Talent, he claimed, could be nurtured over time. The crowd thinned out fast. We started with 500 or 600 people, but now, only about 20 of us remained on the plaza. A 1 in 30 pass rate. Manager Zhang was definitely as strict as the rumors said. However, when Manager Zhang looked at those of us who remained, her sharp gaze softened. From this moment on, she announced, her voice echoing across the plaza, you are senior handyman of the Spirit Beast Peak. She explained that once we reached the 3rd level of chi refining, we'd be promoted to senior outer disciples. That was a step above the regular outer disciples. All the struggle had been worth it. But she wasn't done. As a personal gift, she continued, the bugs beside you are yours to keep. I raised these myself. Their bloodlines are superior, they are smarter than their kin, and their potential for growth is much higher. Everyone's eyes lit up. A standard bug larva cost at least 1 spirit stone, but one personally raised by a manager? That was worth dozens. She told us that the gas they produced could be condensed for alchemy or used to create poison. If we were smart, these bugs would make us rich. Then, she called my name. Yi Lin. I startled slightly and stepped forward, bowing low. Yi Lin greets Manager Zhang. She gave me a faint, appreciative smile. You were the best overall performer in this assessment. Take these 30 spirit stones as a reward. Work hard and contribute to the Spirit Beast Peak. She handed me a small pouch. My eyes practically glowed. 30 spirit stones? My opinion of this woman flipped instantly. She was harsh, sure, but she took care of the people she valued. 2 other girls received rewards as well, 20 and 10 stones respectively, before Manager Zhang transformed into a streak of light and vanished. One of the inner sect brothers took over to lead us to our new homes. We followed the 4 senior disciples, flying toward a section of the mountain nestled near a beautiful stream. Because I had impressed them, they let me pick my room first. I didn't hesitate. I chose the quietest spot with the largest courtyard. This wasn't like the cramped dorms for trainees. As a senior handyman, I got my own 2-story building. It had a private yard, a martial arts training ground, and a dedicated area for raising spirit beasts. Downstairs, there was even a stone room specifically for breeding insects. The whole place was protected by a concealment formation. It cost 1 spirit stone every 3 months to run, but it ensured total privacy. Finally, I had a place where I could breathe. Once we were all settled, the inner sect brother turned serious again. Listen closely, he said. Every 3 months, you must hand over products worth 60 contribution points. This can be young beasts, larvae, or rare materials for alchemy and forging. Fail 3 times, and you're demoted back to a regular handyman. The mood turned heavy. 60 points? Regular handymen only needed 20. We were expected to produce 3 times as much. A senior sister smiled, trying to ease the tension. She told us most people found the quota easy to meet. She explained that we could use our identity jade slips to claim free larvae and eggs from the Spirit Beast Pavilion, along with the books on how to raise them. They also held classes every 10 days. Can we sell the extra products ourselves? Someone asked. The senior sister nodded. Anything you raise belongs to you. That's the hidden perk of our peak. Last year, a disciple raised a mutated ice spirit spider, and sold it at the auction for 500 spirit stones. I heard a collective gulp. 500 stones was a fortune. Another disciple asked about the registration process. Do we have to register every single insect? If I raise a nest of thousands of great strength ants, that's going to take forever. The sister laughed. The sect doesn't care about the harmless stuff. We only keep a strict eye on ghosts, demons, and exceptionally violent beasts. For normal insects, just give us a rough idea. If you've got a nest of ants, just bring one in to show us what kind they are, and we'll mark it down. I stood in my new courtyard, feeling the weight of the spirit stones in my pocket. This was it. Between the bone ring and this new home, I finally had the foundation I needed to truly start my journey. I understood everything perfectly. I thanked the senior sister, my mind racing with possibilities. The more I heard about Spirit Beast Peak, the brighter my eyes glowed. I had been racking my brain for days, trying to figure out how to earn spirit stones, and now I finally had a lead. Registering Little White and Little Strong was going to be easier than I thought, too. Neither of them was considered a high-risk creature. Once I got settled, I just needed to hide their true cultivation levels and report them to the pavilion. The 4 inner sect disciples saw that we had no more questions and flew off on their swords. As soon as they were gone, the other new high-grade handymen scrambled toward the spirit beast and spirit insect pavilions. Everyone knew the drill. The sooner you started raising them, the faster they grew, and the more sect points and shiny spirit stones you'd make. Nobody wanted to lose their status after fighting so hard to get here. I made my way to the spirit insect pavilion and waited in line. When I finally reached the front, an old man checked my identity jade slip and handed me a small booklet. "Young man," he said, his voice raspy. "This lists the difficulty and value of various low-level insects. Generally, the harder they are to raise, the more they're worth. Choose wisely based on what you can handle. We only provide free eggs once. If they die, you'll have to pay for replacements with sect points or stones." I thanked him and opened the booklet. The difficulty was ranked from 1 to 5 stars. 1-star insects were hardy and cheap, while 5-star ones were the most fragile. I noticed the great strength ants the other girl mentioned were only 2 stars. They produced acid used for poisons and forging. I didn't even look at the easy stuff. I flipped straight to the 5-star rankings and locked onto the number 1 profit maker, the snow silkworm. They were notoriously delicate and prone to sickness. Their diet was incredibly picky. They only ate tender mulberry leaves picked during the first light of dawn, still dripping with dew. On top of that, they had to live in ice caves. The colder it was, the more active they became. But the payoff was massive. They produced snow silk, the primary material for high-end cultivator robes. If I could pull this off, my money problems would vanish. "Senior," I said, looking the old man in the eye, "I want to claim snow silkworm eggs." The old man froze. He frowned at me. "Little kid, even inner sect disciples struggle to keep those alive. The eggs are precious. I can only give you 2. Are you sure about this?" I was a bit surprised. I knew they were difficult, but I didn't realize they were that lethal. Still, I didn't waver. I had the insect emperor bloodline and the bone ring. If they got sick, I'd just feed them my blood. I hadn't met a bug yet that didn't love my blood. My body was stronger now, and I could recover quickly. I was confident. "I've thought it through," I said firmly. "I want to try. Please, senior." He sighed and shook his head. "Fine. I'll get the eggs and a few mulberry saplings. You can plant them in the field in your courtyard. They grow fast in spirit soil." My courtyard had a small plot, just enough for about 10 trees. A moment later, the old man returned with 2 translucent jade boxes, a manual, and the saplings. Before I even touched the boxes, a wave of cold hit my skin. Inside were 2 snowy white eggs. Each one was worth 5 spirit stones on the open market. "If you actually succeed," the old man added, "the pavilion will give you unlimited sect points for the silk. Sometimes, points are even more useful than stones." I thanked him again and headed straight back to my dorm. As soon as I arrived, Little Strong flew out to greet me, buzzing happily. Puff, puff, puff. He released a string of stinky farts in excitement. I winced and held my breath. I couldn't even get mad at him. I patted his carapace and then threw a palm strike, using the force of my 4 horsepower to blow the blue mist away. The air still smelled like death, but but at least I could breathe. Little Strong wasn't very smart yet. He just knew that happy times meant farting and sad times meant farting. I walked to the center of my yard and felt a pang of regret as I pulled out a shimmering spirit stone. I slotted it into a groove in the ground and shouted, "Activate." I channeled my power into a red jade stone nearby. Instantly, the jade glowed, and a translucent barrier rose up, surrounding my courtyard. This was the Mist Town Concealment Array. It cost 1 spirit stone every 3 months to run. Curious, I stepped outside the gate to look back. I couldn't see a thing. My entire home was swallowed by a thick, swirling fog. The Intersect brothers said only a foundation establishment expert could sense what was inside, and only a Golden Core master could actually see through it. Surely no Golden Core elder is going to spend their day spying on a lowly handyman, I thought. But then, a flicker of worry crossed my mind. I remembered Fairy Qing Yao, the Peak Master, looking at me during the inspection. It had been brief, but it felt different. There were hundreds of people there. Why did she look at me? Was it my imagination, or was I just that good-looking? I frowned, unable to find an answer. I shook it off. She was a goddess in the clouds. I was just a bug on the ground. There was no reason for her to target me. Besides, only the insects who tasted my blood could sense my secret, and they were all loyal to me. I pushed the worry aside. I was thrilled with my new home. I heard that outer sect disciples got even bigger courtyards, and inner sect disciples got their own mountain peaks. One step at a time, I told myself. My journey was just beginning. I knew that inner sect disciples had it even better. They owned private caves built directly over spiritual veins, where the energy was so thick it doubled their cultivation speed. My friend Song Lingtian already had one, and I had been envious ever since I visited him. But for now, this courtyard was mine. I closed the heavy front gate and felt the weight of the insect yellow bone ring on my finger. With a flick of my wrist, a flash of white light and a dark shadow burst forth. Xiao Bai, my giant python, appeared first. She was now 20 feet long and as thick as a water bucket. Beside her was Xiao Chong, my beetle, now the size of a grinding stone. 2 months in the ring, fed by my enhanced blood, had made them grow at a terrifying rate. Xiao Bai, Xiao Chong, we finally have our own place, I whispered. It's not huge, but you're free now. I wasn't worried about them being sensed. They had both mastered a concealment technique called the Hidden Dragon Art while inside the ring. Unless a Golden Core master specifically scanned my yard with their divine sense, they would remain invisible. And to a Golden Core expert, we were all just ants. They wouldn't waste their time looking at bugs. Xiaobai let out a hiss of joy. Master, this is great. I want to go for a swim. Go ahead, I said. Just dig a pool next to the training field. For a cultivator, changing the landscape was easy. The powerful could move mountains or turn seas into dry land. Digging a hole was nothing, and the sect didn't care if we renovated our quarters. Xiao Chong chirped excitedly. He couldn't speak human words outside the ring yet, but I understood him perfectly. He wanted to go out and steal a celestial crane so I could have a barbecue. My face turned pale. Xiao Chong, stop. We just got here. Don't go stealing anything, or you'll get us killed by someone we can't provoke. Xiao Chong's head dropped. He looked like his entire world had turned gray. He was a glutton by nature, and stealing food was his greatest instinct. I had kept him locked up for months to keep us safe, and his urges were finally boiling over. I knew I had to give him a goal, or he'd eventually sneak out and get me executed by a Foundation establishment guard. Look, Xiao Chong, I said solemnly. I'm not saying you can never go out, but you have to reach the second level of the Hidden Dragon Art first. At that level, even Foundation establishment experts won't be able to sense you. Once you hit that, you can go anywhere as long as you avoid the Golden Core Elders. The Hidden Dragon Art was a technique Xiao Bai had shared with me. It was incredibly difficult. The first level hid you from long-range detection. The second level made you invisible to Foundation establishment senses, and the higher levels could even fool Golden Core masters. I hadn't even reached the first level yet. Xiao Chong's black eyes lit up. Long live the master. I'm going to practice right now. He didn't hesitate. He turned into a streak of black light and dove back into the ring. Cultivating inside the ring was much faster for them anyway. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I seemed to be raising a bunch of weirdos. One beetle was a kleptomaniac, and my other companion, the farting bug, had, well, its own issues. Only Xiaobai seemed normal. Then I heard a crash. Rocks flew everywhere as Xiaobai dug a massive pit in seconds. She flicked her tail, and a dark cloud gathered overhead. Suddenly, a torrential downpour flooded my courtyard. Xiaobai loved being clean. She couldn't stand a single speck of dust on her white scales. I wiped the rain from my face. I just hope these new silkworms don't have any extreme hobbies, I muttered. Xiaolon, come here, I called out. That was the new name I gave the farting bug. Xiaolon buzzed happily through the rain, following me to the porch. I tapped my robes. A pulse of energy rippled out, instantly blasting the water off my clothes. The Taishian sect uniforms were impressive, waterproof, fireproof, and dust-resistant. Xiaobai, once you're done soaking, plant those mulberry trees in the field, I shouted. Got it, master, she replied, already lounging lazily in her new pool. I had to plant the trees. Even if I didn't need them, I couldn't have guessed wondering how my snow silkworms stayed alive without food. I went into my room and pulled out a jade box containing 2 thumb-sized, snowy white eggs. Normally, I need to build a cold storage room for them. I planned to build one eventually as a cover, but for now, I had a better idea. I had planted frost grass inside the myriad emperor world. The temperature there was perfect. I drew a small blade and sliced my finger. I let 2 drops of blood fall onto the eggs. With a thought, I sent them into the ring, placing them next to the frost grass. Within seconds, my blood soaked into the shells. The white eggs turned a deep, blood red. I felt a faint tremor through my mental link. Life was stirring inside. Suddenly, a series of foul-smelling pops filled the room. Xiaolon had smelled my blood and was buzzing around my hand in a frenzy. She didn't dare bite me without permission, but she was desperate. I pulled out a small plate and bled into it. Go on, I said with a smile. Eat your fill. It's your first meal in our new home. I hoped that as Xiaolon developed her intelligence, she'd finally stop farting whenever she got excited. She finished devouring my blood, and I sent her back into the myriad emperor world. I watched her curiously crawl over to Xiao Chong, who was busy cultivating. To show her friendship, she let out a series of foul-smelling pops. Xiao Chong didn't appreciate the gesture. He sent her flying with a single flick of his pincer. He didn't hurt her, but he grumbled loudly about the stench. Then he looked her over and decided that since they looked somewhat similar, he'd take her under his wing and teach her how to steal. I quickly sent a thought to Xiaolon, forcing her into a deep sleep before they could start a criminal enterprise. With the insects settled, I headed to the Spirit Beast Peak cafeteria for a massive meal. Afterward, I visited the Fong family shop and bought a low-grade yellow rank spell called the Ice Seal Technique. Once I mastered it, I could freeze water with a touch, making it easy to build a proper ice cellar as a cover for my silkworms. By my 3rd day on Spirit Beast Peak, 2 white, plump creatures finally emerged in the myriad emperor world. My snow silkworms had hatched. They were beautiful, with bodies as translucent and smooth as fine jade. They loved their new home, roaming far beyond the frost grass into the warmer areas. However, they were tiny eating machines. Within a single day, they had left bite marks on almost every spiritual plant I owned. They even tried to nibble on the hard shells of Xiaochong and Xiaolon. I couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't I have one normal spiritual insect? As the days passed, the silkworms grew at an incredible rate. My 10 frost grass plants were gone in 5 days. I had to spend 30 spirit stones to grow 30 more just to keep up. It was an incredibly expensive way to raise them. The manuals said frost grass was a luxury feed that most breeders avoided because the cost of the grass often outweighed the value of the silk. But I liked my little bugs. Seeing them eat so happily made it feel worth it. If I ran out of money, I'd just have to feed them more of my blood, which they seemed to prefer anyway. I also started supplementing their diet with small amounts of other elemental grasses. Metal grass made their teeth sharper, wood grass boosted their growth, fire grass increased their future magic power, and earth grass toughened their hides. Even inner sect disciples rarely spent this much on their pets. Xiaolon was growing fast too. She preferred fire elemental plants, and I noticed she was starting to mutate. The most obvious change was that her farts were getting even more pungent. Occasionally, she'd even spit out a spark, igniting the gas and causing a tiny, violent explosion. Between feeding my insects and attending lectures at the academy, the month flew by. One evening, I sat cross-legged on a jade meditation mat in my room. I held a blade of sword grass, watching it wither as I drew the sharp metallic energy into my body. The pain of the 5 elements Vajra body technique didn't make me flinch anymore. My meridians had grown used to the sensation. Suddenly, my body shuddered. A faint golden glow rippled across my skin, making me look like a living golden statue. I opened my eyes, a flash of gold light darting through my pupils. With a flick of my wrist, the black iron sword on the table unsheathed itself and flew into my hand. I took the blade and slashed it hard against my own wrist. Ding! Sparks flew. There wasn't a scratch on me, only a faint white mark that vanished in seconds. I had finally mastered the first level of the 5 elements Vajra body. Ordinary blades couldn't hurt me now, and even a flying sword from a cultivator of my own level wouldn't be able to pierce my skin instantly. I gripped the black iron sword with both hands. I squeezed, and the heavy metal began to deform like clay. I rolled it between my palms until the sword was nothing more than a solid iron ball. My physical strength had reached the power of 1 full horse. When combined with my spiritual energy in close combat, I could strike with the force of over 3 horses. Most cultivators relied entirely on their magic, which could run dry. But a body cultivator's strength was nearly inexhaustible. I stood up, feeling satisfied. The month of agonizing pain had paid off. Now, I could focus on the 5 elements primordial manual. If I could reach the 2nd level of my body tempering technique, I'd be nearly invincible against standard spells and weapons. With a thought, I summoned my family. Xiao Bai, Xiao Chong, Xiao Lan, and the 2 silkworms appeared before me. Dinner time, I said. I set down 5 plates. I deactivated my golden armor and sliced my wrist, letting my blood fill the bowls. Except for Xiao Bai, they all began to feast greedily. Xiao Bai just leaned in, her forked tongue flickering out to lick my wound. As she did, the cut sealed shut instantly, leaving my skin smooth and whole once again. Only after the others finished did Xiao Bai finally begin to eat. My gaze shifted to the 2 blood silkworms, now 3 or 4 inches long. I had named them Kan-E and Kan-Air, 1 male, 1 female. They were getting bigger and hungrier by the day, their appetites almost matching Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong. While the other spirit insects barely touched spirit grass after drinking my blood, these 2 never stopped eating. If I didn't give them grass, they would gnaw on the ice blocks surrounding them. They'd even start chewing the sand on the ground if they got desperate. Out of my original stash of dozens of frost grass stalks, only 4 remained. Even with careful rationing, they wouldn't last 10 days. My strength had improved, but my finances were a disaster. A high-level servant's salary was only 6 spirit stones a month. That wouldn't even cover the snacks for these little monsters. Why was I always so broke? I felt a headache coming on. I needed money for the 5 elements Vajra body, money for the primordial manual, and even more money just to keep my pets alive. According to the manual, blood silkworms usually took 3 months to produce silk, and even then, only if they were raised perfectly. Kan-E and Kan-Air were plump and healthy, growing much faster than average, but I had no idea when they'd actually start producing. Then there was Xiao Lan, my little blue beetle. Because of her mutation, every time she farted, it caused a massive explosion instead of releasing toxic gas. I couldn't exactly bottle that up and sell it. While the silkworms were busy feasting, I walked over to the clear pool where Xiao Bai usually bathed. I dipped my hand into the water and circulated my spiritual energy. Ice seal. Quick. Cracking sounds filled the air as a large chunk of white ice formed around my palm. Ice magic wasn't very useful for combat unless you were fighting in water, so I hadn't practiced it much. But for making ice blocks to keep the silkworms cool, it was perfect. I drew my flying sword and carved the ice into neat square bricks, tossing them into the ice cave inside the myriad emperor world. As I was checking the cave to make sure the silkworms hadn't chewed through the walls, I froze. There, stuck to the half-eaten ice bricks, were thin strands of shimmering white thread. My heart skipped a beat. This was it. The blood silkworm silk I had been dreaming of. These little gluttons were finally paying rent. I knew that silk was graded into 4 ranks: low, mid, high, and top tier. A new robe made of low-grade silk cost about 20 spirit stones. Mid-grade cost over 100. High-grade could go for several hundred, and top tier was basically priceless. You could spend thousands of stones and still not find any. For that kind of money, you could buy a low-grade spiritual tool, but most people couldn't even use those until they reached the foundation establishment stage. That made high-quality silk armor incredibly valuable for everyone else. With a thought, a single strand appeared in my hand. It was thinner than a human hair and translucent. The manual said the easiest way to test quality was a simple strength test. I grabbed both ends and began to pull. At first, I used very little force. The silk stretched but didn't break. I increased the pressure, eventually using the full strength of one horse. It still didn't snap. I was shocked. If I hadn't been practicing the Vajra body, this tiny thread would have sliced right through my skin. I felt a surge of competitive pride. I was a cultivator at the peak of the first level of chi refining. If I couldn't break a piece of string, it would be embarrassing. I channeled my spiritual energy into my arms and gave it a violent yank. Snap! It finally broke, but only after I applied the force of over 3 horses. I did the math in my head. Low-grade silk breaks at 0.1 horsepower. Mid-grade at 0.5. High-grade at 3. Top tier at 10. My silkworms were producing high-grade silk. I almost jumped for joy. They were only a month old. If I kept raising them, would they eventually produce top-tier silk? My eyes practically turned into spirit stones. I was going to be rich. I was finally going to be rich. I gathered all the silk from the ice cave and rolled it into a ball. It was so elastic that I could squeeze the whole mess down to less than a centimeter, but when I let go, it puffed up to the size of my fist. I carefully tucked it into a jade box. Now, I had a new problem: how to sell it. I couldn't just go to the market. I'd only been assigned these silkworms a month ago. Normally, they shouldn't produce anything for another 2 months, and certainly not high-grade silk. A lowly servant like me showing up with treasure like this was a death sentence. Someone would get suspicious. I couldn't hand it over to the sect for contribution points either. The Spirit Insect Pavilion would definitely wonder how I did it. With the recent changes in sect rules, everyone was getting greedier. I didn't want to gamble on whether the elders would try to steal my silkworms. I needed to find Wang Chongqing. He had connections. In the Taishin sect, there were only 2 people I remotely trusted: Wang Chongqing and Song Lingtian. They had both helped me and shared news when I was struggling. They knew I had secrets, but they never pried. Once the insects finished their meal, I put the silkworms back in their cave and tossed them a whole frost grass as a reward. "Let's go," I told the others. "We're heading out." Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong understood immediately. They shrank their bodies and vanished, sliding up into my sleeves. Xiao Lan just buzzed happily behind me. I had already registered Xiao Bai and Xiao Chong at the pavilion, and Xiao Lan was a gift from Manager Zhang, so I was officially a legal insect tamer now. I stepped out of my quarters, feeling the weight of the silk in my robe. It was time to turn this thread into a fortune. I had spent a lot of time in the Myriad Emperor world lately, using that ancient space to master several secret techniques. Xiao Lan had grown smarter, though her comprehension was still a bit slow compared to the others. So far, she had only mastered the dragon hiding art. However, her farts were now as powerful as high-level spells. Her combat potential was nothing to scoff at. Taishin's sect was becoming increasingly dangerous, so I made sure to keep my combat-ready spirit insects with me whenever I left my quarters. Once I was fully prepared, I stepped onto my flying sword and shot into the sky, heading toward Wang Chongqing's residence on Thundercloud Peak. As I soared through the air, I witnessed several disciples fighting below. I even passed a specific zone where the fighting was constant. This was the newly established free combat area. Under the new rules, cultivators of the same rank could challenge each other for any reason. The loser had to pay the winner 10 spirit stones for every level of their cultivation base. It was a gold mine for those confident in their strength and a training ground for the ambitious. I had visited a few times just to observe and gain experience. Song Lingtian, who was at the 2nd level of chi refining, had already become quite famous there. He had won 15 battles in a row without a single loss, pocketing a small fortune in the process. A year had passed since I last visited Wang Chongqing, but I remembered the way. He had been doing incredibly well for himself on Thundercloud Peak. He was now a high-ranking outer disciple and was highly regarded by his peers. When I arrived at his courtyard, I was stunned. Two beautiful female disciples were there, acting like servants, washing clothes, cooking, and waiting on him hand and foot. He was living like a wealthy young lord in the mortal world. Wang Chongsheng was a smooth operator. He had spent his money wisely, befriending intersect brothers and sisters while simultaneously expanding the Chongsheng society. He recruited outer and servant disciples, building a reputation for being fair. He didn't bully others, but he made sure no one dared to mess with him either. Out of the 3 founding members of our society, he definitely had the easiest life. I was always broke and spent my nights in agony practicing the 5 elements Vajrabadi. Song Lingtian had great talent and had caught the eye of the Sword Peak Master, but that just meant he was constantly challenged by terrifying geniuses. One of the women served us tea and gave me a gentle smile before politely bowing and closing the door, leaving Wang Chongsheng and me alone. "Brother Yi," Wang Chongsheng said, leaning back. "That stunt you pulled at the Heritage Pavilion, sweeping the challengers and robbing the Black Sand Society, really put us on the map. We've had a flood of new members lately. The Chongsheng Society is now a force to be reckoned with among the servant disciples." He handed me a piece of paper. "We don't bully people, we just help each other seek immortality. It's made us very popular. Here's the membership list. These people are your future connections." I knew that while Song Lingtian was the official leader, he was too busy training to care about logistics. I was also too busy with my insects and cultivation. Wang Chongsheng ran everything. I scanned the list and saw dozens of names, including several outer disciples at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refining. I didn't care much for power dynamics, but I knew a bigger network meant better information. "I can tell you don't care about building a faction," Wang Chongsheng chuckled. "But a leader shouldn't do everything himself. Time is limited. Let the subordinates handle the small stuff. You and Song Lingtian handle the fighting and the cultivation. I'll handle the internal affairs. The 3 of us are going to survive this immortal demon war together." I nodded, seeing the logic in his words, but I wanted to get straight to business. "Brother Wang, I have some precious materials. For certain reasons, I can't sell them openly. Do you have a reliable, secret way to move them?" Wang Chongsheng's smile widened as he patted his chest. "Of course I do. I haven't been wasting my time these past few months. If I can't do it, my father definitely can." "What is it? Contraband?" "Nothing like that," I said with a small smile. "Just some blood silk." He let out a sigh of relief. If it had been a legal sect property, he would have been stuck between the rules and his loyalty to me. "Is that all?" "I guarantee I can trade that for spirit stones without anyone knowing." "High grade," I added. Wang Chongsheng's laughter cut off instantly. His face turned pale. He stood up, checked the windows, and made sure the door was locked tight. "High-grade blood silk? Intersect brothers would kill for that. Even the top geniuses need it. Where did you?" "Never mind, I shouldn't ask." "Can you handle it?" I whispered. "The market price is 100 spirit stones per ounce," he said seriously. "To keep it secret and grease the right wheels, I might only get you 90, maybe a bit more. You know I won't take a single stone for myself." I pulled out a jade box. "There's about 1.5 ounces in here. I need a stable channel. There might be more in the future." He looked at me deeply, then nodded. "No problem. Have I ever let you down?" Without even checking the quality or weight, he reached into his storage space and pulled out a bag. "Here's 100 spirit stones as an advance. I'll give you the rest once the sale is final." I didn't decline. I was desperate for funds. "I appreciate it, Brother Wang." He sighed again, looking a bit dejected. "Why is everyone so mysterious? Song Lingtian has his secrets, and now you. I'm just a normal guy with nothing but money and beautiful women. It's a hard life." I rolled my eyes at him. "Stop chasing girls and focus on your cultivation. Money and beauty are temporary. Only strength is eternal." I left his place feeling much lighter. Making 100 spirit stones in one go, with more to come, solved my immediate crisis. More importantly, I now had a safe, steady way to turn my silkworm's labor into wealth without painting a target on my back. Finally, I could focus on my cultivation in peace. And as they say, there is no calendar in the world of cultivators. Time began to blur. I had been at the Taishan sect for 1 year and 3 months. Inside my bedroom, I sat cross-legged with 5 different types of spiritual herbs laid out before me. 5 distinct streams of elemental energy flowed slowly into my body, circulating through my meridians before finally merging into my dantian. I was practicing the most difficult technique I possessed, the 5 Elements Primordial Manual. It was grueling work. I had already failed multiple times because the different elemental energies clashed inside me, leaving me with internal injuries and forcing my progress back to zero. The old man at the scripture hall hadn't been lying. This manual was notoriously hard to master. In the entire history of the Taishan sect, almost no one had successfully reached the first stage. But I had patience. The 5 Elements Primordial Manual was the perfect fit for my constitution, and I wasn't about to quit just because I had to start over. I balanced my time between this and the 5 Elements Vajrabhati technique, absorbing experience from every failure. My Vajrabhati had already reached the 2nd level, and just a few days ago, my cultivation had officially hit the 3rd level of Qi refining. This meant I was now a senior outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. I was only one step away from becoming an inner disciple, a position of true prestige. Suddenly, my body shuddered. A massive surge of energy exploded from my core, shaking the chairs and bedding around me. The scattered elemental energies in front of me fused into a single, violent torrent that rushed into my body. The 5 spiritual herbs withered instantly, turning dry and yellow as their essence was drained. If my physical body hadn't been strong enough, this sheer volume of energy would have caused me to explode on the spot. My skin began to glow with a faint golden light. I gritted my teeth, a low growl escaping my throat. This time, I hissed, "I'm breaking through." I had hit a bottleneck that stopped countless other cultivators in their tracks. Most people either gave up here or ended up crippled. This was my 7th attempt. As I shouted, the elemental energy turned wild, like 100 stampeding horses tearing through my veins. It was chaotic and deadly. Drawing on the lessons from my 6 previous failures, I didn't panic. I stayed calm, focusing every ounce of my will to slow down the energy flow within my meridians. It was a brutal contest of endurance. Sweat poured off me. My golden-tinted skin turned a sickly, feverish red. Without the protection of the Vajrabhati, I would have looked like a boiled lobster. Steam rose from the top of my head, yet my feet felt like they were encased in ice. My sweat actually froze into white shards on the floor. 2 hours passed in agonizing silence before my aura finally stabilized. I had done it. I had tamed the wild energy and guided it safely into my dantian. Inside my core, a diagram of the 5 elements, showing their cycle of creation and destruction, slowly manifested. I opened my eyes, a flash of golden light darting through my pupils. A full year of effort, 6 failures, and hundreds of spirit stones worth of herbs had finally paid off. I had reached the first stage of the 5 Elements Primordial Manual. The benefits were immediate. Under the influence of the internal diagram, my spiritual power began to condense rapidly. A massive amount of ambient spiritual energy flooded into me, causing my strength to skyrocket far beyond what a normal breakthrough would provide. The first stage of this manual gave me a permanent 50% boost to my spiritual power. A normal level 3 Qi refining cultivator might have the strength of 3 hunting horses, but with this manual, I had 4.5. Combined with my Insect Empress constitution and my Vajrabhati strength, my actual combat power was now something to be feared. Of course, compared to the growth of my 5 spirit insects, my own progress was just a drop in the bucket. Feeling refreshed, I stood up and stripped off my robes. I headed to the clear pool Shaob I had built to wash away the grime and sweat. Suddenly, the water splashed violently, and a white head as large as a water vat emerged. The giant python's scales shimmered like jewels in the sunlight. "Master, you're being indecent." Xiaobai's voice rang out in my head. I didn't feel embarrassed at all. I just rolled my eyes. "Xiaobai, you're a beast, I'm a human. Besides, haven't we bathed together dozens of times?" That's because I hadn't grown up yet," she replied shyly. "I didn't know better back then. Besides, I'm going to form a demon core and transform into a human one day. Humans are the spirits of heaven and earth. I need a human form to gain true wisdom and insight. Talk to me when you actually transform, I joked. Until then, I'm not worried. And you talk about needing a human form for wisdom, but all of you are already smarter than me. I feel like the dumbest one in this house. Xiaobai giggled. That's only because Master raises us so well. Oh, Xiao Chong and Xiao Lan went out again. I sighed, feeling a bit guilty. I wonder whose kitchen is going to suffer today. They usually only target people who have beef with you or those who bully the members of the Eternal Life Society, Xiaobai explained. They have their own code of honor. We should support them. Xiao Chong and Xiao Lan had already pushed their Azure Dragon technique to the second level. With their official status in the sect, they could go almost anywhere as long as they avoided the elders' private residences. Xiao Lan had definitely been corrupted by Xiao Chong's bad habits. As for Can Yi and Can Air, I rarely let them out alone. 6 months ago, I left them unsupervised for a few hours and came back to find they had eaten the plants, the furniture, and even the roof beams. They were smart, but their gluttony was their nature, just like Xiao Chong loved to steal and Xiaobai loved to meditate in the water. As a bug master, I couldn't strip away their personalities. I was just happy they produced silk every day. Speaking of which, the two of them were now producing top-tier blood silk, though only in small amounts. I kept those hidden. Even though Wang Changsheng had been a loyal partner, helping me sell the regular silk for a full year while barely taking a cut, I didn't want to involve him in something this high profile. It was too dangerous for both of us. I had enough to worry about with my own cultivation and the tasks assigned by the Spirit Beast Peak. I always made sure to stay low profile when delivering my quotas. I usually submitted low-grade blood silk to the sect, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, just to keep anyone from getting suspicious. I was finishing up my bath when a dark shadow blurred past my eyes. Before I could react, something slammed onto my chest with a wet thud. It was Xiao Chong. He was holding a fragrant, 100-year-old wild ginseng in his giant pincers. Master, eat up. It's better while it's fresh. My jaw dropped in surprise, and Xiao Chong didn't waste a second. He stuffed the entire root into my mouth. I heard a loud crunching sound as I chewed, and with a heavy gulp, the treasure slid down my throat. 100-year-old wild ginseng was worth at least 2 spirit stones. If a mortal ate this, it could literally bring them back from the brink of death. For cultivators, it was usually reserved for refining high-level pills. Only inner court disciples really had the wealth to eat these things like snacks. It looked like Xiao Chong had raided the stash of some inner court senior who had beef with Song Lingtian. I didn't feel a single shred of guilt as I felt the medicinal energy bloom in my stomach. I dried off and changed into my mid-grade Dharma robes, the official uniform for Taishian sect outer disciples. I was feeling good and ready to head back to my room to cultivate when a streak of spiritual light flashed across the sky. A white paper crane flew down and hovered right in front of my face. It spoke with a cold, mechanical voice. Senior Outer Disciple Yi Ling of Spirit Beast Peak. A sect mission has been assigned to your name. Report to the Taishian Peak Mission Hall immediately. This is an urgent matter. Do not delay. I froze for a second. I had only just become an Outer Disciple, and I was already getting drafted? From what I knew, life for Outer Disciples was usually pretty relaxed. Most people had to beg for missions just to earn points, and even then, they often came up empty. The world outside must be getting dangerous. Xiaobai poked her head out of the water, her eyes sparkling. Finally, a chance to go down the mountain. I haven't been outside in over a year. Her massive body began to shrink rapidly. She crawled up my arm and wrapped herself around my wrist, transforming into a delicate bracelet of white jade. Her illusion techniques had improved so much that even a foundation establishment cultivator would have a hard time seeing through her disguise. Xiao Chong waved his pincers and cheered. We're going out. We're going out. He shrank down to the size of a common cockroach and vanished into my sleeve. Xiao Lan, however, did the opposite. She grew until she was the size of a large grinding stone. I took a light leap and landed on her hard shell. With a loud buzz of her wings, she shot into the clouds, leaving nothing but a trail of wind behind. According to sect rules, every outer disciple had to complete at least one mission every 3 months, but urgent summons took priority. Most of these jobs involved heading into the mortal realm to hunt demons or spirits and protect the great Xian dynasty. Because of this, the commoners practically worshipped Tai-Xian disciples as living gods. Up in the clouds, Xiaolan's speed was incredible. She was faster than most of the spiritual cranes flying around the peaks. She couldn't speak yet, but her strength had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, nearly touching the 6th. She was actually progressing faster than me. I was still stuck at the 3rd level because I spent most of my time building a rock-solid foundation with the 5 elements Vajra art and the 5 elements primordial manual. My bugs didn't need complex heart methods. They just grew stronger and tougher as they leveled up. Of course, my bugs were special. Normal spirit pets grew at a snail's pace compared to mine. It didn't take long to reach the bustling mission hall. I walked up to the counter and handed over my identity token to the senior on duty. Yi Ling, senior outer disciple from Spirit Beast Peak. I received a crane summons for an urgent mission. The man checked the token and nodded. Junior brother Yi, go to Mission Hall 3 on the 5th floor. The team is gathering there now. The supervisor will give you the details once everyone arrives. Thank you, senior. I bowed slightly and headed for the stairs. Xiaolan shrank down and tucked herself into my robes as I walked. When I entered the hall on the 5th floor, I saw about a dozen cultivators sitting cross-legged on the floor. Most were outer disciples between the 3rd and 5th levels of Qi refinement. However, 2 of them had powerful auras that sat well above the 6th level, inner court disciples. The room was silent. They gave me a quick glance before closing their eyes to meditate again. I found a quiet corner and sat down. It had been over a year since my big fight outside the Sutra Pavilion. I had been so low profile since then that most people had forgotten who I was. Looking at the size of this group and the fact that inner disciples were involved, I knew this wasn't going to be an easy stroll. 7 more disciples trickled in, bringing our total to exactly 20. Moments later, a man in blue robes walked in. He was a Foundation establishment supervisor with white hair, but the face of a young man. We all stood and bowed in unison. Greetings, supervisor. His eyes were deep and steady. I will be brief. Recently, in a border town in Baiyun County, mortals have been vanishing from their beds in the middle of the night. Over 20 people have disappeared in the last 2 weeks. More importantly, the 2 outer disciples we sent to investigate have lost contact with the sect. A heavy silence fell over the room. We suspect a powerful demon or an evil spirit is behind this. You have 2 objectives. First, identify the threat and eliminate it. If you cannot kill it, notify the sect immediately. Second, find our missing disciples. If they are alive, rescue them. If they are dead, bring back their belongings. Outer disciples will receive 100 contribution points. The 2 inner court leads will receive 200. This is urgent. People are disappearing every night. Move out. We obey, we shouted. The supervisor handed each of us a jade slip containing the mission details and a map of the area. The location was a place called Paoma Town, about 1,600 miles away. It was a flatland region famous for raising horses. The supervisor left without another word. The atmosphere in the room turned grim. This mission was high risk. Those first 2 disciples were likely dead, or they would have sent word by now. If we weren't careful, we would be next. One of the inner court disciples, a middle-aged man with a stern face, stood up. I've handled many dangerous missions before, he said, his voice commanding. For the sake of everyone's safety, we need to establish some strict rules before we leave. The other inner court disciple, a woman, cupped her fists toward the man. Senior brother Zhou Yuan is famous for his field experience. I am willing to follow his lead. The rest of the group followed suit, bowing and offering their support. I joined them, pressing my palms together. It turned out Zhou Yuan was a legend among the inner court. People called him a mission maniac. If he wasn't out on a job, he was on his way to one. He wasn't the most powerful cultivator, but he was reliable. I stayed quiet and observed him. His hair was graying at the temples, and his eyes were steady. He looked like a man who had spent decades in the sect. Reaching the 6th level of Qi refining after so many years meant his talent was likely mediocre, probably a low-grade spiritual root. But his survival skills were undeniable. The mission hall had chosen him to lead us for a reason. I appreciate your trust, Zhou Yuan said, his voice calm. I will do my best to complete the mission and bring everyone back alive. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. We don't know what we're facing yet. We only know this demon strikes at night while people sleep. Once we reach Paoma town, no one sleeps. No one meditates. You stay alert at all times. We will split into 2 groups of 10. Never go anywhere alone. Keep a safe distance, but stay close enough to support each other. Any objections? The room was silent. Even I, usually the most cautious person in any room, felt a sense of admiration. His plan was solid. Since we're in agreement, follow me to the flying vessel hall, Zhou Yuan commanded. Sect rules allow groups of 20 or more to request a vessel. It's faster, and more importantly, it has defensive formations. If things go south, we retreat to the ship and wait for backup. I mentally noted every word he said. The world was becoming more dangerous, and as a disciple, I'd be sent out often. Learning from a veteran like him was the best way to stay alive. I was still afraid of death, but I felt better knowing I had spent the last year refining my own hidden trump cards. I looked around at my teammates. Most of them looked pale and nervous. In the Taishin sect, these missions weren't optional. Protecting mortals from demons was our duty. If you ignored a demon attack, you could be stripped of your cultivation and exiled. We were the shield between the common people and the dark. We flew toward the flying vessel hall on our swords. When we arrived, I gasped. A massive plaza stretched out for thousands of feet, packed with over 100 flying ships. When I first joined the sect, it was night, and I couldn't see anything. Now, the scale of it hit me. These weren't just boats. They were complex magical artifacts made of hundreds of individual parts. Zhou Yuan handed over our mission scrolls and received a control jade. The vessel he secured was a high-grade artifact. It was even stronger than the one that had brought me to the sect, which had survived lightning strikes. We boarded the ship and felt it lift into the clouds. As we looked down at the shrinking peaks of the Taishin sect, many disciples looked homesick. The sect was competitive and sometimes even violent, but out there, beyond the gates, the world was a graveyard. For us, the sect was the only home we had left. "Don't look so grim," Zhou Yuan said, smiling at us from the bow. "The sect wouldn't send us if they didn't think we could handle it. I've done 50 of these missions, and I'm still standing. Don't worry about the future. Focus on the plan." His words settled the group's nerves. I felt a flicker of gratitude toward him. He knew exactly how to manage a team of terrified juniors. "Come here," he called out. "We need to finalize the teams. One group is too slow. 2 groups of 10 is the perfect balance of safety and efficiency." He began sorting us. I ended up in Zhou Yuan's group along with 5 other women and 3 men. We gathered in a small circle to introduce ourselves and discuss our strengths. "I'll start," Zhou Yuan said, stepping into the center. "My name is Zhou Yuan, and here is what I can do." I had been cultivating in the Taishin sect for over 50 years. In that time, I had studied the saber, the sword, and various spells. I had even dabbled in body refinement techniques. Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of my juniors, I couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. "Don't be envious that I've learned so much," I told them. I didn't have a choice. If I had any other way, I wouldn't have spread myself so thin. I explained that my talent was mediocre and my age was catching up to me. Reaching the next realm was a distant dream unless I stumbled upon a massive stroke of luck. To survive, I had to learn a bit of everything just to keep my combat strength up. I warned them not to follow in my footsteps. I could already see the end of my path. I was only grinding these missions to earn enough contribution points for a sexagenary pill. I just wanted 60 more years of life, hoping to find a turning point. Another disciple, a woman in her late 40s at the 5th level of Qi refinement named Wu Lingwan, sighed in agreement. She said most cultivators ended up like us. In this world, those who broke through to the foundation building stage were the elites, the chosen. Those who failed were no different from mortals. After 100 years, we would all just be a handful of yellow dust. Wu Lingwan introduced herself as the second oldest. She had studied a bit of everything except body refinement, but she specialized in breath spells. She could provide protection for the team when things got ugly. Next was Zheng Haoran. He had been a scholar before joining the sect, and still loved poetry and painting. He admitted he hadn't created a masterpiece yet, but he was sure he would. He specialized in sword arts and, more importantly, sword flight. He joked that he was a professional at running away and could carry 2 teammates with him if we needed to escape. We went around the circle by age until it reached the youngest, Yilin. He had only been in the sect for a year and was only 15 years old. With his handsome face and heroic aura, he already had the older female disciples looking at him with soft eyes. "Senior brothers and sisters, I'm Yilin," he said, sounding humble. "I'm not great with swords or spells yet. I focus on body refinement. Also, since I'm from the Spirit Beast Peak, I raise some venomous insects. If we need someone for close quarters combat, I can jump in. My insects have some bite to them, too." As he spoke, a small lawn bug crawled out of his sleeve and onto his fingertip. The group's expression shifted instantly. A few people actually held their breath and covered their noses, terrified the little creature was about to unleash a toxic stink cloud right there on the deck. I remained calm, though I was intrigued. A bug user at such a young age? That's rare. Then, a memory clicked. "Wait, Yilin, are you the one who escaped that demonic ambush a year ago? The one who made the Black Sand Society look like fools in front of the Palace of Transmitting Merit?" I remembered hearing that Wu Ya, one of the 5 great geniuses, had personally invited a servant named Yilin to join his faction. "That was me," Yilin replied simply. The atmosphere changed. Everyone realized this kid wasn't just some junior. In only 1 year, he had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, become a high-grade outer disciple, and mastered spirit insects. That kind of speed was impressive. They had looked down on him as the weakest link, but now they saw him as someone even the elites couldn't ignore. What shocked them most was that he had turned down Wu Ya's invitation, a chance most disciples would pay a fortune in spirit stones just to get. I organized our formation. Even though Yilin was a body refiner, he was still the youngest with the lowest cultivation. I placed him in the center of the group so the others could protect him. Body refinement was notoriously hard. Even if he was good, he'd struggle against high-level artifacts and spells. Besides, his insects could move fast, so his position wouldn't hinder his ability to attack. It was strange. Inside the sect, everyone was cutthroat. But out here, under the new rules and the shared fear of the unknown, we felt like family. Outside the gates, the only goal was survival and the mission. Our high-grade flying boat was fast. After half a day, the Taishan sect and the massive Xuanlong Mountains were nothing but dark shadows on the horizon. Below us, a vast plain stretched out. We were approaching our destination, Ma Town in Baiyun County. The mood turned heavy. We crowded the railings, channeling spiritual power into our eyes to activate our Dharma eyes. We scanned the ground for any trace of demonic qi, bloodlust, or ghostly energy. Usually, this was the easiest part. One look and you'd spot the monster. But this time, even with my 50 years of experience, I saw nothing. Yilin was watching too. From 1,000 meters up, his vision was sharp enough to see the grass swaying. He saw herds of wild horses and groups of nomads fleeing with their families, looking terrified as they hauled their belongings away from their homes. But there was no demonic energy, no monsters. We all frowned. Seeing nothing was worse than seeing a demon. It meant the enemy was hidden, unknown, and likely far more dangerous than we anticipated. "Keep your composure as immortals," I commanded. "We'll head down and question the refugees. They might have the intel we need." The boat descended. As we got closer, the mortals on the road finally noticed us. They scrambled out of their wagons and hit the dirt, kneeling in frantic prayer. The immortal sect sent a flying boat, they cried out, voices thick with emotion. They haven't forgotten us. We're saved. When we were about 30 feet above the ground, my team used our lightness techniques to float down gracefully. The other team, led by the inner disciple, stayed behind to guard the ship. As our boots touched the dusty road, the villagers cried out in unison, "We pay our respects to the immortals." Dozens of nomads, families in tow, collapsed to their knees the moment we landed. They began banging their heads against the dusty earth in front of Yilin and the rest of us. "We are here by the sect's order to investigate and eliminate the demons," Zhou Yuan said, his voice calm and steady. "There is no need for such ceremony." He raised a hand, and I felt a ripple of soft, irresistible power surge through the air. It lifted the villagers off the ground, forcing them to stand despite their protests. "Are you all from Horse Gallop Town?" Zhou Yuan asked. A white-haired elder stepped forward, bowing low. "Yes, immortal. My ancestors have lived there for generations, raising horses for a living." Zhou Yuan nodded. "Old man, tell us everything. What strange things have happened recently? Don't leave out a single detail, no matter how small you think it is." The elder sighed, his face etched with exhaustion. "It started weeks ago. At first, it was just the beggars and drifters. They vanished, and we didn't think much of it. They were weak, often sick, and moved between towns. Finding a body in the street or having someone disappear wasn't unusual. But 5 nights ago, everything changed." He paused, a shiver running through his thin frame. 5 strong young men vanished in a single night. Their wives said they were right there in bed when they went to sleep. When they woke up, the men were gone. No struggle, no blood. Even the doors and windows were still locked from the inside. It was like they evaporated into thin air. I exchanged a glance with the others. This wasn't a typical beast attack. Since then, at least 5 to 8 people disappear every night. Mostly strong men, but some women and children too. 2 young immortals came to investigate a few days ago. They spent the night patrolling the streets, but the next morning, they were gone. They never came back. Now, the whole town is terrified. Anyone with a family is fleeing. We were heading to stay with relatives until the trouble passes. Do you have any idea what kind of creature is doing this?" Zhou Yuan pressed. The old man shook his head sadly. "No one has seen its face. I have no clues for you, immortal. We will do our best to find and slay this creature," Zhou Yuan promised. "You will be able to return home soon." The villagers bowed again, calling out blessings of gratitude. Once we had the basics, we kicked off the ground and flew back up to the boat. Zhou Yuan shared the intel with the other team, and the deck became a hub of hush theories. To make people vanish without a sound or a struggle, Zhou Yuan mused, it has to be something that feeds on yang energy. Probably a powerful, malevolent ghost. But their aura is usually so heavy our Dharma eyes should have spotted it from miles away. The female inner disciple from the other team shook her head. It could be a snake demon. They can shrink their bodies to crawl through tiny cracks, then grow huge to swallow a person whole while they sleep. They're masters of disguise. Unless you're standing right on top of them, their energy is almost impossible to detect. "I think it's a demonic cultivator," someone else chimed in. "They could use earth tunneling techniques to enter the rooms and release poison gas to knock everyone out before hauling them away." Everyone had a theory, but no one had proof. Yilin stayed quiet, listening intently. He was new to missions like this, and I could see him mentally cataloging every possibility. He was comparing the stories to the legends he'd read in the sect's records, trying to find a match. But with this little information, it was impossible to be sure. The boat moved forward and soon hovered over the town leader's estate. Ma Changwan, the town leader, looked like a walking corpse. He was pale, gaunt, and looked like he hadn't slept in days. When he saw 20 immortals descending from the sky, he burst into tears of relief. He couldn't run like the others. If he abandoned his post, the Great Xian dynasty and the Taishan sect would have executed him. "Ma Changwan pays his respects to the high immortals," he sobbed. Zhou Yuan didn't waste time. He tapped the control medallion for the flying boat, and the massive vessel shrank down until it was the size of a palm. He tucked it into his storage bag and turned to the town leader. "Assign a clerk to lead my junior sister's team to the east side of town," Zhou Yuan ordered. "You will come with us to the west. We need to inspect every single house where someone went missing." "As you command, immortal," the fat town leader squealed. He was clearly terrified that he'd be the next to vanish. Zhou Yuan and the other team leader shared a final look. "If you find anything or run into trouble, send a signal immediately. We'll be there in seconds." We split up, moving into a combat formation we had practiced on the boat. The atmosphere turned heavy. Now that we were on the ground, a life-or-death battle could start at any moment. I kept my hand near my weapon, my eyes scanning every shadow. "We'll start with the house of the most recent victim," Zhou Yuan said. "The fresher the scene, the better the trail." "Understood," Ma Changwan stammered. "Please, follow me." As we approached the first house, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. It was Xiao Bai, my spirit insect. "Master, Be careful, she warned. I smell a faint trace of baleful chi and demonic energy. It's not just a demon. A demonic cultivator was here last night, and they brought a ghost-type creature with them. I felt my stomach drop. A ghost and a demon cultivator working together? Or was it a cultivator using a ghost as a tool? This was far more complicated than a simple monster hunt. I didn't say anything yet. I couldn't reveal Xiao Bai. She was my trump card, so I decided to wait and see what Zhou Yuan's investigation turned up first. As we walked through the narrow alleys, the sound of a woman's soul-crushing wails reached us. Ma Chongwen sighed, looking at the ground. 7 people vanished last night. One of them was the only son of Widow Li. Her husband was killed by wolves 10 years ago. She raised that boy alone, and he was just 17. He was supposed to get married soon. Now he's just gone. It was a heartbreaking sight. Ma Chongwen told us the boy had been sensible since he was a child, helping his mother with the chores since he was 13. He was honest, kind, and hardworking. Hearing this made my heart feel like a lead weight. Widow Li's house was just one of many. Dozens of families in this town had suffered the same fate. We soon arrived at her small courtyard. Inside, I saw a woman with graying hair kneeling by a bed, wailing in agony. When she saw our group, she didn't just stand up. She threw herself at our feet, her forehead hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Blood began to trickle down her face. "Please, immortals, save my child," she begged, her voice cracking. "He's only 17. Everyone knows he's a good boy. He doesn't deserve this. If there's a price to pay, let me pay it. Take me instead." Zhou Yuan stepped forward and pulled her up. "We are here by the sect's command to eliminate evil," he said firmly. "Our priority is to find the culprit. Once we do, everything will be resolved. Tell me, did you hear anything strange last night? Did you see any suspicious figures, even if they didn't look human?" Zhou Yuan didn't try to comfort her with empty lies. He was a cultivator. He knew the reality. He couldn't guarantee the boy was still alive, or if any of the missing people were. Widow Li wiped her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. "The town hasn't been safe lately. We wanted to leave, but we have no family nearby. To keep him safe, I laid a mat on the floor of my son's room. I slept right next to him. I was so scared that I woke up every half hour just to check on him. I told him not to sleep too deeply." She choked back another sob. "In the first half of the night, I checked on him several times. Everything was fine. But then, I don't know what happened. I fell into a deep, heavy sleep. When I woke up this morning, he was gone. I asked the neighbors, I searched everywhere, but there's no trace of him." She started crying again, blaming herself for sleeping too soundly. "Don't blame yourself," Zhou Yuan said kindly. "Even cultivators get exhausted. You are only human. Please, step outside. We need to use our arts to track your son's trail." The villagers and Mayor Ma Chongwen cleared out, and we shut the door. Zhou Yuan's expression turned cold immediately. Widow Li loves her son too much to just fall asleep while he's in danger. She was clearly influenced by demonic power. If a demon was here, it left a scent. He tapped his storage bag, and a transparent crystal orb the size of a fist flew out. He pinched a spell gesture and shot a burst of spiritual energy into it. The orb began to glow and spin rapidly. I felt a faint suction pulling at the spiritual energy inside my own body. "This is a mid-grade magic tool called the Qi-absorbing orb," Zhou Yuan explained, noticing our curiosity. "It collects and stores different types of energy, baleful qi, death qi, or demonic qi. Usually, we use it to gather materials for alchemy, but it can also pick up traces too thin for the naked eye to see." He pointed at the orb. "Look, this is the Qi of Despair from Widow Li." I watched as a thread of grayish-white mist drifted in from under the door. If I focused my divine sense, I could almost hear the echo of her wails within that mist. More threads followed, the collective fear of the townspeople. My mind raced. If I could learn the Qi observation technique, I wouldn't even need a tool like this. I'd be able to see these energy fields with my own eyes. But that was a high-level spell, and even Foundation establishment experts struggled to master it. "Don't touch these negative energies too much," Zhou Yuan warned us. "They can infect your mind and damage your cultivation hard. Live in a demon's den long enough, and you'll become a demon. Live in hell, and you'll become a ghost." Suddenly, a streak of pale red mist was sucked into the orb. Instead of merging with the gray mist, it twisted and formed the shape of a tiny, blood-red skull. It opened its mouth and began devouring the despair and fear, growing larger and more sinister. A powerful, murderous aura filled the room. Ghostly mist, Zhou Yuan muttered. Just as I thought. A wicked entity was here. But as he went to put the orb away, several more threads, this time jet black, were sucked inside. The black smoke instantly stained the entire orb like ink, swallowing the red skull whole. Demonic chi, we all whispered at once. Our faces went pale. Zhou Yuan frowned deeply. It looks like the work of the Xianming sect. Everyone knew that name. The Xianming sect was one of the 4 great demonic sects in the Xuanlong mountain region, famous for controlling zombies and vengeful ghosts. Their methods were brutal and twisted. Hundreds of years ago, their ancestor was hunted down and killed by righteous experts, and the sect had been forced into hiding. It seemed they had finally recovered enough to start moving in the shadows again. Zhou Yuan opened the door, and Widow Li was back on her knees instantly. Immortal, did you find him? Is he alive? We found a lead, Zhou Yuan told her, his voice neutral. I can't confirm if he's alive yet, but we are continuing the investigation. If he is, we will do everything to bring him back. The hope in his voice seemed to give her a second wind. Having so many Taishan sect disciples around gave the townspeople a desperate sense of security. Over the next few hours, Ma Changwan led us to over 20 more houses. In every single one, the orb picked up traces of baleful and demonic chi. I realized that while demons usually leave very little trace, using their dark arts causes a massive leak of energy that lingers in the air. If a person dies in a place where this energy is too thick, they turn into a ghost. If the demonic chi is too strong, it rots a person's mind, amplifying their worst impulses until they become monsters themselves. By the time we finished investigating the rooms of the missing, we met back at the mayor's manor to regroup with the other team. Their leader had found the exact same thing. The number of demonic cultivators probably isn't high, Zhou Yuan concluded as we shared our notes. If there were many of them, they could have taken hundreds of people in a single night. But whoever is doing this, their cultivation level is definitely not low. The 2 fellow disciples who came before us were both at the 4th level of chi refining. For someone to defeat and capture them without making a sound, that demon must be at the 7th or 8th level. He knows the sect will send more people to hunt him down, yet he hasn't fled. That means he's likely at a critical stage of practicing a dark art or refining a cursed treasure. He can't stop now. Tonight, we told the town we were resting at the mayor's manor. It was a lie. We were going to slip out and patrol until dawn to kill this monster and avenge the dead. Letting a demonic cultivator run wild in Taishan sect territory is an insult we can't ignore. Prepare yourselves for a hard fight, Zhou Yuan warned us. Understood, we replied in unison. Zhou Yuan pulled out a small bottle. Junior brothers and sisters, these are essence pills. Take one. You'll have enough energy to stay awake for 3 days and nights without rest. The downside is that you'll be hit with extreme exhaustion afterward. Our cultivation isn't high enough to skip sleep forever, so take these now. Even if we fail to catch him in 3 days, the sect will have sent stronger inter-sect disciples to back us up. I've already sent a message by Spirit Crane explaining the situation. I took my pill. I knew these were worth 1 spirit stone each. Giving out 20 at once meant Zhou Yuan was dropping 20 spirit stones just like that. He didn't seem like a rich man. It had taken him 50 years to reach the 6th level of chi refining. In this world, money is efficiency. Wealth doesn't guarantee a successful foundation establishment, but it can get you to the 10th level of chi refining in a few decades. Seeing our grateful expressions, Zhou Yuan smiled. Don't look at me like that. You're all new to missions. These expenses are reimbursable. Just file a report with the mission hall when we get back. In fact, there are some gray areas. You can report a little extra for your losses. The hall isn't too strict with disciples who bleed for the sect. A few disciples looked regretful, probably thinking about all the money they'd lost on previous missions by not filing reports. I swallowed my pill and tucked that advice away for later. As the medicine went down, a cool sensation spread through my veins. The fatigue vanished, replaced by a dull, buzzing excitement. We watched the sun set from the windows. Soon, a bright, full moon rose over the horizon. "Hide your presence," Zhou Yuan whispered. "We move out." The leader of the other team nodded. Without a sound, both groups leaped from the windows and mounted our flying swords. We streaked into the night sky, disappearing from the manor in a flash of spiritual light. Zhou Yuan led my team high into the clouds, using our spirit eyes to look down on the western half of horse racing town. The other team took the east. We stood on our swords in total silence. The only sounds were the whistling wind and the distant chirping of crickets. A first-level cultivator would have drained their energy trying to hover like this, but at the third level, we could stay up here for 10 hours without breaking a sweat. I scanned the streets below. The town was deathly quiet. No one was outside, but every house had its oil lamps lit. They were terrified of the dark. Hours passed. The waiting felt eternal. We stayed crouched in the clouds like predators, nobody uttering a single word. Then, around midnight, a sudden chill swept through the air. Through my spirit eyes, I saw it. At the very edge of the town, a faint, almost invisible wisp of blood-red energy and black, demonic chi appeared. If we hadn't been watching from this height with absolute focus, we would have missed it. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate. He tapped a paper crane with his spiritual power and whispered into it. "Target spotted. Converge on my position. We strike with everything we have."